we are live. Welcome, one and all, to a live top 10 shonen arcs of all time. We're all making our own lists, and yeah, it's Griever back here. We're just waiting on some of the people who made their own lists. We've got, I believe, 7 lists to get through, plus an honorable mention. So we're just going to wait on a few people. Some of them will be a little bit late, and some of them won't be able to make it. We'll go through all the entries regardless in order, and if someone shows up, a little bit, they can just do a quick, we'll give them, 5-10 minutes to run down the ones they missed, because it's their own list. And, yeah, so anyways, we're just waiting on the people. I believe we have at least 3 people confirmed to join. 4 people. 4 people confirmed to join. One said that they would be a little bit late. That's fine. And the other 2 are sort of up in the air for joining the VC. But as you guys can see, we've got a... I think it's a little bit of a cramped layout. I'll admit it's a little bit of a cramped layout. But, I really wanted to make this work. As you guys can see, we're going to have the number and the manga arc itself for everyone's list. I made a bunch of graphics using everyone's choices, and I've already uploaded a slideshow, so it's not going to take time. I've basically, long story short, technical difficulties, nothing like that, just I have a system here. I have a system, and I'm going to be utilizing it. And once everybody gets in, we'll just see how everyone's long weekend is going for the most part. Mine is absolutely dreadful, but how is everybody else's? That's a real question. My God, I didn't realize how poofy my hair was today. That's what I get for having a shower the first time all year, right? So, anyways, yeah, we're just going to wait for a few people to jump in and stuff like that. The dude is already in here and says, IQ, Eisen or L? Probably Eisen, but I do get it. I do get the choice. That's a tough one. I do still think it's Eisen, but that makes it... Yeah, I think it's Eisen. Manipulation, Light or Eisen? Ooh, I think Light, maybe. Light for that one. Because he manipulated everybody. And realistically, Eisen tricked people, but manipulated almost no one. You know what I mean? He either brought them under his heel, or they agreed with him, or he tricked them. He didn't... he manipulated situations, he didn't manipulate people. Light manipulated people. And that's more impressive to me. Kane said, are you going to watch Baki vs. Kengan crossover? Of course I am. Kane said, L is smarter than Light. I agree with that. L is smarter than Light. The dude says IQ, Urahara or L? Kisuke is the smartest guy in Bleach. So, yeah. If I said Aizen, then I'm going with Urahara. Kane said then. The dude said planning, Aizen or Light. Oh. Well, that's sort of an unfair comparison in my opinion because you have Aizen had 100 he had the 100-year plan. Light wasn't alive that long, so I don't know. And here we have one of our main cats. Here's Naya D. Hemmings, everyone. Say hi, Naya.
What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's the real question. I can hear you, but can everybody else? We'll wait and see.
I can only hear you.
What's that, man?
I can only hear you.
You can't hear me.
Said I can only hear you.
Oh, well, you're the only one in here.
Oh.
No, nobody else is here yet. Everyone said Pat said he would be a little bit late, and the other 2 guys that I got who are going to be joining the VC, they should be joining any minute. So.
All right.
Yeah, it's all good.
I actually went home, so I'm switching to my mic in a second.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Wow, we actually have I've never seen... The dude is just rattling off. Let's go. So Eisen, for planning, I'd have to give it to Eisen because, once again, Eisen planned a 100-year plan and tricked everybody. Once again, I'd have to give that to Eisen. Caden also agrees with Eisen. The dude said Light versus Eisen and outsmarting both with no ego. L. That's my answer to that one. I'm going to skip that one. And by the way, we have 5 people in here already, but only 2 likes. Hit that like button, everybody, please, and thank you. Dio Blitz is in here saying, just dropping by. Well, thank you, Dio. By the way, Dio and I did a collab on Shen's character in Kengan. It did very well. Dio's already blitzed me in views for Kengan, just recently joining, and we had a great collab. We had a great time. I hope to collab with him more and talk more, but definitely go check out his channel and stuff like that. That's where my collab with him is posted, and I think it did quite well. One of my favorite comments was, it was the meeting of the dragon and the tiger. Once again, I'm obviously the tiger, but yeah, so definitely go check out his channel. Thanks for dropping by and hitting the like button, Dio. The dude said, are Death Note or Bleach in your top 10? Bleach is. Death Note is not in my top 10. It's fantastic. It sometimes works its way into my top 30, but it's not in my top 10. Dude said, also thanks for answering questions. I always do. Sometimes I don't get caught up when we're waiting. You know, when we get going underway, there'll be a time to catch up with chat, but I'll probably do what Naya does and, like, basically speed blitz them. Also, thanks for answering. Caden said the Cowboys is probably not going to make it to the playoffs this year. The lineup just sucks this year. Shut the fuck up, Caden. Caden said Death Note sucks after L's death. I mean, yeah... Honestly, I agree with that. A lot of people say it's better in the manga as a result, but I've read the manga and seen the anime. Personally, I think, once again, a good argument can be made that anime, when done right, elevates a manga. It makes it better. A great adaptation only improves and doesn't take away. Death Note is one of those rare cases, and yeah, I'm just going to say that I still agree. Yeah, Nier was not nearly as smart. Light got fucking soft because he didn't have the constant challenge. So, yeah. Dude said Escanor versus Eisen and Badass. Oh, that is so hard, but I will give it to Escanor. Escanor just reeked. Like, that is a really hard one. Caden said, do you think there's any human fighters that beats Adam in Record of Ragnarok? No. I think the only one that has a chance is Nostradamus. We don't know what he can do yet. That's fair, but we don't know what he can do. The dude said, if Seven Deadly Sins had a good ending, would you put it above Bleach? No. Dude said Inuyasha versus Bleach. Oh, for fuck's sakes. As far as animes, Inuyasha is probably one of my favorite animes of all time. Got a lot of nostalgia for it. But I'll go Bleach. Oh, there's everybody. So where everyone's joining in. Dude said, you sound like a Canadian, but look British. Well, I'm a British Canadian, so that works out.
How convenient.
How very convenient. Caden said Demon Slayer is carried hand by its animation. I'm one of the people that do agree with that. Anyways, Bernice and Misc are in here, and Pat's going to be running a little late. So, Bernice, Misc, hi guys.
Hello.
Hello there.
And I don't know if you guys have ever talked to or met Nia D. Hemmings. He's the other dude in here with us.
I have not. Nice to meet you.
I don't believe I have. What's going on?
Not too terribly much.
All right, so before we get underway, how we're going to handle this, boys, is for those of you who are watching the stream and those of you who aren't, it doesn't matter. I took everyone's list and made graphics for them so that everyone can do it. It's just an image on screen sort of idea, but it gives the number and stuff like that, and I thought we'd go just alphabetically through everyone's list. Some people won't be able to join the VC, but we're still going to go through their entries. Pat, for example, said he'd be a little late to the VC. If he ends up joining, we'll give him like 5 minutes to catch up and say his piece on his entries. But we're not going to make this a 7-hour affair either, waiting on people. So we're going to go through that stuff. We're going to do honorable mentions first and that kind of idea, and everyone's going to get their say. Of course, everyone can talk, but what I would like is that when I'll let you guys know whose entry this is, and if that person is in the VC, they get to say their spiel on it. Try to keep it between 5 and 10 minutes if we can, and then we'll sort of open the floor to anybody else who wants to say, yeah, this fucking arc, I see what you're saying, blah, 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 and then we'll move on to the next entry. Also, before we get underway, I apologize if I lose a bit of energy and stuff like that. Unfortunately, I'm getting... my wife is leaving me. I found that out this week. So I'm I'm
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, yeah, thanks, guys. I just wanted to stretch that out. I'm going to be saying it in multiple videos here, just so anybody, but it's obviously an emotional roller coaster right now. I haven't eaten in 4 days, honestly. But I'm going through a lot of shit. But I planned this. I'm looking forward to it, and I've noticed one thing across this past 2 weeks of going through this so far is that distractions where I'm focused on something else, and not distractions like having a conversation, but literally getting into something is the only time I've been able to be a little bit you know what I mean? It's not at the forefront of my mind. So I thought about canceling this thing, and I said no. I've been playing this. I got some great guys in here, so let's do it. Let's do it. But I do apologize if I get a little quiet here and there. I'm going to try to keep the energy up for the stream. Because it's gonna make my Saturday a little bit less shitty. How's that? So
yeah.
Anyways, once again, I'm on the sliver of hope that maybe I can fix it. She doesn't want to let me, but anyways, we're not here to talk about the drama. This is not a bitch, moan, and complain podcast. We're here to talk about some fucking manga and anime. So let's fucking go. We're gonna start off, ladies and gentlemen, with the honorable mentions. Now, in the honorable mentions, first up is Artist, who did submit his list, but he's not here yet, and I haven't heard from him yet today. He was planning to join. His honorable mention is the Waco Mundo arc in Bleach. And actually, before we even get underway with talking about that, just really quick, is some people decided, we sort of played around with some entries are not exactly shonen, but we're letting them slide through sort of idea. And also, or I guess it's just me. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not a council. Basically, if someone wanted to break something down differently than how the official says, this is the arc, because this is considered the Arrancar arc, right? It's more of a saga than an arc. But if you wanted to say, no, I like the whole thing or this section or something like that, that was fine with me. I just took everyone's list at their word. I didn't correct anybody. So once again, the Waco Mundo arc obviously is it's Bleach. It's fantastic. I can just say that right out of the gate. Artist isn't here, of course, but I'm a huge fan of Bleach. I love Bleach. It's one of my favorite mangas, animes of all time. And Waco Mundo seriously was incredibly well done in a lot of ways. Some things dragged, as we all know, but it introduced us to a lot of fan favorite characters. It gave us some hype ass moments, some fantastic moments, and assuming that this just means the point of the Arrancar arc, it's not fake Karakura Town, it's not everything else. This is just when they're in Waco Mundo. That was very solid. Even the filler aspects in the anime I thought were handled extremely well. So anyway, we'll go down the list, and if anybody has anything else to say about the Waco Mundo arc, Bernice, you're up.
Yeah, I'm back. I have small technical problems.
No problem, my man. So anything to say about the Waco Mundo arc, which is Artist's honorable mention?
Nothing much, honestly. I just think it's a perfectly serviceable arc.
Fair enough. Misc?
It's not my favorite. It's cool though. Okay.
Oh, sorry, no. Misc is next, and then you got young paperwork.
My bad.
Yeah. Misc?
Oh yeah, I guess he would be right before me, alphabetically dormant. Wait.
No, he's still no.
No, I am still ahead of you. No, I am still ahead of you. Waco Mundo, it's just, I don't know, it's like one of the Bleach arcs. It doesn't stand out to me as particularly better than some of the real standout arcs to me, but it just has some of those parts of it where it's just, when you think of Bleach, these are some of the parts of it that you think of.
Absolutely. So, all right, now Naya, your turn.
Not my favorite arc. Mine is Soul Society, but It's a good arc. I don't have any problems with it.
I mean that's fair. I think that one of these things that once again where it's Waco Mundo, not the Arrancar arc, we have to recognize that as the only realistically. A lot of people like the Alvaro Pizarro fight and stuff like that and things. The Byakuya one against the Arrancar against the I always forget how to say his name, but the Espada, who was just like, oh, this, that, what gives you the right to kill me? And he goes, nothing. It's just, you hurt my sister, so I do not give a shit. Like, that's reason enough for me sort of idea. Like, we got some great moments. Plus, we had, of course, full-on holified Ichigo against Ukiura, which, I mean, both in the manga and anime, that was some hype shit. So, fair enough that everyone's saying it's just...
Anime went hard for that. They snapped. They went crazy.
Yeah. So, either way, I mean, I always like this. Okay, so next entry on the list would be another guy who's not probably going to show up, period. But it's Band Marsh did submit a list. He did. He did submit a list, but he didn't get back to me with an honorable mention. So this is actually Bernice's, I believe. This is Bernice. So Bernice, you can take it away with this one.
Yeah, no, I don't particularly have much to say. I just think that it's one of the best arcs from the original Dragon Ball run. Just embodies what I like about it. Especially in the manga, the choreography and the paneling. It really shows that Toriyama is a master. Was a master of his craft, and it's just one of the best arc from early Dragon Ball, I think.
That's very, very fair. The 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai is definitely for fans who grew up on Dragon Ball Z and not Dragon Ball. I can understand why people are like, oh, how is anything in Dragon Ball as good as Z, because you don't have Vegeta and you don't have Super Saiyan and you don't have this and stuff. And it's like, no, Dragon Ball stood on its own very, very well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I absolutely see this. There are actually... I can't think of a bad arc in Dragon Ball. And when I say Dragon Ball, I mean Dragon Ball to the end of Z, because that's the actual manga. I honestly like it all.
Oh, Griever.
Moments I don't like, but yeah.
Pat said he needs to roll.
There's definitely moments.
Yeah. What's that, Naya?
Pat said he needs to roll.
Oh, he needs the roll to get into the...
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, okay,
That's true.
okay. Yeah, did he joined? Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll give him the roll. Yeah, so, rolls, Lion. We didn't even get to him yet. He said he was going to be late. That ain't late. Alright, so, there, Pat, you got the roll, man. Yeah, so, Misc, what do you think? Did you actually ever read the original?
I have not yet read or watched Dragon Ball. It's a thing I'll maybe get around to at some point. But, this is not a thing I grew up on.
That's fucking insane to me. Okay, Naya then, my man. I know you love OG Dragon Ball, so... Naya.
This is a great arc. I love it. I reread it like pretty often, just to watch it. Not to watch it, to read it. But the 22nd Budokai tournament, that's my favorite one with TN.
Oh,
that's actually my favorite arc in Dragon Ball. Or one of my favorite arcs in Dragon Ball in general. Like that one moves. I love that one. He tells him to like he basically like yo dodge this, and he blows up the entire arena. Like I love that one.
I mean, yeah, that's absolutely fair. Like, because I always love the introduction of TN and stuff like that. And to this day, his moves and his stuff was used like well into Z and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So just a quick catch up with the chat. Dio said anime should always be an improvement over manga. Anime just has so many more advantages to take advantage of. Yeah, absolutely. Kane said One Piece is such a bad anime, it's flooding itself. Joking. Yeah, that's just bait. Mark, Top Fabricator's in here. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man? Says, hello there. You guys weren't going to do a top 10 list without the Top Fabricator present. I mean, nice little joke on yourself. I love that. Kane says, sorry about that, man. I know. I'm sorry, too. I'm still fighting, but it's probably not going to work out. Dude said, I'll keep you in my
make sure you can
prayers.
still hear me. I switched to my.
There we go. There's the yeah. Your phone sucks.
There he is.
Yeah, I'll keep you in my prayers. The dude, thank you very much, guys. Like, once again, I'm not a God-fearing man, but I even told my still wife, I said, maybe I'll fucking go to church and pray to whatever out of the 300 different gods there are, if that's going to make a difference. Jesus. Because it's not a mutual thing, so.
I see.
Hello,
Pat.
Yeah.
I have-
Yeah, it sucks, but it is what it is. Roy says, hello, everyone. Hey, man. Mark said, yeah, the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai is a great tournament arc and just one of the tournament arcs. That's what I'm saying, is that a lot of these tournament arcs that we praise so highly, not just in today's shonen, but shonen of like the big three era, owes a lot of that to going back to, once again, Dragon Ball. Like most shonen owes something to Akira Toriyama and stuff. Rest in peace, the absolute goat of mangaka.
Oh God.
Because, yeah, it's just, tournament arcs are just, like, they don't get much better than the Budokais. Dude said, this Misc dude sounds like a white dude from suburb area in Florida.
I wonder, who are you?
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a dude from your server, not mine.
Who may you be, dude?
Yeah, dude said also.
Who might this be?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh, Pat's in here too. Hey, Pat, how you doing, man?
Good.
Excellent. So, do you have any thoughts? We just went through this one. Do you have any thoughts on the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, which is Bernice's honorable mention?
Honorable mention. 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai is absolutely fantastic. Of all the tournament arcs in Dragon Ball, it's definitely the best one. I think it had all the best fights. The only thing I would say is that Goku versus Tien in the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai is better than the one in the 23rd.
Okay, Naya sort of made the same point that the Tien stuff, and I can see it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're gonna move on because we got, as I said, a lot of entries and lists to get through. Once we start getting higher in the number, there'll be a lot of repeats, and we'll have already discussed certain arcs because we all have great taste. Of course, we're all awesome, but yeah,
Absolutely.
So just want to keep this moving forward.
No, I'm not.
Except for Naya. Naya didn't have a single entry that anybody else did, so he's gonna talk a lot.
Damn. Interesting.
Impressive.
Oh, that's interesting.
Impressive.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
We're done with honorable mentions already?
Yeah, we haven't done yours yet. We were doing alphabetical.
Oh, okay.
All right, so the next one is my honorable mention, and I went through a lot. In all honesty, I picked this one because, like Naya was begging me to do a top 20 or top 15 at the very least. There's when you've read enough, there are so many great.
I'm so
arcs in
stressed.
manga. There's so much
I was
stuff.
so stressed out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know you were. You kept changing your fucking list. You're like, yeah, I got to do this. No, I got to do that. So the idea here was, for me, is that when I went through and did my list, when I knew I would have the opportunity. Now, once again, this is sort of the host privilege here. Since I knew that there were some arcs on other people's lists that I would still get able to talk about, that I thought were maybe they'd get number 10 or something like that, I just immediately excluded them because they were on someone else's list. We were already going to get to talk about it if we wanted to, so it was all good. This particular one for me is Bloody Monday. Not a lot of people know this series. When I say that it's just one arc is because it was split into 3 sort of separate manga, but they're all their own arc in a way. This was, still to this day, one of the greatest terrorist religious cult. It feels like Far Cry, the manga, for anybody who's played Far Cry games, with hackers. It's absolutely, the art style is exactly up my alley. Nice, thick, dark lines and outlines and stuff like that. None of this sketchy crap that's coming out so often in today's manga. So the art style alone is fantastic, but the premise is simply there's this dude who is an amazing hacker. He can hack into the government. He can hack into everything. Blah 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 blah. And the world is now under this religious cult, or not the world, but there's this religious cult leader and blah 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 who looks literally a spitting image of an old Jesus. Like, it's crazy. And it's all about this hacker's journey into getting roped up in all this shit because his dad's a Japanese FBI agent's equivalent, and he gets roped up in all this stuff because it's all about hacking and saving the world from this terrible virus, and there's a virus that's worse than the plague that's going to be detonated and ruin all of Japan and blah blah blah, and it's this huge thing. It's a drama. It's incredibly well paced. It's incredibly well done, and I love it to pieces. If no one has heard of Bloody Monday or read it, that's fine, but I will open it to the floor. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I've never heard of this series.
I think I've heard of it. I might have heard of it before.
Okay. So either way, it's my honorable mention because a lot of people don't read it, and I really wanted to give it this small shout out, especially to you guys, because I think you all have great taste. But if you're looking for something, it's not that long. It's less than 100 chapters. I think the chapters were monthly, so there's sometimes 30, 40 pages, that kind of deal. But it's a very good read, a very good manga. I will admit that seasons 2 and 3 get not as great, but season 1 was so solid as its own story. It could have ended like that and been a totally fine story. You'll love the characters. You'll love the journey of this just this hacker kid who's just a great hacker and gets roped up, and it feels if you like Death Note, this is another Death Note. In my opinion, it's absolutely
interesting.
Death Note.
Interesting.
That is my only comparison to another manga that I could give this. This is a Death Note where you accept that some of the mind games that Light and L do is absolutely asinine, but it's so cool that you just don't give a fuck, and it's just like, yeah, okay, I'll take that. So, anyway, since no one else has read it, blah blah blah, we will move on, and this should be, I believe, Misc is up next, which his honorable mention was the Soul Society arc in Bleach. So,
yes.
Interesting.
Yeah,
an arc
low on the list, but let's take it away.
I know. It was an arc that I originally would have expected me to place much higher because it's Soul Society. But exactly.
Seen it, so I don't know.
But when it came time to making the actual list, I just found that there were a lot of other arcs from other series, and also one other arc from Bleach that just kind of hits much harder. There's just parts of it for me that just impacted me a lot more than most of the stuff from Soul Society. Though Soul Society still remains a very well constructed and executed arc. I recall when I watched it several years ago, which was right after I made my channel, and so it was also one of the first anime that I watched.
Nice.
Originally, I was like, I'm not entirely sure I understand why this is so highly acclaimed. It's not like all of this stuff is blowing my socks off. And I don't know, maybe it would be different if I had watched it back in the day and it wasn't as, as well known as it is now. But thinking back on it in hindsight, it has no problems. It's an arc that doesn't have any problems. It's kind of perfect. It's sort of like how people talk about Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's just that it doesn't have any issues.
Exactly.
He's spitting.
Yeah,
He's cooking.
You got this. So, Misc, if that was your spiel, we'll go through the list. We'll go Bernice and then myself and everything. But do you have anything more to say about this fantastic arc?
No, I think that's about all.
Okay, Bernice, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically said everything there needs to be said. It's probably the most consistent arc in all of Bleach, just in terms of writing and also the action. Maybe not the art, since it is early Bleach, but it is still phenomenal art. So, yeah, I'd say it's definitely a great endpoint to the first portion of Bleach. Because later on we get into more complicated, for lack of a better term, stuff. And I'd say that this perfectly paced story is a great way to introduce us to all of the Aizen shenanigans.
From my take, I think Misc did encapsulate it perfectly. Is the thing that isn't is special, or maybe not special, I don't know how to say it, but is that this arc literally is perfect. There's no flaws. There's no pacing issues. There's no character flaws. There's nothing there that actually makes you go, oh, I don't want to watch this episode of Soul Society. You know what I mean? If you like Bleach, there's not a bad chapter. There's not a bad episode. It worked perfectly. It worked in sync. It was just written to a degree that from every angle and standpoint, it just works. It works perfectly. Plus, once again, we have some great moments. I'm sure, you know, when Pat gets his moment, he's just going to reenact the whole damn scenes. But the funny thing to me is that this is where, to me, number one, which is one of the greatest songs in anime, period, just took its hold and just worked so often. You would think overplaying the main character's theme would get boring. It only gets better. Every single time Ichigo pulls off a stunt. And it's even played in times where he's in over his head and it still fucking hypes you up. It works. We get introduced to all the captains, fan favorite characters. We get introduced so many moments with so many different people. It's the arc that, in all honesty, once again, I tried my own. Once again, I'm sure it's on a lot of people's lists, but the fact that it's only an honorable mention on Misc's, it begs the question as to how it's only at that stage, because once again, you just have so much greatness here. The image I used with where Ichigo just shows up with the cape or the cloak and stuff like that. That moment with the whole, you know, he just used complete hand-to-hand combat against lieutenants like it was nothing. This man has upgraded. This man is fantastic. We learn more about Urahara. We have the Aizen reveal, one of the biggest reveals, in my opinion, of all time for one of the greatest shonen villains of all time. It just too much to say, not enough time, but yeah. So I'm gonna let Pat go because I'm sure he's gonna reenact the Kenpachi scene or some shit.
So I was just gonna touch on 3 moments in Soul Society where I was just like, yeah, these days that I'm spending watching this anime, I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. So the beginning of Bleach, I thought was fine. It was cool. I enjoyed the characters up until they went to Soul Society. And then when Soul Society came, I was excited because I was like, all right, new territory. We're gonna go get Rukia back. Like I'm really enjoying what I'm watching. Then I get to the episode where Hinamori wakes up late. She has to go to a lieutenant meeting. I'm just like, oh, well, you should have woke up earlier, girl. And then she screams. I'm like, the fuck just happened? She look up at the wall. This nigga Aizen is dead. I'm like, we got captains dying now? Like, what's happening? Like, I don't know what's going on. Then they're about to duke it out. Hinamori and Kira both unleash their Zanpakuto. I'm like, bro, this shit is gas. Like, we got civil war going on at the same time as a rescue mission. Like, this is crazy. Then we get the Aizen reveal that Griever touched up on. And I'm just like, bro, I think it was alive the whole time. Like, how? And then, like, all the one-liners, like, the Sosuke Aizen you knew never existed to begin with. It was like, admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. Like, he's just dropping bars the whole time I'm watching this shit. Like, I'm like, bro, qualities of a top-tier villain, he has all of them. It's the greatest thing ever. And then, like, the last thing is, of course, when Ichigo fought Kenpachi for the first time, I'm like, bro, if I ever walked around with a Zanpakuto as big as what Ichigo has, swung it with all my might, and my own hands are bleeding, yeah, I'm getting on my knees. I'm praying to God right then and there because I know it's over. I know it's over. That was the craziest thing to me. And then when they actually started fighting, and like you could see like Kenpachi is literally leaning in close, getting cut just so he could get a hit in, and you could see Ichigo's face in terror. He was like, "What's wrong with this guy?" And I'm thinking the same thing. I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with him? Dodge!" But nah, Soul Society, great arc. Of the big three, I think it's the best big arc of all of them, and it holds up incredibly well to this day. Like going in blind, I don't think there's a better arc that you can enjoy. Like nowadays, everybody knows Aizen is a villain, so that kind of spoils it for him. But like not knowing that and watching it was just a next level experience.
Yeah, it would probably have remained higher on my list if it was an arc that I had been able to watch without knowing anything. But alas,
That is, I'll
I
go with
would
what
say
Pat
for
said.
me, yeah.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
yeah. I'll
But you know
agree.
what?
Yeah.
Some characters are so like iconic from that standpoint that they kind of break their own threshold for their own anime or series, and then people know about it even before getting into it. Because
Yeah.
I could even think of like something that happens in One Piece and something that happens in this video game called Danganronpa. Like those characters kind of people know what happens even before they get into it. If you weren't really there when it was
Going down.
initially like serialized or whatever.
Like when we saw Ace's death, spoilers. Reading week to week One Piece. I mean, people who get into it now, if they've been anime fans for a long time and they're just waiting because it's a daunting task, they all know about Whitebeard and Ace and stuff like that, and I think that takes away from the enjoyment. So I understand when people don't think Marineford is as good as it is or something like that because they already know the death, so they're expecting it. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it makes perfect sense.
It does.
Anyways, Naya, Soul Society, go.
It's the best. I think it's the best arc. It's my favorite arc in Bleach. But I feel like everybody covered everything that needs to be covered. But we didn't talk about that first time that Byakuya dropped that Senbon Zakura. No, I said, what? I said he dropped it. Where's it going? It went through the ground. I see these beautiful cherry blossoms. I'm like, oh yeah, he's the one. And then I had to see nothing else. That was my favorite character for the rest of the series. Never changed.
Yeah, you have always been a big
Byakuya fan.
Yeah, he's actually the
He said
GOAT.
Senbon Zakura Kageyoshi. I said, yo, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I still think that's one of the best fights. Like, I know animation has gone like Demon Slayer, One Punch Man, bullshittery levels, but I still think it's one of the best choreographed and fights I ever saw in an anime was Ichigo versus Byakuya on the hill.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. When he started speed blitzing him in a circle after he used Bankai for the first time, I was losing my mind.
Yeah, it was so good. And it also introduced us to the sick captain who never got to do anything, but the fact that the time when he was going to use Senbon Zakura, and then fucking Uketake shows up, and that panel where he catches them, and just like, whoa, wait a minute. And then, of course, we have Liam O'Brien, like one of the dub voice actors, to show up, whoa, why don't we stop right there? And it's just like, the fact that this man, who has been dangerous since before we even got to the Soul Society, this cold, callous man actually widened his eyes, like, and stood the fuck down when this guy showed up. I was like, the level of respect that Byakuya, I didn't think less of Byakuya. I thought, this guy, we haven't seen him do shit, but the fact that he was, he was antagonizing Kenpachi and Gin and stuff like that all before this, but the moment Uketake showed up and said, yeah, no, we're going to defuse the situation, Byakuya immediately went, alright. And I was like, I don't think less of you, I think more of this white-haired motherfucker, So, but yeah, so that was the honorable mention from Misc. Soul Society, a little too low in my opinion, but still a fantastic choice. Now we go into Naya D. Hemming's first, I believe, because he ended up weaseling his way into 2 honorable mentions. So he's got Saint Seiya the Sanctuary arc.
Wait, I didn't weasel 2 in. What do you mean?
Yeah, I added the other one. Don't you worry.
Yes, the Sanctuary arc from Saint Seiya is my favorite arc from that series. It's old school. I think some people might know it as Knights of the Zodiac, but that's very unserious dub. Even though it's hilarious to think about, and there's a lot of
Fake ass name.
Yeah, but yeah, it's an arc where they have to like save Athena. I love it. It's just a really good arc. And the movie did like an abridged retelling, even though they went straight there to fight the Gold Saints, which was insane without doing the other arcs first. But yeah, I liked how they animated it. I thought it looked really good. So just yeah.
I like the
classic.
whole dynamic between Bronze Knights, Gold Knights, all that shit that was going down too. That was. Anyways, has anyone else? Bernice, do you have anything? Have you seen this?
I have not, unfortunately. I've been meaning to get to this series for a couple of years now, but I just never found the time. So I might go for the manga since I'm pretty quick at those.
That's fair. It's actually fantastic. I am also one of the few people like Naya who's read Knights of the Zodiac and are like, holy shit, why is the debate Goku versus Saitama when we have these guys? So, but yeah, so me personally, I agree with Naya. I think it's the best arc. I haven't read Knights of the Zodiac in years or watched it or anything like that, but I do remember enjoying this along with, like, this was the era of Inuyasha, Escaflowne, Pokemon, Reboot, all that stuff, and everything was mixed for me, Western into Japanimation sort of idea. So
alphanumeric.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't know the difference. So either way, I remember enjoying it greatly, and I really should do a reread because I haven't read it since I was probably, I'm going to say, a teenager. I still think it holds up. I still think it's great, but I think I now might have a better appreciation for it. Misc, have you seen Saint Seiya?
I have not. I've heard of it. I heard when they were making like a live action movie or something. I haven't heard anything else about it. I don't know if it came out, and if it did, I assume it was bad. But I have only just heard passing mention.
Fair. All right, Pat, you go.
So, I love the opening of the anime. I think it's really good. I have a problem with Saint Seiya though, because what's going on is fine, right? Like, it's a rescue arc. Rescue arcs are good. But my thing is, when I read Saint Seiya, it's drawn really well.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a moment when they draw them about to do their attack, and then they draw the aftermath of the attack. And I'm just like, where's all the in-between? Like, I'd just be lost. I'm like, okay, Pegasus, Ryuseiken. All right. Then, I got hit by the Ryuseiken. When did it happen?
Skill issue. Too fast, bro. Too fast.
I mean it. I'm just like, bro.
It's too fast, bro. Skill issue.
I want to see the impact. But the Sanctuary arc is good. I love the fight with Seiryu and which knight was it? I can't remember. But I just like when Seiryu fights. Him and Iki are like my favorite characters.
Iki's the GOAT.
Iki might be the GOAT for real.
That's really fair. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna go to the shout out, which is the other honorable mention from Naya, which is Monogatari, Hitagi End. So Naya, you have the floor again.
I wasn't gonna talk about it. I was literally just gonna shout it out when I got to that number.
Okay, fair enough. Well, that'll stream this a lot easier.
I know
cheating. You have a huge thing for Monogatari. I haven't read
my favorite arc.
Yeah, I haven't read as much of it as you have. But yeah, Monogatari, shout out, yada yada yada. So I did put shout out because that's what you told me to put. So either way, there's your shout out, everyone. So the last one, honorable mention, is for Pat, which is Kenshin the Kyoto arc. Pat, take it away.
Flush of the
Yes.
week is food for
So,
the strong.
I actually wanted to put this higher, and it kind of killed me that I had to put it as an honorable mention. But at the same time, like, I can't make no top shonen arc list without talking about the Kyoto arc. Like, you talk about running a fucking gauntlet. Kenshin ran a gauntlet. Like, he came in here with just Saito and Sanosuke. The goal was to take down Shishio because this fight was going to determine the future of Japan. Not even hyperbole. It was going to determine the future of Japan. My man pulled up. Sanosuke, like, I'll handle this guy. Do the Futai no Kiwami. I'm like, all right, cool. Then, Saito handled the Blind Swordsman. I'm like, cool. This man, Kenshin, had to fight Seijiro. No, not Seijiro. Sojiro, yeah. He had to fight Sojiro. Then he had to fight Aoshi. And then he had to fight Shishio.
Other way around. He
And
fought
so-
Aoshi, then he fought Sojiro, then he fought Shishio.
It was Aoshi, then Sojiro?
Yeah.
Nah, I gotta go reread. I gotta go reread.
Do your reread.
You should.
But
Right now.
nah, like those 3 fights, like he had to use the Amekakuru Ryu no Hirameki in succession. All those fights.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we get to when we're fighting against Shishio, we find out that the attack has a second wave. I'm like, bro, like first of all, the art style for Kenshin is phenomenal, truly phenomenal. Like this is the blueprint for sword battles in Shonen. It doesn't get better than this.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like everything you would want, like the clashing, and then like when somebody uses a special move, the Japanese characters on the side and bold letters on the page, like the impact. I want to keep it short because it is an honorable mention. Like I'm not actually going in depth, but like, wow. Like this fight truly shaped my childhood. It was one of the best things I'd ever seen. It's just greatness all around. I love it to death.
Fair enough. Let's go, Bernice. I know you've read this masterpiece. What do you say?
I have. I mean, it's the best arc in Kenshin. There's not much to say. I was debating putting it on my list, but then I thought about the other ones and just fell down. But it was very close to being my honorable mention. So if you were to put it in a list, it's 12th. It's phenomenal. And Shishio would make like my top 5 villains in Shonen. He's just that good.
But Bernice, listen.
Go
The
ahead.
week, what the what is it, Naya? Why am I drawing a blank?
Flesh of the week is food for the
The
strong.
flesh of the weak is food for the strong.
Fucking go!
Yup.
Fucking go!
Yeah.
The strongest live and the weak die.
Facts.
Yeah. I once again, I'll let Pat have a little bit of a second take if he wants to say anything more on this one because it's on my list personally. And once again, once we get to repeats, we're basically going to say yeah and take a couple minutes and then boom, move on because we've already said anything. So anything more Pat wants to say, I'm going to say. So spoiler alert, it's on my list. This is not only, once again, what Pat said, this is how sword manga have to be, and I don't think anybody is recognizing it. Like, Jesus Christ, seriously. If you want to do a samurai, even not a samurai manga, if you want to do a sword fighting manga, read this shit and do it again. Do it and just improve upon it.
Do it again.
And do it again. Like, seriously. Like, you can't, you can't, this is the way to do sword fighting. It's the way to do styles. It's the way to do everything. It's the way to write characters. And the Kyoto arc, seriously, both at a time where dubs were terrible, this was a dub that held up. It's still to
It was
this day
fantastic.
holds up.
It's fantastic.
And the fact is that as I'm going to go on another limb. I'm going to talk about the Sojiro fight for a second, but I'm going to say also we get introduced in this arc to the man, the myth, the legend, a character who literally the Escanor before Escanor. Hiko Seijiro the 13th, who the own mangaka admitted, unlike Gege, who wrote a character and went, fuck, he's too strong. This guy went, oh, fuck, he's too strong. He's so fucking good. I made him too good, so I need a reason why. And just came up with the, he's lazy, it's not my problem. Because he admitted that this dude could have solved every arc in this series. This dude could have walked in, solved the problem, and walked away, and it's because he's fucking lazy. And that was his logic, because he goes, and he admitted in the interview, the dude, I made the dude too strong. And instead of fucking the power scaling for the manga for the rest of the series to keep people interested, which is what I feel a lot of people do nowadays, he just went, nah, I fucked up. I made the dude too awesome. Sorry. So I had to make, and that I appreciate. I appreciate that he goes, yeah, Shishio, Kenshin, Aoshi, Saito, yeah, no, none of them. Hiko. Hiko would kill them all. It's no contest. And so all the moments we got with Hiko were absolutely incredible. Plus, then we go into all of Aoshi's personal character development, which I don't think gets talked about enough because, of course, Shishio's here. But Aoshi's character development in this arc is fantastic. All the Jupagatana fights, Usui versus Saito is a big one. Sok-san and all that stuff. It's just absolutely fantastic. And then we get to, in my personal, everyone loves the Shishio fight, and I understand why. It includes all our favorite swordsmen. They're all fighting the main bad, the guy who can't be topped. He's probably one of, I've always said that there are 3 of the greatest shonen villains of all time, and that's Hao Asakura, Shishio Makoto, and Sosuke Aizen, in my opinion, are the 3 greatest written shonen villains ever. And it no question as to why, but here we do get, in the Sojiro fight, we get much more emotion, especially in the dub. What I loved about that was the man who can kill with emotions and the man who has no emotions, and Kenshin brings it out of him. And then I just remember, of course, the soundtrack for Kenshin is perfect, but I just remember the ending part of the episode, not the Amakekuru Ryo no Hirameki that happens in the episode after, but the one before that leaves on a cliffhanger where he just keeps saying, he goes, and if you had, you didn't save me back then. And then Kenshin's asking himself, back then, protect you? What do you mean? And then he goes, what happened? And then he realizes the problem with Sojiro is that he's mentally broken. And he just goes, what happened? He goes, and then you hear Sojiro's inner monologue as the piano and the violin keeps going, and it's like, nobody helped me back then. And he goes, if what you, basically he believes in Shishio's mindset so hard because it's the only way that his life and all his abuse makes sense. Otherwise, he basically is broken. And so when Kenshin argues that, when he fights him and says, no, this isn't the only way. There's other ways to live. There's better ways to life. He's fundamentally breaking him down. It's one of the most psychological fights I've ever seen. And it's a sword fight, but it's psychologically one of the best written fights in that regard. And then, as I said, Sojiro slowly breaks down and starts blaming Kenshin, saying, you weren't there to protect me. And Kenshin's like, he immediately doesn't go, well, I wasn't in your life. I don't know. I'm not responsible to save you. But he recognized immediately, he's talking hyperbole. If someone like you had been there, maybe things would have been different. And I blame everyone who's talking like you. It was such a fantastic fucking fight and a fantastic goddamn arc. That's my spiel. Once again, it's on my list, so that was my spiel for when we get to my section of the list. But anyways, so yeah, Misc, I don't believe you've read Kenshin yet.
I have not. I've heard very good things about it.
Obviously, and spoilers. So, all right, Pat, do you have anything to add?
man, like when you talk about like antagonists that run a gauntlet, like what Shishio did was just fucking impressive. Like I know Kenshin was worn out, but bro, he made him look like he was nothing that first go around. I was like, damn, like he's actually a fucking problem. I'm kind of scared. And then like Saito burst through the door, Gatotsu Zero style. Nah, I got hit in the head one time before, so now I got this headband right here to protect myself from that. I'm like, bro, not only is he powerful, but he's also calculating. Like I love it. Then Futai no Kiwami, he's like, I eat those. Like, bro, not only is he great at swordsmanship, he's also physically strong. And then she comes out the corner too. He's like, bro, I know exactly what you're doing. You're just trying to buy time. But I'll allow it. Because if Kenshin gets back up, I still think I could beat him. So it's like, calm, calculating, strong, confident. I'm like, bro, he just checks all the boxes. It's amazing.
He is that GOAT. He is that. I already said top 3 ever written, in my opinion. Naya, I know you've read this shit. What do you say?
You guys kind of spoke about everything that I would want to touch on. Keep pushing.
The flesh will weak or food for the strong.
Yeah, we're gonna probably reverse a few of these so that Naya gets to say his piece first and stuff, because I'm realizing I have a problem here. Anyway, so that was oh shit, I lost my place. So that was all the honorable mentions. So, and I think they're all solid. We're gonna move on to the top 10, which
Mention to Rocky 4.
yeah. So we're going to do artist. Artist is still not here. I don't know if he's going to be joining us. Thank you guys, by the way, for the 7 likes. Going to catch up really quick here with the chat. I forget exactly where I left off. Right here. So Mark quickly says, the final fight with Goku and Piccolo is an amazing fight that I feel people don't talk about enough. It's very high tier fight, like maybe top 5 in DB. I agree, it's incredibly good. Dude continues saying, that was actually a guess. He just sounds like a Florida dude, but sounds white and rich.
I wish I was rich. The other parts are accurate. I wish I was rich.
He's white, but he's not rich. So,
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. They ain't over yet. This hacker
Grind continues.
This hacker dude left eye looked like they're Renegon, a little bit. Could L catch this hacker, though, is the real question. Probably, I'll tell you that. All of these dudes sound like Bleach fans, so I'm expecting
Columbo
a lot of Bleach. I mean, anybody who's read more than 10 manga, if you don't like Bleach, I don't know what the fuck you've been reading for. So,
How can your blood work?
magical hair gel made this arc top here. The magical hair gel was slick. It was
bro.
awesome.
He slicked his hair back and he became a completely different nigga. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen in my life as a kid.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it.
I was like, what?
Dio's in here says, most Bleach fans would rate Soul Society arc as top 3 to probably best arc. I would do the same. Personally, when it's when the series clicked for me. I feel like that was a lot of people. Dude says top tier arc, but in Big 3, though, there are 2 arcs in the other Big 3 that are better. I'm going to guess that they're talking about Marineford and the Pain arc, but that's just me. The dude said this verse is actually extremely underrated in terms of power. It truly is. Mark says, Bleach definitely has some hype fights, but would you say is in your top 3? It is in my top 3. Bleach is one of my favorite, and I think it's one of the best mangas of all time. So, dude said, Kenshin is my top 5, actually. I think it's on my either 5th or 6th place right now. It always changes. Like anybody who's read enough, if you've read enough, you're always swapping of it. It never stays consistent. So, well,
Absolutely.
Enishi will, with prep, would definitely give Hiko trouble. No, I really don't believe he would. In all honesty. Not gonna lie, that dude fought an underpowered, unequipped, emotionally taxed Kenshin. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. Hiko is
I'm not a big fan of the way that arc
he can
ends.
solve everything. So, I mean, I'm not going to go against the mangaka who said, yeah, I had to write him out of the story because he's too fucking good. I'm not going to believe that he wrote a villain after and said, oh yeah, but this guy.
The flashback in the NSG arc is good, but like the middle portion of it, I don't enjoy it.
I
I'll
don't
be
actually
honest.
really like that
I
arc.
think I do.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Okay, so
It was unnecessary more than bad.
Yeah.
yeah,
I agree with that.
But
unnecessary. Yeah, I think you could have ended at the Shishio arc and been totally fine. And we won't talk about the
Absolutely.
anime Jesus fucking Godspeed style arc.
I haven't seen it, so I'm not gonna talk about it.
That's you have a blessing. There's a dude who's apparently Jesus 2.0 who came to Japan to be a Christian and learned the Hitten Mitsurugi style and is better at it with lightning. You're literally using thunderstorm lightning to blind people with the Hitten Mitsurugi. Trust me, it makes no fucking sense.
What the hell?
It is stupid.
This is incredible. I should watch it. You have convinced me to watch it, actually.
Yeah, you watch it. Okay, so in our top 10s, officially, artist still isn't here yet, so I'm going to quickly just run through his. His number 10 is in Death Note, the Kira versus L arc, and I believe this sort of starts at the time when, after he invites Light, I believe is what he's talking about. It's not at the beginning of the series. It's when he first invites Light to join because he suspects Light is Kira. And from that point on until L's death, spoilers, that's the section he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about it from the very beginning. But either way,
it doesn't change much, honestly.
Not really. Everyone always quotes episode 2. You know, if you watch the anime, episode 2, where he does that whole Lindell Taylor shit. Everyone brings that as the moment that everyone went, Death Note is amazing. Which, granted, it was really fucking cool.
It was a very good moment, to be fair.
I tried to get my wife into anime for a long time. I showed her a lot of things. She's never been a fan of anime. She loved Death Note enough that we watched it twice. You know,
Death Note's that anime that I find that non-anime watchers can absolutely enjoy. I've never failed with it. Even people who don't mess with animation.
It's written more like a Western series. I think that's the reason.
Mm-hmm. The murder mystery aspect is very heavy Western. I think that's the thing. The supernatural elements and the animation style can all be ignored because this is such a well-written murder mystery story. You know, it's a Law and Order episode on steroids. It's, you know, so I think that as Naya and Bernice, you both agree, that it spoke to a lot of people. As I said, I got my wife didn't mind watching Gundam Seed with me or Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood or anything like that. She didn't mind watching these things, but she was just kind of meh about it. She wanted, like, she was excited when that terrible Death Note movie came out. You know.
That one was so funny. It was hilarious. I really
that movie can go to hell.
But she's not a narrative person. She was never a person who like looked at something and went, "Oh, well, this makes no sense," or "I hate what they did here." Blah blah. She takes things at their face value, so she was able to say, "No, I prefer the series, but that was all right." Like I don't think I wasted 2 hours, where everyone else was like, "No, that was a waste of my time." So
God bless her soul.
Yeah, I should have known then and there. But anyways, so yeah, Death Note, Kira versus L. I mean, there's a million great moments, especially the anime. I feel like with the music and the dub. But once again, this is a version of an anime that increases it. It accentuates. It makes the source material even better by using colors, sound, that kind of idea, and pacing and stuff. And all of its filler moments are fantastic. So the dynamic between Light and Will is fantastic. Sorry?
No, I just said absolutely, because I'm agreeing.
Yeah. So, anyone else want to speak on Death Note, Kira versus L?
Yeah, I'll just say that Death Note was a series that it just blew my mind as a child. Like, people don't have to fight for me to be interested in anime. like I was so interested in what was going on, and like the back and forth between Light and L was just fantastic. Like, I would say the series peaked there, but it didn't fall off like people say in the second half. It's just not as good.
I think I agree.
L is my favorite fictional detective, so that's my contribution.
Ooh.
Even over Batman?
Over Columbo?
I'm not a Batman guy.
Not over my boy Columbo though.
Hey man, that's my favorite.
Nah, well, that's fair.
Columbo's not fictional. He's a real boy.
It's true. I've met him.
Anyways, alright, so we got through that one. Misc said he'll be right back, so I'll take him at his word for it for now. So now we move on to, this is I fucked this up, I think. This, I believe, is band's number 10, is Marineford. I will double check the messages just to make sure that I just screwed up the graphic and not the list order. Yeah, no, it is his number 10. I just didn't add a 0. My bad. So yeah, Marineford is a friend of mine band's number 10. I don't know how it's so low. Marineford is, it's like Soul Society before it. There's very little wrong with it, and just everything right with it. It's the only time Oda has ever really truly killed off characters that mattered, and they've so far stayed the fuck dead. Because as much as people want to, wank off Oda as this god among mangaka, which in some respects he absolutely is, he has a serious problem with fake out deaths. He has a serious problem actually killing characters and having them stay dead. I don't want the Berserk or the Joss Whedon treatment to my characters, but I need a little bit more consistency with killing them.
Yeah.
So that'll be taken out of context. Kill more people. But either way, Marineford, between everything, in all honesty, it wasn't about Luffy for me in this arc, and maybe that's what I liked, that we sort of took a break. Even though Luffy was integral to this part of the arc, it was all the other character moments. It was all the other stuff. It was all about Whitebeard for me. It was all about, seeing and Ace, the two that died. It was about the Whitebeard pirates. It was about that. It was about, and I know people like the power scale and stuff, and I get caught in that trap too. But this was such a hype. What the hell is happening? What's gonna go down next? From week to week, I think that Marineford doesn't read as well if you know everything that goes down, obviously, like anything else. But I was reading this shit week to week, and it was at a time where you would read this shit and you'd be like, I have no idea what's going to happen next. I really don't. I have no concept of what direction next week is going to bring. And I think that's for a week to week series, I think that's the best thing you can do, is to make people hyped and have no fucking clue. That it was a culmination. It was a meeting point of everything fantastic. And yeah, I mean, I could go over every single moment. I'm not going to, but it's an incredible arc. So Bernice, or actually, we're gonna start with Naya this time. Naya, you go.
You can go.
Go. Crocodile returns. I came in Impel Down and got to shine even more Marineford. That's the greatest of all time. Thank you. Come to my TED Talk.
I love that I finally gave him the floor for the first time, and he just opened with a bar and then left it. It's fan-fucking-tastic.
You know you like Marineford way more than I do. So my favorite part about Marineford is Crocodile. I spoke about it.
That's
not one of my favorite One Piece arcs.
Fuck,
It's
when did
not
we
in my
talk
top
about,
6.
that was a while ago, because last time we were doing all new age. We went up to Wano, so. But anyways, yeah, alright, so that's the Marineford deal. Pat and we'll go Pat and then we'll go Bernice then. Pat, you want to speak on it?
Putting Maroonford at 10 is crazy. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. When we get to it, Pat is gonna unload. We're gonna be here for 25 minutes for his TED Talk. So, Bernice, what do you say about Marineford? And at number 10, to be fair enough, just like I said about Soul Society as an honorable mention, that's shit. Same with Marineford here. Marineford being number 10 is just arguably awful.
I think that's crazy. Spoiler alert, it's my number 3 on my list. It's much higher up. And because I think it's the best One Piece arc still. And unless Oda goes fucking crazy in the final arc, it's not gonna be beaten. I remember when I was reading it, and I realized that it was just going to be like 40 chapters straight of almost fully double spreads, and I lost my fucking mind. I was losing my mind. I think that my read through is still in our thread in the Miscord. I was just going off. And a funny thing, I knew that Ace was gonna die in One Piece. What I didn't know was that it was in Marineford. I thought that it was gonna be much later on. So even though I already knew that it was gonna happen, I got surprised. I was surprised because I didn't think it was gonna happen. I thought they were gonna be able to save him. I was still hit. Took me by surprise.
That is such a cool. I don't remember. I remember being a part of your read.
No one. I've never heard anyone say that. So that's dope.
That
you
is
still
dope.
got to like kind of have the surprise experience in some way, shape, or form. You know.
Even knowing a character's gonna die, but basically still getting the shock value because you thought, oh wait, now?
Exactly.
Oh wow, I did not know that when you were doing your read through. That's crazy. But I mean, I think I agree with you in the sense of this is way too low. If you're gonna put it on the list at all, you got to be higher.
Absolutely.
So, next up we have this is yours, Bernice. I'm just going to take a 1 minute break. I just need to check something. But if you want to take it away with Naruto Pain's Assault, and I should be back in a quick minute.
Yes, perfect. Well, I just want to know one thing. I didn't know that we could separate the arcs. So if I did know that, I would have put the start of Thousand Year Blood War instead of this one. So there's that, but
okay.
But I didn't, so I'm just gonna talk about Pain's Assault, and it is a phenomenal arc. It's the best one in Naruto. It exemplifies everything that's good about the series. The action, the characters when they click, they really do click. The villains, I think that the villain cast is probably the one thing that you could claim Naruto does best out of all the big three. It might be the villain cast. And it's like one of the few times where the talk no jutsu actually makes sense, and I actually thought it was a great end to the arc. Just the conversation between Naruto and Pain, it was very, very good.
I'm not gonna hold you. I disagree with that, but I don't want to argue about it. I'm tired.
That's fair.
Very heavily. I'll say this though: the Pain arc had an incredible start. It was one of those things like growing up when I'm reading it week to week. I was just extremely tense, but also excited because for the first time ever, Naruto was doing different shit besides Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu all goddamn day. So I was like, okay, he's summoning, he got Sage Mode, like, all right. Like, he's still using Shadow Clones, but he's being smart with it. So I was enjoying that. My issue with the Pain arc comes with the way it ends. The ending is what flips my perspective on the entire series. I can't get right with Pain asking Naruto a legitimate question about how he's going to handle the cycle of hatred, and Naruto not having an answer. and Pain gives him a reward for not having an answer. Like even at a 14-year-old kid, I was like, how does this make sense to you?
That's
what do you
fair.
mean
That's
you're
fair.
going to bring back everyone I just killed today because I believe in you? I didn't get
That's
it.
absolutely fair. I have nothing to say. That's fair.
But just to add to that, I won't like that's not like an indictment just on like Kishimoto or whatever. I tend to not like that because more often than not, I think when you cross a threshold and like you've done a certain amount of like evil, whatever you want to call it, you can't really take it back. Because I don't want to spoil it if anyone's really seen it, never seen it. But the last season of Legend of Korra, I have a similar issue.
Yeah,
with,
Korra.
with not the literal ending of Korra, but how the conflict in the last book ends. I don't like how that was resolved.
Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah.
it reminded me of the Pain situation.
That's fair.
But aside from the ending, like the build up to the arc and the way like the action went down, and then like the despair that Pain did on the Leaf Village, all that is really good.
Yeah. I think that it's an arc that benefits a lot from the previous ones, from all the build up that the Akatsuki. Even back during the regular Naruto. I think it benefits a lot from that.
Well, as someone who has frequently said that like Naruto is not as good as everyone makes it out to be, I've said this about One Punch Man, Demon Slayer, and Naruto. Those are my three. That's my almost. I need a fourth one to be my Mount Rushmore of this isn't as fucking good as everyone seems to think. Pain's Assault is fucking really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I actually considered it in my top because I can't deny good writing. I can't deny good pacing. I can't deny good fights. I can't, even if I don't like a series for a number of reasons, doesn't mean I can't recognize what's great about something at the same time. So, Pain's Assault is absolutely. I understand. I'm surprised it's only number 10. Realistically, I could see this easily getting into people's, number 7 or 6 spot very easily. Anyways, really quick, we will run through the chat. What's this notification? Oh, nothing. Oh man, we actually. Oh man. All right, I have to speed blitz this one. Mark said Bleach definitely has some hype fights. What would you say is your top 3? Oh Jesus! I have right now that would take too long, my guy. I'm sorry.
Can't answer.
I can tell you what number 1 is. It's Ichigo versus Grimjaw versus Mundo. That's my number 1. The other two are kind of hard to
my number 1 is Yamamoto and Yua back in quotation marks.
See. We're all gonna talk about it and have different ideas and stuff, and we're only talking number 1s. That was only 2 entries, so never mind that one. We all love Bleach, though. We all think they have hype fights. So right now we can't do that. We're gonna be here long enough. I don't think we can add another 7 hours on top of it.
No.
Dude says Kenshin is my top 5 actually, absolutely, and she so Hiko's probably still solos. Yeah, he does. Dude said he said that when Ishii wasn't thought of yet, though, and Ishii crushed Kenshin once and almost twice. I mean, yeah, but Hiko can crush Kenshin. So,
Yeah, it's not like Kenshin's the strongest person in the verse or anything. He's just really
exactly. Like, Kenshin has high diff fights.
He's one of, but he's not the strongest.
Yeah, Hiko Sojiro would fucking walk in there and destroy Shishio. Remember, Kenshin fought an uphill battle against Shishio, and the manga said that Shishio would not... He didn't say he'd be fodder, but he said, 100% win. There was no chance Shishio can beat Hiko. So that tells me that if that's such a high diff fight between Kenshin and them, then Aneshi... No, my guy. Dude said, does Kenshin fall off after Kyoto arc in your opinion? Yes, it falls off in everyone's eyes. The Seagal 421 says, have you watched the Kenshin show they released last year? I meant to. I saw the trailer, but I have not yet. No, but I apparently it's good.
I've seen 2 episodes. It was pretty good. It wasn't that... it was pretty good.
Oh, good to know. I didn't know you had watched it, Bernice. Well, there you go. Bernice's opinion is more valuable than mine in this case, so. Almost beat the original, but really good. Wow. Dude said, yes, this is a top 10 arc for me. Also amazing arc in Cat and Mouse in the manga. I believe that was Death Note. Mark says, the second half of Death Note isn't as good as the first half, but I do think the ending is good enough to make up for it, and it's overall a fantastic series, one of my top 20. I am one of the few people that prefer the anime ending to Death Note over the manga.
I disagree. I think that the manga one fits much better with the themes.
Which has been the argument, and I see it. I just think the reflection works better for me from a character standpoint, but that's fair. I know it's an unpopular opinion. Mark said Death Note is definitely a unique series for Shonen Jump, the mainly battle shonen manga. Dude said wasn't expecting that to be so low, especially since One Piece fanboys are nickel. I mean, they're only a nickel because it's such a great series, my guy. Dude said, I personally felt as if more people should have died. I know you don't like Naruto, but people died in their war arc. Fair enough. Mark says, Marineford is a top 2 One Piece arc with Enies Lobby. That's a fair assessment. And in my top 5 anime manga arcs ever. It was just epic. Fair placement. I agree. Dio says, for Marineford War, the fact that the Marines win, or more specifically the good guy pirates lose, makes it a pretty different tone in comparison to every other arc in the series. We see, and that's the thing, a lot of people don't see it that way because Shanks basically shows up and the good guys still win in a way because the pirates show up and they win. But did they really? No, they lost. At the end of the day, they lost. It wasn't such a stalemate. No, the Marines won that day. So, good analysis.
Yep. There. Remember what that one dude said to Sengoku when Shanks asked for the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard? He said their heads got to be cut off and they need to be hung up to celebrate our victory.
Yeah, it was still a victory, and Shanks was like, "You're not doing that," and Sengoku was like, "Fair enough." Because once again, I mean, we're not getting into power scaling, but Shanks showed up to basically say, "I'm laying down the terms." And right now, nobody has the energy to go toe-to-toe with us right now. So, you can pack up or shut up. Take your pick. You know? So, yeah. Let's see. Dude said, someone put the Pain arc, definitely a man of culture. Bernice, that's a shout to you. Mark said, I rewatched Naruto last year, no filler, and I still love it. It was one of my top 5 series, and the Pains Assault arc is one of my top 5 in minute. I understand why people love Naruto. I just never could fully get into it. That's just me. I read the whole thing, you know, to not be a hater without experiencing it. And I get why people love it, and there are some fantastic moments. I'm not saying it's a bad series. I'm just saying it'll never hit my tops. That's just what it is. Mark said, and Pain is one of the top 10 anime villains. Pain's really good. I'll give you that. I mean, I don't think he's top 10, but he's good. He's definitely not a bad villain.
I can see why people would put him in their top 10. I don't think he deserves that spot, but I can see why people do that.
Yeah, alright. Realist Medell said, I remember this guy called the best guy ever said in his video called Technical versus Thematic Storytelling. He said Whitebeard was disappointing because he wasn't as strong as he was supposed to be. He was literally... How many people need to know that Old Man needs tuberculosis? For Christ's sakes. Anyways, dude said, I agree with Griever because Death Note manga went too over the top to make Light look like a narcissistic coward. Which, at the end of the day, I'm not saying he wasn't that. He was absolutely narcissistic, and to a degree he was a coward, but I think the idea that I liked what Bernice was talking about.
The parallels.
I like the themes, because we were doing that heaven and hell thing. We were doing the angel devil thing a lot in the anime. It was much more, there was a lot more symbolism. And the fact that Light is on a stairway to heaven, if you will, but falls short, and L stands over him and stuff like all of those things. And he walks by himself. Like, that just worked. Ryuk still wrote his name in the book. So it's still technically the same ending. It just worked different in my opinion. Dude said, which is true, I don't think he was that pathetic. Pain or Yuha as a villain? Oh, I got Yuha over pain, but I'm a Bleach guy, so
I'm gonna have Yuak the moment they fix his death. I know they're gonna do it.
When 1,000 Year Blood War arc finally finishes in the anime, everyone's gonna praise like Yuha as this fantastic villain that nobody called for. So, anyway, so we're gonna move on. So this is my pick for number 10. I have Inuyasha, Band of Seven arc.
That's a good arc, actually.
The reason I love this arc is the same reason that Naya has always complained to a degree about Inuyasha, and I agree, is that Naraku, with his Dragon Ball Z level, the regeneration shit gets really old. And every single time they beat him, he survives with literally a floating head, escapes, and rebuilds his body.
You didn't destroy my eyeball, so I'm gonna retreat and try again. Like, bro, you're so lame. Just stop showing up. Oh my god.
And to be fair, Inuyasha to me is all about the characters and the romance. It's not about.
Incorrect. It's all about Shishomaru, but I'll take that. I'll take that.
Fair enough. When Shishomaru shows up, it's amazing. I always love the brother because we knew this motherfucker. This is another example of Hiko or Escanor in a story. This motherfucker never got stronger, technically speaking. Never actually got stronger, was just that good since the beginning and could have ended everything. But Rumiko Takahashi, one of the greatest mangakas of all time, fucking sat back and said, nah, he's just going to do his own thing. He does not care about the fate of the world or the fate of his brother or the fate of the main characters. Why does he care? This is his land. All he's doing is basically like, no, you pissed me off, so I'm going to go after you. Don't piss me off, nothing's going to happen. He didn't give a fuck. So, love the man, but Band of Seven was the only actual arc that lasted for longer where Naraku was not the main villain. It was this new group of characters with this new, and that's my actual argument for putting it on here, because I love Inuyasha. I think a lot of the arcs are good. I think a lot of the series is fantastic. But the Band of Seven was actually a change-up. Right in the middle, almost, of the manga, so it was a great time to do it, where we had a new antagonist. We had a new group of antagonists, and we went through them, and we didn't just one-note villain them. It was actually a fantastic well done, and it wasn't Naraku's incarnation 2.5473. It was actually new characters with their new shit, and we had no idea what was going on with Naraku. We had no idea what was going on with everything else. It worked. It worked extremely well. And some of the moments inside, romantically for me, of course, because I'm a big softie, which is probably why my wife's leaving me. I don't know. But the fact is, dark humor, it'll work one day. But I really did love the character moments with Moroku and Songo, plus Kagome and Inuyasha at this point. She's accepted the whole Kikyo's going to be around. Nothing I can fucking do about it because I'm in love with this guy. He's a dick, but fuck it, and there was and the Kohaku storyline was going pretty solid at that point. There was just a lot going on there. If anybody else, I know Naya's read it, but Pat or Benice, have you guys ever read Inuyasha or watched it?
I have not.
Yeah, I used to watch Inuyasha when I was little. I don't remember much about the Band of Seven arc, but I do remember that I liked them. The arc was pretty good. Didn't Inuyasha learn a new technique with the Tetsaiga?
Yeah, this is where he started to improve the Tetsaiga.
That's what I remember. That's why it was so good. I love seeing people improve.
Yeah, and that's what I liked because for 50, almost 60 episodes or whatever that it works out in chapters, he got the sword and it never got better or stronger until he learned new moves, but he didn't improve the sword. The sword started improving around this arc, and that became a staple going forward that was really, really cool. So, yeah. And Naya, I know you've seen this shit. What do you think?
I'm kind of unfortunately I'm in the same boat as Pat. I haven't revisited this arc in years. I don't remember as well as I want to.
Okay.
I remember looking like the Wolverine guy with the claws. I think he had claws.
Oh yeah, because he was. If you, I'll refresh your memory a little bit. He was the pacifist when he didn't have the blood on his hands, and then when he.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah, he was a doctor. He only wanted to help people. He was the purest fucking guy, and it even showcased in the Shiko and Jewel shard because it would purify itself as he changed person. He was bipolar, and it would actually, it was legit. It wasn't an act because it would purify and then go black and then go back and forth. So it was, yeah. And plus, Grip, the fourth opening to Inuyasha was fucking mwah. Inuyasha. Exactly. It was such a good. Inuyasha had some of the. Once again, I know I keep saying this, but I really got to make a soundtrack list.
All the openings slap. All the openings slap.
Thank you.
Every single one of them.
I still love that meme where it goes. Nobody at 3
Sorry.
Yeah, I am and stuff. But I still love that meme that showcased the second ending, which of course now.
Yep, you fall asleep. You sleep on the couch. Wake up
Nobody
3 a.m.
TV.
Yeah.
Don't you know? You know, just it's like, yeah, that was such a great. It was so good. And Misc is back, but I don't think he's ever watched Inuyasha. So.
I haven't. I know for a fact there's definitely plenty of things on this list that I just haven't seen, so I can't really provide much commentary on them.
We'll put it on your list next time.
I'm sure.
Anyways, so we're moving on to Misc. You just came back just in time.
I knew I timed it well. It was wise to keep the stream open.
Exactly.
You know, other than making sure that, you know, you got people watching.
Oh, well, thank you very much. See, that's one thing that I never understood. Like, half the time, if you're streaming or Naya's streaming or something, I just open a tab, and if I'm busy doing something, I just mute it, but I keep the tab open just to give the love, you know? Like,
You're gonna boost the algorithm.
But either way, your number 10 is Hunter x Hunter, the chairman election. So
My goat is there.
Hell yeah. So, unlike a lot of the other arcs that you see on a lot of people's lists, and specifically when people talk a lot about Hunter x Hunter arcs, they usually talk about York New, and they talk about Chimera Ant. But Chairman Election was an arc I literally had never heard of until when I was watching the show. So I went into this with absolutely zero expectations, and I was blown away by how good it ended up being. Now, since this is the arc that comes directly after Chimera Ant, which is by far the longest arc in the series, and the most important, it's basically just like the post Chimera Ant arc. It's sort of following up on the consequences of several of the very major things that happened in it, and also is used as a way to catch back up with some of the characters that didn't appear since before Chimera Ant. So characters that hadn't been seen in a really fucking long time, like Leorio and Hisoka, and it primarily focuses on Killua and him trying to fix some of the consequences of the stuff that Gon ended up doing by the end of Chimera Ant. It is another arc in which we get kind of a deep dive into his relationship with his family members, a better look at his friendship with Gon and what that means to him. It just ended up being just a really good character-focused arc. And given that in the anime, it is the last arc that gets adapted, and is the one that, you know, pretty much the ending of the anime happens in, I honestly think that if you were to not continue reading the story after Chairman Election, it would make a perfectly fine conclusion to the series.
I can agree with that.
Awesome. I've not read Hunter x Hunter up until I've only read it to the Greed Island arc, which, once again, I think I will enjoy when I eventually get back to it. I'm not a huge Hunter x Hunter fan for a lot of reasons, but other people have read it. So, Naya, do you want to start us off? I know how much you love Hunter x Hunter.
Let's go.
Okay, I know Naya's listening. He just doesn't want to say a fucking thing.
I believe you've mentioned you and Naya have similar opinions on Hunter x Hunter, do you not?
Well, he's my black brother from another mother. He knows exactly, you know.
I see, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense now.
Yeah, no, we have the exact same opinion on that. Yu Yu Hakusho was peak, and Hunter x Hunter is kind of not. Well,
I should go back to watching Yu Yu Hakusho because I think it may want me dead because I just stopped.
No, it's greatness. Yu Yu Hakusho's peak.
Okay, so
what I've seen was really fucking good, so I will get back to it.
Oh yeah, you were doing that read through. You stopped. That's right.
Yeah, I was watching. I just had other things to do, and I just to continue watching it. But I will get back to it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Pat, do you have something to say about the chairman election?
Yeah, chairman election arc at first when I first got into it. Coming from the high of Chimera Ant arc, I'm thinking like, okay, we're gonna go like really low. It's gonna be really casual, really chill. But nah, I really like the arc. I think like it's not on the same level of what's the word that I want to use? Intensity of Chimera Ant arc because it was very drawn out and very suspenseful. I had a lot of despair, a lot of key moments. But like it kind of brings you back into thinking about what makes Hunter x Hunter good in the first place, right? So like Killua, he comes from an established assassin family, and then like we never really talked about all the members of his family, so we find out that he has somebody that he's actually really close to, and then the rest of them are like isolated from him because they're dangerous. And then just more about like how Melody feels about Killua, like she's willing to do anything to help him out, even though like they're supposed to have a strictly butler and a master relationship, but like they're friends. Showing Leorio again because he was gone for an entire arc, so seeing how much he really cares about Gon, seeing the way he punched Jin in the face, that was an amazing moment.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I really like the arc. I think it's really good. I wouldn't have it like on the top 10 or anything, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think it's very good.
Fair enough. Bernice, your turn. You go.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I think that it's a great way to follow up on Chimera Ant, probably the most dramatic arc in all of Hunter x Hunter. It's a great way for the anime to end because poor Togashi's elf just didn't let him do that much afterwards. And I like it mostly because one of the main focuses is my favorite Hunter x Hunter character, Leorio. And he gets to be so good in this, and I'm so happy. I'm glad he got basically his arc of sharing it with Killua and his stuff. I'm glad he got some of the spotlight.
I will say that Leorio is one of the characters that I thoroughly enjoyed reading up to Greed Island, as I did multiple times. Him and Kurapika I enjoyed much more than Gon and Killua, so that's very interesting that at this point he actually gets time to shine. That's good to know. It's because I've always heard like just keep reading sort of idea, and so maybe I'll go back to it sometime. Anyways, if no one has anything else to say, we'll quickly, just so I don't get too far behind, catch up with the chat, which isn't very big yet. So Mark says, I know people like Madara more, and he's definitely cooler, but just like Pain more because I think is better written. See, Madara showing up was sort of like, nobody really, like, he was cool and everything, but the fact that he showed up was weird and stuff like that. I think Pain works a lot better as a character, or we should, Nagito works as a unit so much better as a villain in that regard. So, yeah. Dude said, I really enjoy this arc, but it feels like Nanika comes out of nowhere to fix Gon problem. Okay? But good arc. Entire arc, Leorio was gone for 10 years. Damn.
Yeah, Chimera Ant took like 10 years to finish in the manga.
Oh, wow. That's... Yeah. If you're a fan, then that's That's probably not good.
Comparatively to how the Dark Continent is going, that's going to take forever to finish. So.
Look at that. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next one. This is Naya's, which is Claymore Northern Campaign. Naya.
I'm here. My bad. I'm eating pizza. Okay, so
Yeah, pizza. Let's go.
If I was eating, I would want pizza.
yeah. So
Same.
Claymore is I don't really feel like explaining it, but Claymore is dope. I really like it. It's my favorite arc, and I remember when I was younger, right? So like, I speak about these things. I remember like the first time I ever read it or watched it or played it, whatever the case may be, and it was a series that's a bit more darker in its ambience. But I recall when this arc happened, and like a lot of my favorite characters went to go view the situation, and let's just say it didn't go well like, at all. I was genuinely like, I was crushed. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was like, wait. Because there's no revival, there's no Dragon Balls, nothing like that. So I was just kind of like, I was so hurt, I was so crushed, and I couldn't believe it. So I was just like, man, I remember the emotional impact that it had on me. So I have to just throw it up there at number 10. It's not like the best arc or greatest thing ever, but I just remember the shock value that I had when I got to it.
And that's completely valid.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I've tried to read Claymore.
Shout out to Phantom Mira. Go.
I tried to read Claymore a few times, but I was younger then. It's still on my to read list now that I'm older, and obviously gonna be going gray soon. But I do want to check out Claymore because I love the art, and I mean the panel that you shared with me to use as the part for this is like that's gorgeous. That looks fantastic. So I really want to get into Claymore. So, but yeah, I don't have anything to say. I haven't actually read the series more than a few chapters. So, Pat or Bernice, have either of you?
I'm planning to.
All right, so you're.
I read a little bit in I used to get a Shonen Jump subscription. Like this was years ago though, but I read a little bit of it, and I always told myself I was going to come back to it. That and Siren, I need to go back to those two.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, Naya's got probably a very solid number 10 pick, but none of us know how to comment on it. So, all right. So we're moving on to this is the number 10. This is Pat taking Toriko the Cooking Festival arc. Take it away.
Listen, I didn't realize when I started Toriko that a manga about food was going to have such dire consequences. like I'm like, okay, it's a little food journey. These guys look a little muscular. You got the same color scheme as Goku. Like, sure, I'll read it. Then we get like 200 chapters and we're in cooking festival. These dudes cutting their bodies out, telling people to step outside. Bros pulling up, asking somebody if they stupid, and then they stop in the Earth's rotation. I'm like, what am I reading?
Step outside,
to this day,
Stajun.
I'm like, cooking festival to this day. Like, it was like, how many chapters was it? Like 25? 25, 26 chapters?
I mean, it was more, well, when the start of the hype happened, yeah, it was about 30 chapters. The whole arc is about, like, 40, I think. Like, from the start, when they start the competition.
Okay. But, like, from the action points, it's not that many chapters from the action standpoint. But, like, once it gets rolling, I promise you, this is, like, one of the greatest stretches of any shonen, like, ever. Like, it's just nonstop action, hype moments, great panels, great fights. Yeah. I really need to do a Toriko reread because like every single moment just left me in awe. Like every chapter I was reading, I was like, okay, what's next? And I'm just like, bro, it keeps getting better. Like when do we stop? When do we stop?
I'm actually doing a Toriko reread right now to cope with my ending love life, and it's actually helping once in a while to fall asleep. It's just like, this shit just keeps getting better. It distracts you enough. It's that good. It's so good.
I like Toriko's like not one of my favorites. I don't think it's bad or anything. It's not one of my favorites. But I remember when I got to that arc, and I was like, "What the fuck? We're going crazy right now. We are going insane, bro. Like this is like Starjun, Toriko, multiple cookie punch." I'm like, bro, what? Like I remember just being on my like it was lit. Like that arc is amazing. To me, that's a classic shonen arc. It's a classic.
Zebra,
100%.
And even Zebra, it was like, where the fuck is Zebra this whole arc? And he's just like, he has been working his ass off the whole time, and finally, when he's done, you lizards need to settle down. And he shows up, and he's like, I'm gonna fucking wreck some shit. But to know that it's not that, because we had Grimpatch versus Coco, and we had Sunny and Tommy Rod and stuff, so they were all distracted. It was like, where the fuck is Zebra this whole arc? And then all of a sudden we see that Zebra was saving like the man who's so evil, the odd child out of the four kings, and he sits there and he's just making sure that everything is copacetic before he enters the fray, motherfucker. It was like some wrestling level 101. And it was like, okay. And he shows up, and I mean, the Toriko festival arc.
Is that also the arc where sorry, real quick, where Sani's hair devours Tommy Road?
Yep.
Yes.
Bro, that shit was so fire. Oh my god, that was gas.
It's gas. It's gas.
Because I think they did a good job making me really dislike Tommy Road. I needed him gone. I wanted him out to paint.
Yeah, he completely he just, and we got introduced to so much shit, like especially like nobody talks enough about the Setsuno moments. Like, I just stole a billion calories from her, and it's just like, okay, and she literally looked like, good. What else you got, bitch? And then he said, you better hold on to me really tight, because you're about to enter a fucking storm. I'm about to wreck this shit. And what did she do? She fucking proved it. She did. It was like, holy shit, this grandmother is fucking destroying things. And then, I mean, we had the Star June shit. We had, and nobody talks about enough about Komatsu, who literally dragon sliced his way to Star June. You leave Toriko the fuck alone. Crying and wimpy like he is, that's within character, but the fact that man pulled a knife on Star June after witnessing the amount of power these guys have, knowing he has no power, he was willing to point a knife at this man. Like, the courage that, boom, the Joey shit showing up, fucking, and of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Jiro, showing up.
Grand knocking.
Nah,
Yeah,
bro. That's
a Neptune,
single-handedly,
which, by the way,
as
it's
a
actually
single
bigger than
moment.
everyone always says bigger than it's a Neptune-sized planet. No, it's actually about 1.5 times the size of Neptune. And this man, while knocked, we didn't know this at the time. We have no idea of Jiro's true power at this point. And this man shows up looking beefier, looking better. He's still knocked to shit. This man is at some Frieza, I'm only using 1% of my power bullshit, and proceeds to knock the entire planet. For lulz. And then people ask me, why are we debating Goku versus Saitama when we have the Torikoverse? And I'm just sitting like, I don't know. This dude was so fucking, like, everything about this arc was amazing. We got introduced to the 8 kings at the very end. We saw silhouettes of all 8. We knew what the 8 beasts were. The 8 kings are hype as fuck. The whole, everyone says the step outside shit, which I love, but I always love the, hey, and Red Ogre is behind Starjun with his hand on his shoulder. Hey. When he threatened Komatsu at the end of that fight, and I was like, holy shit, that ogre does not give a fuck. He will come out of Toriko and beat you to death, Starjun. You get the fuck down. Like, everything about this arc was amazing. So yeah, Bernice, you haven't talked on it, I don't believe.
I have not. I think I'm going to save my thoughts for when it shows up on my list.
That's perfectly fair. Pat, Naya, do either of you have any more thoughts on this arc?
Nah, I'm just gonna say, like, as a single moment, Jiro's grand knocking might be top 3, like, hypest I've ever been, like, reading a series. Because, like, we all knew about knocking, like, from the time he used it the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But this nigga said, grand knocking. And he hit the ground. And, like, the planet's rotation stopped. I'm like, huh? Like, I couldn't believe what I was reading. That was crazy.
The fact that he did it while, now that we know, I could make the argument that he was still 50% underpowered is fucking incredible. Like, this dude casually stops the rotation of a fucking planet while not Super Saiyan. What? Like, dude was too good. Dude was too good. So that's our official number 10s done and gone. Really quick, just gonna read up on. I assume Misc will eventually come back. He's here in the chat. So, but let's see. So Mark says really quick. I watched Hunter x Hunter back in 2015 and thought it was okay. I think I just had too much high expectations because I love the hell out of the Yu Yu Hakusho. See, that was my experience as well. I know Yu Yu Hakusho. Everyone says Hunter x Hunter is so fucking good. Meanwhile, I'm like, meh. But all right. One of my faves from my childhood and still one of my top 5 ever. Fair enough. But then I took advantage of the pandemic to give it another shot, and I love it, and it is now in my top 15 or 10. But is it above Yu Yu Hakusho? Because I've noticed a pattern. Anybody who's read both series, I know very few people that put Hunter x Hunter above Yu Yu Hakusho. Miss said, Cooking Festival only at 10? I know, right? Miss said, this is my Soul Society. I mean, once again, you were wrong about Soul Society too, my guy. So... Mark said, after watching a few videos explaining why people like and knowing what I was going through the time enjoying Hunter x Hunter much more, I think it's a much better dub because there's a lot more explaining. Okay. So yeah. So number 9 right here right now is the Naruto. This is an artist who still hasn't messaged me, so what a bitch. He had the Sasuke retrieval arc at his number 9. I don't recall this arc very well because the 2 arcs that I recall the most are the Chunin exams because that was some straight fire shit, and usually the pain arc. Generally, I don't like. If you told me moments, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that. But so this arc for me clearly would never enter my mind. But if anybody else has anything to say about it, go.
It's on my list, so I'll just reserve comment for later.
Interesting.
Okay, we can save this one till later when Pat has a moment to shine with that one. So next one this is Banned, I believe, and it's JoJo's Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable. I believe he meant the entire, like, he's looking at JoJo's as each part is an arc sort of idea. Since Band is near, I can honestly say that I loved 1, 2, and 3. 4 was not my cup of tea. I know everyone loves it, and I know everyone thinks the murder mystery with what's his name, Kira, Death Note level, whatever, was so fucking good. No, I didn't get it. It didn't hit me. It didn't resonate with me. I think parts 1 through 3 are far superior in every stretch. 4 is the weakest part. I'm still working on the tail end of 5, and I like 5 more. So far, 4 is at the bottom for JoJo. I like JoJo's. I don't like part 4 at all.
I'll say this, Griever. Part 4 is, in my opinion, the part that ages the best. The more you go over it, the better it gets.
Fair. Okay. Then we'll go. Naya, do you have anything to say about part 4?
Of course I do. It's JoJo time, baby. So listen. Now listen. Right? He cheated because he just picked the entire part. It's like, no, there's arcs.
Yeah.
So definitely cheated.
Arcs.
And if I knew I could have done that, I would have done it myself. But it's okay. I picked the specific arc. That being said, yeah, it's okay. It's all good. I know for next time. Yeah, part 4, A Diamond is Crash, is like objectively like the best part to most people, along with Steel Ball Run. That's like the part that any JoJo fan will always hype up. But like my favorite thing about JoJo is that people just resonate with different parts differently. I can see why this arc wouldn't resonate with somebody, but man, Rohan, one of my favorite characters, heavens no. That's what. So you introduced one of my favorite characters,
so good,
right? Bro, when Koichi was able to figure out Kira's identity when he pulled up on the first time, oh my goodness!
my God.
Give him the belt. He's a GOAT. Like he's so nice, bro. Respect my man's. And then
champion.
Yep, and Jotaro. Oh my God, that was so raw. That man was. I won't lie to you though. I was dying of laughter. I'm like, bro, this automatic bomb is beating your ass. Like, bro, you could stop time. He's being pressed by
kicking his ass.
Kochiomiru.
I love it. Platinum stop time, and he's like, and he's trying to.
Granted, Koichi did kind of fuck up, but still, he redeemed himself though. That shit was gas, man.
Amazing.
That's a nice watch.
Kira Queen.
When I break your face. Double entendre.
Yep.
All right, Pat, my guy, you want to go about this one?
Yeah, I mean, since you said the whole part, not an arc, I'll just say I just really like part 4 because it's the most human part of part 4, right? Like, even though they have stands, like, they're still genuinely concerned about, like, why women are dying and disappearing in the community, so they're trying to solve that mystery. And Josuke, as a protagonist, he's just, like, so relatable. Like, he acts like a regular teenage boy. So when he's around Koichi, who's, like,
he acts like one.
Yeah, but yeah, like when he's around Koichi, like Koichi is the responsible one, right? So it brings out his responsible side. Like he's acting level-headed, cool-headed, doing stuff that he's supposed to do. When he's with Okuyasu is an idiot and he's a goofball. So they're both goofing around, having fun, doing stuff that they're not supposed to. When he's with Jotaro, Jotaro is cool, calm, collected, and like he's somebody that he respects. So he acts like a kid trying to get the attention of somebody who they really look up to. So I just love how that's constantly on display with Josuke's character, and he still stays true to who he is.
And to add to that, I will admit that originally I like when I seen Jotaro in the role that he had, especially like part 4 and part 6. I was like, oh, this is so much better than part 3. I'm not gonna say that, but I don't believe that anymore, especially after reading the Jojonium manga with the interviews, and I really understood how he like meant for Jotaro to be interpreted. But it is interesting seeing him in a much more mature kind of like big brother role, like it was so good to see him in that role. Like, I love it. So
I mean,
he's way more level-headed.
I do one of the great things that I do love about this arc is Jotaro older. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Every time he's here, it's fine. And once again, I didn't hate
Josuke's mom's a MILF.
Yeah, I didn't hate part 4. I just thought that the series was good, like 3 parts and over, and if it ended, I'd be okay. And I really didn't like the introduction of new stands because I thought it was kind of wild. Because we were going off of this. The entire journey of part 3 was based on the idea of the tarot cards. And it was based on, they were literally, the entire adventure and journey was on the process of elimination to what the fuck does Dio have? And he's got the world. Zawaldo. And it was like, fantastic. Like, once again, I won't blame that. But then to find out now, I won't call it a retcon necessarily, but there's no reason to believe that he had Zawaldo because we have the arrow. And the arrow means he could have had fucking anything. So the fact that it was convenient that they literally ran into all the tarot cards and nothing else, and it still ended up that it's a little too Christmas wrapped to me for part 3 to then say, oh, well, we can make 1,000,000 fucking stands. It doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna hold you. I'm not entirely sure what your complaint is. I'm a little confused. Is it because they went from tarot cards to naming them after music?
No. My problem is that they knew that, like, they did process of elimination. Like, Jotaro and the group did process of elimination to determine, okay, he's got one of like 3 stands left and blah blah blah, and like stands were limited in part 3. Then in part 4 we immediately learned that no, anybody can get a stand. Like, they're not limited.
I mean, I think that's just
that
like
part just bothered me a little bit because it was like, okay, it's because we're only doing this now because we wanted to continue the series, and that once again, I'm not against stands. I was against the way stands developed into from 3 to 4. That was my only real issue as far as that goes.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still confused.
I get you. What he's saying is, at first, stands were tarot cards. So, like, what the card symbolized was what the stand was going to give to the person. But then now in part 4, it's more. It's a different thing. So, like, we went from being process of elimination to each tarot card having a stand to now you just a random person having a stand. So
yeah,
I get
it was limited to like you know, you open a pack of any type of trading cards and there's only so many cards in the deck. There's only 52 cards in playing cards, and 2 jokers. Now you're telling me, oh no, we're not just limited to those 52. We have way more. In part 3, it was pretty much most of the time established that there was a limited, like, there wasn't 1,000,000 stands. You know, there wasn't 1,000 stands. There was only as many cards as there were in the deck. And now we're saying, oh, the deck is stacked. And I'm like, oh.
But I think it just goes to show you, like, Araki's creativity had the stands in part 3 displayed thematically, because where they're going to Egypt, and Egypt is where, like, the original tarot cards are.
Yeah.
So, like, you're gonna have the theme of Egyptians and then play into it with tarot cards. But now, if we're gonna continue with the power system that we just changed, we just have to find a different way to symbolize it. So now we're using music.
And once again, and I guess, as I said, I just felt that 1 through 3 was sort of a closed story in a sense.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
It is.
Absolutely.
It's the Stone Mask Saga.
Yeah, and then afterwards, when we jump into everything else, it just felt a little, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because we changed power systems or something. I don't know. Either way, I
guess my only slight pushback is that they did have the 9 Egyptian, like, glory gods that were named after with Anubis and stuff. So, like, it didn't completely keep the exact tarot card thingamajig going itself. I kind of see what you're saying. The explanation is really, like, it's just really simple. Just probably didn't have the foresight to see that far ahead from the standpoint of part 3 is still a prototype even for stand battles.
True,
right?
But
he didn't completely solidify the idea until he got into part 4. I would say, and even in part 5 and stuff, you see how much more polished it is. It's not an excuse. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it. That's the execution error. I'm not excusing it, but that's the explanation.
No, I do agree with that. I think it's not. Once again, I think it was just the way it was executed to me rubbed me the wrong way. That's literally all. I don't think it's like game breaking or anything like that. And as you pointed out, the Egyptian version, blah blah blah. So it wasn't. What bothered me is, to this day, I'll reread it to make sure that I'm not full of shit here. But they literally figured out that Dio had the world before they actually even found him. And the fact that if it's beyond tarot cards, then why did that work out so perfectly to me? You know, he had the world. Well, he could have had the 9 Egyptians. He could have had anything at this point. So he didn't need to have the world. They determined he did before they found him, and he just so happened to have the world. And that to me was like, okay, that's a little convenient, even though it didn't matter that it was convenient because they didn't have all the information on what the world would do and stuff like that, right? But they were doing the whole tarot card elimination journey, and the fact that it still worked out, and as Jobber, I think, pointed out here in the chat, said, well, he still got his powers from the arrow and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, but still, it's tarot cards. Anyway, doesn't matter, we're not here for a whole JoJo. Part 4 is fine, it was one of my least favorites.
Sorry, I love JoJo.
Yeah, I know.
It's my bad.
Bernice,
That's my, you know.
Do you want to talk about how great Part 4 is? Have you read JoJo's, actually?
I have 2 JoJo story arcs in my top 10. I have.
There we go.
The only one I haven't read is the latest one, and JoJolion. I'm gonna get to those. But outside of those, I have read 1 through 7. And 4, I quite like 4. I like the start. There's a section in the middle between Kira and the start that I'm not too fond of.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Just the other stands, the other new characters, a couple of them I didn't gel with. But as soon as Kira enters the story, my mindset completely changes. He's a phenomenal villain.
I agree. It has a lull in the middle, but it picks back up in the end. Because even some of the stands that the dad created, I'm like, oh brother.
Yeah, I wasn't with that.
Okay, so yeah, I'm with that. I agree.
Fair enough. We'll catch up with the chat really quick before we move on because that was a long one. Mark says, yeah, I put Yu Yu Hakusho over Hunter x Hunter. Fucking based. One part is nostalgia, and I just think it is more fun. I agree. Jobber said the arrow is how Dio got his stand in the first place, Griever. I know, but anyways, doesn't matter at this point. Mark says, I think the arrow helps explain where the Egyptian gods' stands came from because they were so surprised when they showed up. Exactly, like, I like the surprise. That is my point, is that it was like, oh my god, there's more than the 26 tarot cards, whatever. The fact that Dio still had the last one, I would have been more happy with it. I'd have been like, oh, no, Dio doesn't have, he's got the Aztec gods 0001 card or something. I would have been more happy had Dio had something completely out of the tarot card and they had misread the situation the entire fucking journey. I would have bought that a little better, that's all.
Gia Hato Ataka ni Jakten one night.
I am here with this Japanese, pretending I know how to listen. Java
Sheer
said,
Attack has no weaknesses.
in that same part, we have the Egyptian god stands, Crimin Tenor Sax. They aren't named after the tarot cards. I know, and that was my point. But my point still stands. Why is it so weird that you... Anyways, we already talked about this. Doesn't matter. Mark says, you only get a stand from the arrow if you don't die, so not everyone can get it. Alright. There is still a theory that the world isn't Dio, but Jonathan's because he has his body. Oh.
That is a thing.
That
true.
actually doesn't sound so terrible to me either. Alright, so we're going to move on from that one, and I believe this will be Bernice's, if I'm
Yes, it should be mine.
So number 9 is Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ants. Take it away.
Oh wow.
Yes. Yeah, Chimera Ant. I'm not that much of a fan of Hunter x Hunter as much as some other people are. I think that it's fine.
Let's go!
I think it's a good show. I think it's a good show. I think that it's overrated, but not as much as I believe you and Griever think. I think it's good show.
Still getting shit on Naya. But...
Yeah, I think it's good. Chimera Ant, however, is the one arc that I think is the exception. It's the only arc where I understood the Hunter x Hunter arc. it's very long, but I think that it is necessary. The build up, the slow start, the introduction to the Chimera ants and that they're in is very important. And for when we reach the the meat of the arc, that's the palace section, and the palace section is just one of the tightest written arcs I've ever read. You can tell that in the long publication times, he didn't just spend that just relaxing. He spent that time constructing the narrative in a very specific way, where every single piece fit together to create the story and the thematic narrative of the arc. And it also has just the best fight in Hunter x Hunter and just one of the best in Shonen history.
That was well put together. All right. I haven't read up to that. I've heard it's everyone's like top one arc ever. So, all right. I'll let Misc just came back. So, Misc, you go ahead.
Chimera Ant. I probably should talk about it more when I get to like my part talking.
Sure.
But in terms of the amount of setup that is done with this arc, then compared to the emotional payoff you get by the end of it, I don't think there's any other arc I've read that's been quite as effective. I mean, yeah, it's a really long arc, but I don't think any part of it is there for no reason. It kind of feels that way at first, the first time you watch it, because a lot of the earlier parts are much slower. There's a fairly significant portion of the arc dedicated to like training and stuff. A lot of setup for what happens later on. But then you get to that third act of Chimera Ant, which is payoff for everything. And you may not realize it then, but certainly if you ever do like a rewatch or a reread, you realize that nothing in that arc happens for no reason. Everything is important, and I think that is part of why it hits so well for so many people, including me.
Okay. Fair.
Okay.
Fair one. Pat, you go.
So this is actually also number 9 on my list. So we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here.
Oh, wow.
I thoroughly enjoy Hunter x Hunter. I think it's really, really good. A couple of years ago, if you would have asked me where I would place this in the Shonen list, it would be higher. But I haven't, gone through it in some time. So because of that, it's gone lower. And, other arcs, I've grown to love more. Just revisiting and stuff like that. But it could change again. But I want to just focus on Gon in this arc. So Gon, to me, is somebody that I'm not too high or too low on. He's just there as a protagonist. We follow his story. I think his journey is pretty cool. Him as a person, I'm not too fond of. But I really love, the way people misinterpret his character. And it's really funny to me, because they think that he's this happy-go-lucky, super positive person. And I would say, at his core, he's good-natured. But who he is has always been somebody who just goes about his own interests. He cares about the people close to him, and he cares about what they can do he cares about what people can do for him. He's not going to go out here and kill people for no reason, but at the end of the day, he's not some champion of justice, right? So in the beginning, he's still a kid. In the York New arc, he asks Crollo, how can you kill people who have nothing to do with you? Because, he's still a kid. He hasn't really gone through the way the world works yet. And then later on in the Chimera Ant arc, he's trying to get revenge against Pitou for killing Kite. But Pitou is preoccupied with protecting Komugi. And he's like, if you delay me again, I'm going to kill that girl. And people always get thrown off at that moment, oh, he's a hypocrite. Da, da, da. No, he's still the same guy. He just wants something so badly that right now he's willing to kill somebody who has nothing to do with the situation. And before, he didn't know that that's how the world works. Sometimes you want something so badly, you're willing to do anything to get it. So I just really enjoy the Chimera Ant arc because like it challenges people to reevaluate their perspectives on certain characters, and I think the final conclusion of the arc is actually really good.
Just to add on a bit to what you're saying about Gon, I do somewhat agree with some people calling Gon a hypocrite to some extent. I understand the deeper reasoning as to why he acts the way he does, but I think that hypocrisy is still perfectly in character for him because he's ultimately like
It's
he's a dumb
intentional.
child. He's hypocritical. He's
Yeah.
a kid.
Mm.
Kids are hypocrites. It's not like he has like a strong thought out belief system or something. He's a very simple minded person. And that's going to result in him just, doing whatever he wants. And that's ultimately the foundation upon everything Gon does. It's just because he does what he sets his mind to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else to say about Chimera Ant yet, or want to hold off on it, or? No? Okay.
No.
All right. So we will move on then to, I believe this is me. Yay. All right.
Yeah.
So once again, I had the absolute privilege of perusing everyone's list, and even though this normally was my, I think it was like 12th or 13th or whatever, I got to replace it because we get to talk about things that would have been here anyways. So yay. Privileges 101. That's what they call white privilege, I believe. So anyways, I get Shokugeki no Soma's Autumn Selection arc, and when I tell you, whatever they fumbled after this is not relevant here, because this was establishing that we had not one, not two, but three characters who were top tier. We had the main character who had been walking through this manga, which sometimes we like that. Sometimes people like the One Punch Man aspect where it's like, yeah, everything will be okay, this dude is top tier. We had a dude who was challenged here and there, but we knew that like none of them were serious rivals then. Then we get the Autumn Selection, where he is pushed to the brink. He's pushed to all the chefs, all the cooks, and he makes it far. He makes it, and we think main characters always gotta win. And I always love a manga, a tournament arc, which is what this is, when no, they don't win. They lose. Straight up, not to bullshit, not to fucking, handicaps, not to something else. No. There's no excuse. He
just wasn't good enough.
He wasn't good enough.
Just wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's realistic that the man had talent, but guess what? Even if you're the Michael Jordan of cooking, sometimes you just don't. Well, he won it always, but doesn't matter. The point is that you don't always win. Just because you're amazing doesn't mean you won't be surpassed here, there, and everywhere. This worked so well, and the best part is that they weren't evil characters. It wasn't like he was up against Frieza and Cell and cooking. It was other characters who could have been the main character. You could have followed either of these two mad lads throughout this series, and it still would have been a good story. Like, what I love about rival characters is that their story isn't a bad story. Their journey isn't evil, or they're the bad guy, they're the antagonist. They're just a rival. They're going for the same goal. And that's not a bad thing. I don't think when I'm across from somebody else on a basketball court or anything like that, I don't think that guy doesn't deserve to win because he's a bad guy. I don't think that, you know what I mean? So in a series where we're constantly seeing battle manga as black and white, this was a nice tournament arc where it was like, regardless who wins, it's not bad, So I loved this for mostly the final part, the final competition, the three-way battle between these three absolute beasts. What happens later is the manga still was good for a long time past this, but I think
Until we got to Dark Cuisine.
yeah. But I also think they screwed up before that by not making these guys stay on the level, because after this we have some MC power up and these two never fully catch up again. That's
which is sad.
Which, considering the end of this arc, sets up the idea that these three will always be Goku Vegetas. They will always be right there neck and neck, and if one of them takes even 5 minutes away from the kitchen, the other one's going to get better. Like, they set it up as though these three are going to be equal for the rest of the series, and they immediately drop that, like 10 chapters later. That's a problem. But up until this point, we didn't know that. Autumn selection, amazing. So, anyways, we're going to jump. Let's do top to bottom again. Bernice, have you read this?
Yes, I have.
I thought you would have, being a foodie like me, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't have too much to say because I don't fully remember. I read, I watch, and do so much that not everything can stick in mind forever.
Mm-hmm.
But I do remember the key pieces, the key components of the arc, and it's really good. I think it may be my favorite one from Food Wars. It probably is. And yeah, I just thought it was really good. I was really interested in the cuisines they were using, in the recipes they were making, because that's a very important aspect of the series to me, as someone who loves cooking, who read this mainly for the cooking aspect, not because I'm a horny son of a bitch. I am not, thankfully. And yeah, it was just a very, very nice start.
Well, and between you and I personally, because we've talked many, many times about cooking and stuff, and I unfairly, in my opinion, beat you out in who was the Misc king of cooking a couple of years ago, but because I voted for you. But either way, I think the fact that the recipes themselves are actually legit. You can cook what they're making.
Yes,
as crazy as it seems, it's not like Toriko is fantastic in its own right for having these crazy things, but this is a cooking manga where a professional 4-star chef was actually saying, no, here's the recipe. Here you go.
Here's an actual. Yes.
Yeah, you can make these things. Maybe they're not as orgasmic as the series makes them out to be, but you can make them. Absolutely, the way they show.
I've tried some of them. I think I've tried the first one, the iconic potato wrapped in bacon.
My wife and I did that, and she absolutely loved it. It works.
It was very good. I've also tried the fried rice, and that one was also very good. They're just very good recipes.
The golden, yeah.
Yes.
I didn't try that one, but I figure you could make it work. Either way,
it's very good.
Absolutely fantastic. Misc, do you have anything to say about Shokugeki? I don't know if you've read it.
I'm afraid I'm not. Oh, this is going to be a common trend. Some of you guys, I've probably read and watched the least amount of series of all the people here.
That's all right. It's all right. It'll make
I got into anime manga stuff like around when COVID started. So I have not read a ton of things. I'm a little basic, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Okay.
It's all right.
You just got a lot of catching up to.
You
True.
still,
Everyone has to start somewhere.
I envy you, actually.
and Misc actually introduced me to 3 series that I actually really, really enjoy. That I probably wouldn't have found otherwise. So, for someone who didn't start from COVID and someone who's been reading longer than he's probably been alive, I mean, Jesus Christ, that's that's still pretty impressive in my opinion. So, that's fantastic. Pat, do you like this one?
Oh yeah, the autumn election arc was selection, not election, but it's really good. I like Hayami's style of cooking. I mean, not just because he's black, but like because it's kind of like how people from his ethnic region like actually cook in real life. So like they prioritize like aroma and stuff like that, and it's very like what's the word I want to say? Culturally based. Like that's one thing I really loved about Soma, the cultural basis of all the dishes that they had, like Japanese food, French cuisine, Indian curry, Spanish cuisine. They had it all. So like I really enjoyed it. It's not a series that I take too seriously, so I wasn't really too mad about the way the series ended. But I do like thoroughly enjoy Shokugeki no Soma. It's one of those series that I watch and read with my sister, so we both enjoy it together.
That's really nice. Naya?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember this arc like that.
And that's the one where they had Hayami and Fish Nigga and Soma and the Fatal 3-Way at the end.
Listen, brother, I haven't thought
And
about
Hayami won.
I haven't thought about Food Wars. I haven't thought about Food Wars in so long. like it does not, like, it just doesn't cross my mind ever. It just doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it's not that great an arc. I don't know. Yeah, no. At the end of the day, we're gonna move on. But I just like we've already been talking about. I just love the fact that I can read this series and then go back and I can actually
make the recipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
You learn how to cook. You learn different cooking methods. Like I had no idea about certain cooking methods.
I kind of like preferred like Bambino and like Nobunaga no Chef.
Bambino is so fucking good. I'm reading it right now. I fucking love it.
We love to see it, bro.
Well, there
it's
you
just
go.
classic.
There you go.
Classic. Food Wars I can't take seriously. Secretly.
This, I believe, is Misc for Demon
Oh,
Slayer Dimensional Infinity Fortress.
Now, are there better arcs that I'd probably have ranked lower than this one? Yes. Do I care? No.
That's the right answer.
Oh.
Very, very, very on topic. You know, for me, not having read a ton of series, Demon Slayer was one of the first series I read because, you know, anime count in what, like 2019? And I liked it. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, the real reason is because it's gas. That's all you need.
Right. And then I decided to go and read the manga. And despite the fact that it is greatly elevated by the animation, there's still something there that is good. There's still something about it that's very enjoyable. And I think those things generally come to a head in Dimensional Infinity Fortress, which one of the great reliefs of my life was finding out that the final battle is not considered part of this arc. It's considered its own arc. So then I can go, don't worry, that shitty final battle is not part of this arc I'm talking about. It's totally fine.
You got a way out. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
The best parts of... what were you saying, Bernice?
You got saved, so you got saved by that.
I got saved. It would not be on this list if that was counted as a part of it.
Loophole.
Thank fuck.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank God.
I respect it.
You know, as opposed to the other arc up higher on this list where I go, I know this is part of a bigger arc, but I don't care. I consider it its own thing, so it can be up here where it deserves to be. The best parts of Demon Slayer is almost always the climaxes. And Dimensional Infinity Fortress benefits greatly from being the climax of the series, and basically just being an arc entirely consisting of climaxes for the protagonist character arcs, which are all really good. I would say the strongest overall aspect of Demon Slayer would be its characters. It just has a really strong supporting cast, and it especially has a great cast of villains who are the real stars of this arc. Pretty much, I would say all of the Upper Moon fights are great in Infinity Fortress. You know, Akaza, his name is escaping me right now, but Zenitsu having the best one-chapter fight of all time.
That nigga name don't matter. Facts, keep going.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but that fight... and the Flash... Oh, yeah, I mean, I went back and reread this arc colored, which... Thank fuck has the better translation that's not done by John Wary.
My enemy, motherfucker.
Yeah. That fight is like the moment where I start really liking Zenitsu as a character, because thank fuck you finally have like a great character moment. Fight with Domo is great. Fight with Kokushiba is like the best fight in the fucking series. It's just full of a bunch of really great stuff. It's
my
the
God,
peak of the
did it.
series.
I don't remember the Win Hashira's name, but when the little
Sanemi.
bro, yeah, when little bro went out, he's like, God, please don't take, bro. I hurt.
It's just I don't know what Gotoge was doing when they were writing this series, but they knew how to deliver really good gut punches a lot.
Oh my God, tag me in. I'm waiting.
So Demon Slayer carried by animation. I wouldn't say necessarily, because this arc's it hasn't been animated yet. For some fucking reason, they're considering the Hashira training arc to be its own season. If I don't know how they're stretching out like 8 chapters into a season or whatever. That's some bullshit they're doing.
Money.
I got no
They need
fucking
that
idea.
money.
If they're basically like stealth releasing this arc by just misadvertising it as Hashira training, that would be the greatest thing of all time. But otherwise it's not getting animated for like another year or two. But I already love this arc, having read it years before it's animated. I'm exceptionally excited to see how this is going to look once it is animated. Because then I'll be very confident in my placement of it as one of my favorite arcs.
It's gonna crash every week. Oh my God. We're gonna get peak fiction every week.
Obviously, Pat has something to say about it, so let's
Yeah, I would say so.
Am I tagged in? Oh, about to hop into the ring like The Rock in 1999. Let's go. Listen, I don't care about none of that carried by animation talk. I don't care about it's popular so it's not good talk. Look, I got into this series for one reason and one reason only. It's about a boy whose family just got slaughtered and his only remaining sibling is his little sister and he wants to change her back. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. And time after time again, Demon Slayer has managed to invoke emotions in me that I thought were dormant forever. It's one of the most emotionally gripping series I've ever read. And this arc right here, my nigga, good Lord. Like, you talk about resolving character arcs, like having climactic final battles. First of all, Zenitsu, what he did to fake ass Upper Moon 4, godly. Just godly. Giyu and Tanjiro fighting side by side versus Akaza, godly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 niggas versus Kokushibo, godly. Like, it's just this arc is just fantastic. There's no holes. There's no complaints. What can you complain about? Nothing.
I have
People
one,
died.
but it's very personal because
let's
Borg Gang never got his ones.
Okay, that's legitimate. He never got a one-on-one fight.
I'm like, Zenitsu got one, not Borg Gang. I'm like, no.
But I think that's like part of like
That was kind of the point, though.
yeah. But yeah, like
Learn to work
people
with somebody,
died.
and he needed his like solo moment.
People died. The fights were great. But like we get like character arcs resolved, like Sanemi and Genya, like they had like skeletons in the closet. Like, why were they so cold to one another? Well, I mean, it was one-sided, but like, what was the reason for that? And we got told, and then like at the very end, like it was resolved. Like he was able to die with a smile on his face to know that his brother never truly hated him or resented him for what he said. Like, it's just. And then we get like Akaza's backstory. Like it's the best in the entire series.
Oh, that arc made me fucking... That flashback made me fucking cry when I read it. I fucking cried like a baby when I read that flashback.
It's the most emotionally gripping thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's fantastic. But I just want people to take a step back when they evaluate Demon Slayer and just like think about it from the aspect of a human being. Like, I mean, I know they're fictional characters, but like at the end of the day, it's just a struggle of people who have lost people that are close to them, and they want a better tomorrow for all those other people out there that have family members. It's beautiful. That's all I can say. It's beautiful. Now, having said that, it's not on my top 10, but like I love it.
I just want to quickly say that even though I am one of those assholes who does say that Demon Slayer, I don't say it's carried by animation. I think it's elevated by animation. I think people give it a higher ranking due to the fact that they saw the anime and it's so clean and so fantastic. Like, so if it's a 7, it bumps up to an 8 or a 9 because of animation. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's a bad series. I don't think it's a, but I think like One Punch Man, it got elevated because a great studio made it better. And that's once again, that's fine, cuz I read through it and the arc we're all talking about, I did enjoy it. I thought it was, and where you guys were saying the emotional points and stuff, yeah. I mean, I wasn't as invested, but 100%. Like, I don't think it's a bad written manga in any stretch. I think it's very well handled. I think it's a little generic, but it also does hit some great points. Does anybody else have anything to say about Demon Slayer before we go?
I'm good.
No, I don't think I do.
Okay. So, next up would be, I believe, Naya. You are D. Gray Man, Edo and Edo and Asian Branch arc.
I can't tell if I
Let's
cut out.
fucking go.
So I don't know if I cut out, but did you say Gray Man or did you say D Gray Man?
I said D. Gray Man.
He said D. Gray Man.
Oh, I just heard Gray Man. I don't know why. It's like,
Remember the fucking Netflix movie?
First off, Gray is spelt wrong, and it still bothers me that I had to point that I had to spell.
That's actually how it's spelled. That's not me doing. That's not me not knowing what you're
That's-
reading.
no,
That is
I
actually
know
how
it's
the
not
title is.
you, and I know it's not
Oh.
me. It's the fucking Americans who made this shit. But anyways, doesn't matter. Go.
So it's kind of interesting that like one of the things you spoke about in the last arc for like Yaiba, excuse me, for your placement was that made you cry. This is like the first and only manga arc I ever read where I teared up. Like I was crying for real when I was reading it. It's a while ago.
Wow.
I mean, it's that good. It's that good.
There's so much that's happening, but I just never forget when it was all said and done because this is the first level 3 Akuma they have to fight, and Miranda is doing her absolute best to keep that time fear thing going, to keep because everyone's dead already. Like it's cooked. Like once she releases it, they're all gone, and she was trying to hold it, and they're like, it's okay. Like make sure you just defeat the Millennium Earl and everything. I just remember like, dog, we lost so much. It's just like I was a part of it. Like we lost so many people. It was just crazy. Like I love that arc so much. Lena Lee was going crazy, man.
Shout out Lennon Lee,
The
man.
GOAT.
Yep.
Shut up. Shut up.
Like, this is a series that annoys me because not annoys me. It doesn't come out like frequently anymore, or like at least I know I heard now it does like a few times a year, but
Jesus
like
Christ, Naya,
Yeah, it's-
you and I were
So-
reading
so-
years ago.
so,
Once every
yeah.
3 months, I'm pretty sure.
yeah. So
Once
I
every
tend to
3
like forget what's going on anytime it kind of came back for a while. So this is the last time I'm gonna reread it from start to finish. Like, I'm gonna do it soon, but I have a lot of love for this
I'm gonna
series.
have
I
to
really
read it
do.
too.
It was good. I will admit, I was always a fan. What I didn't like about D. Gray Man was once again the
Logan,
schedule.
Hatsudo, Nigento.
But that being said, nowadays I think more and more fans are understanding that the amount of time and malnutrition and everything that goes into doing a week-to-week or month-to-month series is so fucking hard that I think more fans, especially in the West, are understanding that fuck it, as much as I hate to wait, you take your 3 months at the hospital. I don't give a fuck, So
Yeah, absolutely.
D. Gray Man at the time for me was I didn't keep up because it was so inconsistent. Now realizing that maybe it was because the manga was having a hard time,
Hurt her hand, man.
Yeah.
She had her
Yeah,
hand.
her wrist.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna jump over to this. It will be Pat's number 9, which is once again Chimera and Arc. And you, Pat, you did say that you had more to say about the Chimera.
No, I was done. I said we were killing two birds with one stone to make it go
Oh,
faster.
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so we've already talked
We,
about this one.
we are like only on 8. We do have to pick it up a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean,
So
it's
all
almost
right.
4 a.m. for me, so
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah, and once again, I understand when people cannot be here for the whole thing. Yada yada yada. I got more traction than I thought I would. In all honesty, I thought only 2 people would be interested. We got 7, so either way. So yeah, number 8 is Artist, which is a Dragon Ball: The Cell Saga. Artist isn't here, so I will say my quick piece on it. I understand why. Usually this is referred to as the Android Saga and stuff like that. Whether we count sagas as a thing versus arcs, I mean, that's obviously a debate. But assuming that this means basically all the androids and all the way up to Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, I think that this is an absolute banger of a choice. It's fantastic. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was the peak of the series. It's where Akira Toriyama tried to end it for like the 3rd time at that point. And
they couldn't let him end this.
yeah,
We had to give the people what they want.
yeah, because he was not like
Dragon
Super
Ball.
Saiyan. It was never Super Saiyan 2. It was always Gohan is going to go beyond all of you. And he did. He reached a level that wasn't a number. It was a, you will never reach me. This is me unleashed. And it's Super Saiyan to a degree that no one else can touch. That's what it was originally intended to be. And then, of course, we had Boo and stuff. Which, once again, I love the Boo saga. But still, yeah. Cell had so many great things. It had great Piccolo character development. It had Gohan. Finally, as I always remember the English narrator coming over, even though I prefer the Japanese version with the Ematandosina, you know, and the birds chirping and stuff. I love that. The narrator coming on basically saying, you know, through fights with Raditz, Garlic Jr., the Ginyu Force, and even Frieza, we always saw he had explosive power. It couldn't be controlled until now. And now, Gohan has awoken. You know, a battle that has been working 13 years in the making on the next Dragon Ball Z. And I was like, yeah, like, we have been building. We thought this was Goku's story. It's been Gohan's the whole time. It was beautiful. It worked. I mean, you know, the whole Trunks thing, the androids, everything, you know, full power Super Saiyan, 3rd grade, Cell as a villain, like, everything's fantastic in this arc. So, yeah, I understand why it's here. Pat, you want to go on this one?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was just the peak of my childhood, so I definitely think this is where Dragon Ball peaked. One of the things about Dragon Ball I love is like you follow Goku as a child, then he becomes an adult, he has his own family, and then you go through Gohan's story, because Dragon Ball Z is really Gohan's story more than Goku's, and you follow his adventures, and then after that, he grows up and he has his own family as well. So I think it's really unique in that regard, where like you have the main character become a grandpa by the end of the series. So I really enjoyed Dragon Ball really a lot, and the Cell Saga is just chef's kiss, perfection.
Nice. Naya?
Shout out to Trunks.
Oh
You know,
God,
he's raw.
He's so
Shout out to the Room of Spirit and Time, Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I really like that place.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
I'm more of a Frieza Saga guy and Dragon Ball guy more than I am Cell Saga, Buu Saga. So it's a cool arc. I like it. I think it's good. Trunks is my favorite part.
All right. Bernice?
So, Dragon Ball was obviously my first anime, which I didn't even know it was an anime at the time. But I think this is a very, very common story It's not a new thing. Everyone from my generation has Dragon Ball as their first manga, as the first anime. And for a long time, the Cell Saga was my favorite Dragon Ball saga. It was in recent years it's been overtaken by the Frieza saga, but it's still in my top 5. I'm pretty sure. I think I put it in my top 5 in this ranking. And I don't have anything else to say. Cell is a fantastic villain.
Amazing.
Gohan and the father-son Kamehameha is still so fucking good. I rewatch clips of that religiously. That's my religion. The father-son Kamehameha is my religion. Every single night.
Very nice. Very nice. Father, Son, Kamehameha as my religion. I love it. I love it. You know why? Because it's Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is that Kamehameha. I love it. That's
absolutely.
That is still a trinity as any that I've ever seen, and it's more believable than some of the shit I've seen from Door to Door Jehovah's Witness. So, all right. So that's our number 8. As I said, we're going to try to move this one along. At number 7, we have Attack on Titan Return to Shiganada Shina Shagabaka something.
Wait, hold on. We just did 9. Only one person did 8. How are we on 7 now?
Wait, what? We did?
Yeah, we're stuck on 9.
That's what I was saying. Like, we're still on 9, brother. Like, we gotta.
Never mind. All right. Never mind. I had the wrong beat. All right. So, this is bands. It's Hunter x Hunter Heaven's Arena. I did read this arc.
Heaven's Arena.
Yeah. I mean, once again, I'm not a Hunter x Hunter fan, so somebody else can go.
I feel like we should just kind of speak. I mean, unless somebody really wants to. For the people who aren't here, you can just read their arcs and we keep it pushing.
Yeah, okay.
They're not here to talk about
arc,
it. That's probably a better idea.
Unless
unless somebody like feels very strongly about it, I would say
so
chime in.
then I'm gonna ask. Then, does anybody want to talk about Heaven's Arena?
No, that's good. That's it. That's all I got.
The fight with Hisoka was cool. Hisoka fight was cool.
Okay, cool.
True.
Bernice, you're up with Impel Down, One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
Impel Down. I love Impel Down. I love prison arcs. If it weren't for the fact that it's not a shonen, I would have the Golden Kamuy prison arc in this one.
Ooh.
But it's not a shonen, so
so much.
It's so good. But
Yeah, they've been wilding out too much.
I didn't put it in. Yeah, they be doing too much. So, I can't put it, but Impel Down is very good. It's one of the first few times we see characters from previous arcs returning, and it was just so cool to see Crocodile, to see Baggy, Mr. Free, I think, and the goat Bon Clay, my second favorite One Piece character. He just saves Luffy in the snow, the winter area, and then he just saves the escape single-handedly, saves the entire escape, stays behind. So good, so good. Plus, it's the arc right before Marineford, so it gets busted in retrospect.
Yeah, no, this is a banger of an
Hasashi Buridana. Mugiwara.
For our resident crocodile appreciator, we have Nia D. Hemmings in here, and I mean, no.
This is one of my favorite arcs of One Piece. It's top 3. I go back and forth with Impel Down and Scott Pia, but man, you bring back my favorite crocodile, my favorite character, Crocodile. Break him out the cell. Still got the sand powers. And Vankov keeping him in check. I'm like, what secret you talking about? Ain't no secret. He the best. No one beating him. And just getting to see him just kind of reintegrate in the story. And one of my favorite parts about it is in Alabasta, Crocodile's he's the Don. He's the head honcho. it's everybody trying to punch up a weight to his level. But when he's kind of throwing Impel down, even more so Marineford, but Impel down, there's a lot of threats to him, and he's not necessarily the top dog anymore. So it was interesting to see him kind of knock down a peg and more amongst like the common people around him, and it was just super dope. Like great prison arc. I love Magellan. That's my guy. He was going crazy. I really loved that fight with Luffy. Then getting to see like 5.5 Newcomer Kingdom, and just so many things I can say about that arc. Amazing.
I agree. I'm just gonna basically say everything that Naya and Bernice are saying. Yes. Pat, you got anything? I know you do.
Oh, yes. This is my favorite arc in One Piece. Like it's easily the one that I've had the most enjoyment with. Even years later, I still come back to it. I laugh at literally all the same parts. I'm gonna speak on it more later because it's higher up on my personal list. But the part where Buggy's like, Straw Hat, you remember my special monkey ball? And Luffy's like, no. He fakes that.
And the faces he makes, yeah.
Like, I die laughing every time I think about it.
He's so distraught.
Like, I feel like when Oda did this arc, he was like capturing lightning in a bottle. It was the perfect blend of action, seriousness, comedy, suspense, like everything. Everything was perfect. There was no flaws here whatsoever.
Every page, every chapter, every like plot point,
This
every
is
beat
where
was
I
just
respected Bon Clay. This is where
Yeah.
I got my love for Bon Clay, like a lot of the community.
shout out to Bentham.
Yeah. Anyways, so we're gonna move on. This is my number 8, which is Air Gear, the new Sleeping Forest arc. For those of you who haven't read Air Gear,
Is that the one where they go on the digital thing? That one?
no, it's before that. The digital one was fantastic. I thought about that one. This is the one where we got introduced to where Sora starts training Iki in becoming the new Wind King and stuff like that.
Okay.
He becomes the Storm King. Simca is attacked. We have the Spitfire Aeon fight. There's a lot in this arc. There's too much to really talk about because we're trying to streamline this at this point, unfortunately. And we'll talk about ones that everybody knows and loves. Air Gear, once again, fantastic. I loved it. Like every shonen, shitty last arc. Other than Toriko, I've never read a shonen that had a good last arc. But this is a fantastic series. And the new Sleeping Forest arc, which starts at the end. I thought about the Behemoth arc because that one was really solid for character development and a lot of reasons. But Air Gear is an underappreciated shonen manga, and art-wise, humor-wise, battle-wise, everything. Thinking outside the box, trying to do something different. And we also get introduced to new characters like Kururu, who is, once again, Iki and Kotoru top tier, for a romance couple and stuff, and I like that type of shit, so, yeah. Anyways, I assume none of you guys have read Air... Well, I know Naya has, but...
Yeah.
I'm planning to.
I didn't like it.
I'm planning to read everything, basically, so...
Fair.
I want to like respect Oh Great because his artwork is so good. I love how he draws women. You know what I'm saying? Yum yum. But like,
I mean, yeah.
he just does things at some point where I'm like, I mentally check out. And with this one, like that arc that you're talking about is fine. I don't mind it. It's good. I do like the Sleeping Forest one where they have to face like the old digital version of themselves in the little like pod like animus thing. That was really dope. But it's like John Obama came and stuff, and he switched bodies with the girl. Like I'm like, all right, now you're losing me. Like that's what like I kind of mentally checked out. But I don't dislike Air Gear. I used to call it the Jet Set Radio like manga or whatever. So
That's
shout
fair.
out to Air Gear. That's
All
all
right.
great.
So we'll move on to the next one, which should be Misc, which is Jujutsu Kaisen, the Shibuya arc. Now, Misc isn't here, so as we said, we're just going to quickly streamline. Shibuya is
Mo-
considered by most to be the epitome of Jujutsu Kaisen for a lot of reasons. When I was reading it, I thought it was good. I didn't get why people thought this was Soul Society Marineford level, but it's a pretty solid arc. Does anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, I think Mojito is actually like a really great villain, and he's my favorite like antagonist or villain
I
in
appear. My entry is summoned. I appear here. It's that
go ahead,
easy.
go ahead,
Nice, alright.
go
So,
ahead.
is this arc overrated? Also, maybe a little, but uh, you know, JJK, one of my personal favorite series. Catching up to it was a real fun experience. Especially since it was pretty clear, or well, it's become clear to me that like a lot of people were getting into the manga at around the same time, like around when the anime got announced, was when a lot of people started reading it. Um, so it's funny, sort of talking to a lot of my friends who also read JJK, and looking over like a certain moment, like when the anime was coming out last year. We get to a certain moment, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the moment where I caught up on the series. Oh, this is where I caught up on the series. It was just sort of like a fun community thing in a way. Um, the arc itself, in terms of like the actual arc, is fantastic. It's the payoff for all of the setup that you get from the first act of the series. Um, Pretty much all of the fights are really good. Several of the best fights in the series happen in quick succession of each other. I mean, shit. Once we get to like, when would I say it is? Once we get to when Nanami beats the Twink to death, near death, that stretch onward, peak, because you have that, and then you go into Yuji versus Chozo, and then you get the Zenin team versus Dagon, and then you get Jogo fight, you get the Maharaga fight, and then you get the big Mahito fight at the end of the arc. It's fantastic. Especially reading it week to week. I caught up towards like the tail end of the Dagon fight. I caught up the week that Toji showed up in the domain, which is quite the cliffhanger to catch up to a chapter on. And then just reading it week to week after that, once we got to Sukuna stuff, once we got to the start of the Mahito fight, it was just excellent. Chapter 132 probably still remains my favorite chapter in the series to this day. The experience of reading that when it came out probably still remains the most hyped I have ever gotten reading like a whole chapter of a series before. Just great, just fantastic. And the animes only served to make it even better with the way that they added a bunch of stuffed up fights. They made the Jogo fight really good. They turned the Maharaga fight into just like an okay two-ish chapter fight into like arguably the best fight in the series. So yeah, is it one of the best like modern shonen arcs? Yeah, I would say so. I would say it definitely holds its own amongst some of the old classics. It's no Chimera Ant or anything, but it's great. It's fantastic.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say about Shibuya?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I enjoyed it. It's good. I really love the part where Gojo takes on Jogo and Hanami at the same time, and he's just like pointing to Hanami. He was like, "This is the third time you showed your face in front of me." Like, you really think I'm some sort of pussy where you're gonna be able to do it again? And then he obliterates him. He looks at Jogo. He's like, "Next." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, he's him." But no, I enjoy the fights. It has its problems towards the end for me, but they don't really get magnified until the ensuing arcs. So as a standalone arc, it's really good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I still think Mahito was the best villain in the series, so I definitely enjoyed that, like the arc that he kind of goes out in. I don't know that I love exactly the way he went out, but obviously it was part of Grip Jaku's, larger plans. So almost gonna call him that, bro. He threw it back for his plans. I respect it, but I don't respect it at the same time. So yeah. And one thing that I like to highlight about that fight is I thought they did a good job of showcasing interesting techniques and moments without having to over explain it. They still did the Togashi thing that I don't like, because I like to just like the artwork speak for itself. And I remember at one point when like I think Mahito did like I can't remember the move. It's like idle transfiguration or whatever, and he like came like attacked Yuji, and Yuji like caught it, but then Mojito came out of its mouth and like punched him right in his face, and I'm like, that would have got me. I wouldn't have seen that coming. I won't lie to you. So like, I like that there's some clever stuff in that fight for me. So I think it's the best arc, but unfortunately for me, I think for me, that's like the last time I really enjoyed it, because a lot of my characters went to the wayside or quote unquote lost their ability and things of that nature. So it just because I'm a character driven person. Like the most important thing to me in storytelling are characters. I'm not a lore guy. I don't care about world building to that degree. It's characters, plots, subplots. Like that's kind of my order. So when the characters I love are like not around, like Nanami, my interests are gonna wane.
That's fair. Nanami was my favorite. He was my top one. Probably.
Toto
maybe
was one. Toji was one. So just like a lot of people are like just kind of like and then Mahito was like one. So it's like in like one arc like a lot of butts. Even out of the trio, Nobara was my favorite. So I'm like, God damn it! I can't win in this arc. That's crazy.
You put that shit in Shibuya. Yeah, Nobara, Gojo, Nanami, all incapacitated or taken out, and Toto as well. That was 4 out of my top 5. I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what's going on?
So next we have Naya's Beelzebub, the Toho Shinki arc.
Yeah, so one thing I love with manga is like, if you don't know, I'm like a huge Crows fan. Like I love like we call it Yankee, but we like delinquent manga, where you just I don't think you have your pompadour, and then they start fighting, showing off. And it's just a great time. Like I truly enjoy it. Now Beelzebub ends up getting like a supernatural spin to it or whatever, but kind of before all of the demonic spells and things come into nature. This somewhat reminds me a little bit of like Crows, a part that I like in the first arc. So he kind of has to go against all the top dogs in his school, so the Toho Shinki. So I don't remember. I think Kaneki, I think his name is, or Kanzaki, if I remember it wrong. With the
Kanzaki, yeah.
Yeah, he drinks his little like juice box.
He's the one with the nose.
Yeah. Too. What's the pompadour guy, the rich one with the electric baton?
Hirawak. Shit. It begins with an H.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I can't remember the girl's name. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blank. I can't remember her name either with the bouquet.
Aoi.
Yes, it's Aoi, right? So like kind of going through that gauntlet and like just kind of come up in the school, but then there's that one guy over there. Tojo, and now like he's different, like it's not gonna be sweet. And I remember when like he had to fight like his like little henchman with the glasses, and he's like, "This nigga's a fight you. Why is he so hyped to fight you? You're not even like that." And after I was like, is it too early? And then when everything popped off and it was time for them to fight, it delivered in my opinion. And I even like the part where Beal tries to help him out with like demonic powers. And he's like, "Yo, you think I'm gonna lose? Yo, just tranquilo, I got this." And then he handled business, German suplex, whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I love this shit. So I do think the later arcs, some later arcs are better. I would say the one versus Fuji for sure, with like those like kind of like that's a much better arc. But I just remember like this was my introduction, and this is the one that resonated with me the most.
I loved the shit out of the entire Beelzebub manga, so any arc you picked was always gonna be like, yeah.
I won't lie to you. I thought about the tissue one with Furuichi. It's like 1B for me. That shit's hilarious. That shit was hilarious. He started handing out fades, channeling Behemoth. I'm like, no, not like this. This is hilarious, bro.
Does anybody have anything else to say about Beelzebub?
I wish I gotta reread it because I love Beelzebub. It's really good, but I haven't read it in like almost 10 years. So I gotta go back. I think it has been 10 years now, actually.
also has one of my favorite like takes and spins on a transformation.
Yeah.
Super Milk Time. That was I love
Super
that.
Milk
I love
Time.
that so much.
30cc. 60cc, yeah.
He starts warming up the milk first. Not even he's like, are you gonna fight? Like, yo, what is hot?
Yeah. So now we're going to Pat, and we're back at the Waco Mundo arc. We already talked about this, Pat, before you got here, but you can do your spill on it.
Yes, Waco Mundo. To me, this is where Bleach peaked. And I mean that in the sense that we have our established roster, right? So, like, we know who the good guys are, we know who the bad guys are. The threat of the Espada chilling in Hueco Mundo and Las Noches, and it's just Ichigo, Rukia, Chad, Uryu, and Renji there to fight all these niggas. I was thinking to myself when I first read it, I was like, now what the fuck is Ichigo really gonna do against the top 5 Espada when Grimchow is still whooping his ass? I was like, how are we gonna resolve this? So, like, this was one of the arcs that I read week to week when I was a kid, along with, like, Naruto and stuff. So, like, I still vividly remember going through it when Ichigo feels Rukia's Ryatsu drastically dropping because she fights Eren Yarrow and she barely wins, which is a great fight, by the way. Tremendous character development for Rukia. One of my favorites in all of Bleach. And I love the backstory behind that. But, like, when he feels her spiritual pressure dropping, he's like, Rukia, I have to go help her. And then who's at the top of the steps? Oh, Kiora. I'm over here thinking, like, okay, I know he's top 2. 3 at the latest. 3 at the very latest, but I know he's top 2. That's what I'm thinking in my head. And then Ichigo's fighting him. Masked. On. Bankai. Same time. Getsuga Tensho. I'm like, okay, that was great. But I know he's not done. And Okiura comes out, and I'm like, I'm not expecting him to be, like, defeated or anything. But, like, at least have some wounds. Nope. Man said I couldn't stop it with both my hands. I'm like, bro, we are in trouble. We're in trouble. And then he beats up Ichigo so bad that, like, half his what's it called? His cloak. And I know it has a name. Anyway, whatever.
I can't remember the name right now.
Yeah, it's not important. But anyway, Ichigo, he's battered, bloodied, and then Okuro appears before him. He's like, so it looks like you can't put on that mask as much as you want to because your spiritual pressure is, like, way less than half right now. And then he stabs Okuro, and he's like, bro, if I beat you right now, this war is as good as over because you're probably at the top. I'm like, facts. I wouldn't be surprised if he's 2, maybe 3. And he's like, oh, you think I'm number 1? Sorry to break it to you. Rips his shirt. Nigga. When I tell you that number 4, the 4 felt like a shotgun blast to the chest. I was like, bro, what do you mean?
Even I was like, I give up. I'm like, there's 3 more. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. I tried.
Plus, all these dudes are sub to Aizen, meaning
meaning Aizen's still stronger than all of them. I'm just like, bro. Ichigo's reaction was my reaction. He's like, number 4? He's like, yep.
What?
Even if you beat me, there's still 3 more that's stronger than you. I'm like, oh my god, this is the peak of all peaks. This is how you do despair. This is greatness. I don't know how they're gonna win, but I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Yeah, Hueco Mundo has always been my favorite Bleach arc. It left the biggest impression on me. I think it's fire from start to finish. Now, when we get into the fake Karakura Town stuff, I don't really count that. I think it's its own separate arc. And then, like, when we get back with Kenpachi fighting and Byakuya fighting, I think we're back in Hueco Mundo again. So I'm like, let's go. But I love it.
You did that.
Alright, so everyone else already gave their opinions on Hueco Mundo before. You made a fantastic analysis there, my guy. Alright, so we're going to jump into number 8. We're going to quickly jump into the chat because the guy this is his number 7, but he's not going to make it in time. is in the chat anyway. So let's see. Really quick. So the arrow, blah blah blah. You get a stand from the arrow if you don't die. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Jobber says Jonathan's stand is the hermit purple vines that uses the start of part 3. Okay. Dude said only number 9, right? Dio said good night. It's pretty late over here. It's 3 a.m. That's totally fine, my guy. Dude said Kamagi did have an interest in the situation. She's the chess lover of the Hunter x Hunter version of Cell. Okay. But yeah, I agree. Gon is kind of underrated as a protagonist. YouTube recommended me a playlist of classical music. Now I've become a 19th century villain. Alright. This take is valid as long as the final battle with the tentacles is its own separate arc. Mark said this season of Demon Slayer is going to be 8 episodes, so I think it's going to be adapt the Hashira training and the set of the part of the
Hashira
of DIF. It's a solid 5.9 out of 10. I love that. Another top tier. Mark said, hell yeah, the Cell Saga is my number 1 Dragon Ball arc and top 5 arc for me. Mark also continues to say one of the main reasons is that it plays with your expectation for a DB arc. This aren't the androids. There are 3 now. This bugs the man is real main villain, and the final battle isn't what Goku, it's Gohan who gets it, and a lot more I want to say, but not enough room. Shibuya was one of the best arcs to watch week to week. It was non-stop hype. These poor animators, but they did good. I feel like that's a lot for studios, no matter what. My top 5 fights for that arc is Yuji versus Chozo, Sukuna versus Maharaga, Yuji versus Toto and versus Mahito, Sukuna versus Gojo, and Megami versus Toji. Artist is sorry, old man. Had a stressful morning and took a long ass nap. I'll join after I eat, so like 20 minutes. Well, we're about to go through his pick anyways, because it's already been 3 fucking hours. So he has Attack on Titan Return to Shigen Shia, whatever. I didn't like Attack on Titan that well. I thought it was a fantastic, artistically, horror manga style. Yeah, it freaked me the fuck out. The realism of the faces and shit did freak me out. But Attack on Titan as a whole, it's like Walking Dead for some people. Walking Dead is the greatest thing they ever saw. It was a zombie thing. It wasn't that great. So, I'm not a huge Attack on Titan guy, but I'll let anybody else who wants to talk about it.
I have this arc on my list as well. The number 7, this is probably the last part of the list I'll be able to be here to participate for. So I'll talk about this one a bit because I have Return to Shiganshin a little higher on my list. This arc is basically when we get the answers, all the shit with the basement and a lot of the other stuff that was being, alluded to earlier on in the series. This is where we finally get the answers for all that stuff. It's also the payoff for a lot of the stuff that's been built up with Reiner and Bertolt. We get the end of Erwin's character arc. The whole situation that the Survey Corps is put in there, dealing with the Beast Titan on one side of the walls and the Colossus Titan on the other side. Especially in the anime, which was how I watched it. Erwin's charge, that was phenomenal. That still remains like one of my favorite scenes in anything I've ever watched. It's music, voice acting, the directing for it. It's all so good.
Is that the My Soldier's Rage, My Soldier's Scream
Yes,
part?
yes.
That part's fire. That's a good. I like that.
You got Levi versus the Beast Titan right after that, and then you get that whole episode where they have to decide who to save. That whole episode with no fucking music. It's all just one scene of these characters arguing with each other. Fantastic. In my opinion, it is definitely the best part of Attack on Titan.
They made the wrong choice.
Oh, yeah.
Erwin and Levi are the only characters I like. So.
And they get some phenomenal shine in this arc.
Okay, so that was Attack on Titan. Anybody else have anything to say about this arc? Sounds good. Moving on, we have the next one, which is Band Marches, which is we already talked about. Shibuya, fantastic. We already established it. It was a fantastic arc for Jujutsu Kaisen, yada yada yada, all the good points. Moving on, this is Bernice for JoJo's Part 5, Mystery of King Crimson. Bernice?
Yes. A theme you'll see with the other JoJo arc I put on is that they are both the introductory arcs of my two favorite stands. In this case, it's Queen Crimson, and spoiler alert, it's D4C in the next one.
Hey,
Very nice, very nice.
John.
Yeah. And I don't have too much to say, it's just the introduction. My favorite stand. So my before I read part 7 was my favorite part, and a little bit of bias because I'm Italian, so a little bit of national bias there. But I do think it's very good. I don't have too much to say, honestly.
Fair enough.
All right. Anybody? I haven't finished the arc. I do enjoy it more than Part 4. Does anybody else have anything to say about this one? Okay.
Sorry, repeat that.
Okay. So we're going on to mine, which is Prince of Tennis, the Nationals Tournament, which is the final arc of the original Prince of Tennis. I think it is... First off, I think Prince of Tennis is the best sports manga of all time. And I
think it's slam dunk, but...
Oh, okay. I mean, but I also think that the Nationals Tournament gave us the character development that we needed for so many characters that we didn't realize that we wanted character development for, because within this arc we gain Fuji actually losing, which was actually a good thing in the roundabout type of way, and the whole, like, you know, we'll have a match someday, like, you know, sort of idea between him and Tezuka. And speaking on Tezuka, the fact that he lost to a Toby in the way that he did, and we were like, oh, so he's not unbeatable, he's not, you know, that guy, blah blah blah, and then he comes back, he's like, and the fact that it took Kenshiro to sit there and go, none of you know who this man is. Like, he has been holding back this entire fucking time. It's like, you thought the Zero Shiki drop, you thought these things is what made him so great? I would have destroyed him if that was the case. That is not the reason. He beat my ass, you know, last year, because the dude was holding back, and now he's evolved, you know. So, and then of course we had all the other competitions. Like, every battle in the different schools and stuff like that was just absolutely incredible. Either way, I just think that we got enough character development. We were introduced to some of the best characters in the series in this arc, and it was absolutely fantastic.
You said this is Nationals?
Yeah, like from the start of the Nationals tournament to the end of the series.
So that's when they. So that's okay. So that's the last tournament then.
Yeah, the last tournament.
No, cause I was confused because you brought up Tobe versus Tezuka. That happened before.
Yeah, no, I was talking about how.
Oh, okay, you're just referencing me. Okay, no.
I was referencing it. Everyone said, like, oh, like, he actually lost against Toby, and then Ryoma wins, and it's like, oh, so maybe Tezuka and all that shit, and it's like, yeah, no, and then Genjiro from, you know, the school shows up and goes, dude, he didn't even fight a Toby at full strength. What the fuck are you guys on about?
He sealed away. I I can't remember what it's called. The pinnacle of hard work.
Muga, the
No, there's Mugen no
pinnacle
Kochi. I
of
know
hard
there's
work.
Saiki, Kippatsu no Kiwami. I think that's the wisdom one. And then the other one is it's the pinnacle of perfection.
Yeah,
But
he sealed away the pinnacle of hard work, but he also gained the pinnacle of wisdom
because of the elbow injury. But no, that's not my favorite tournament. But obviously that part is super fire to me. Obviously, you know, me and you have a lot of love for Prince of Tennis no Odi-sama. So shout out to that arc. I would say my favorite parts was actually Ryoma versus Toby. That was super dope.
Yeah.
The like blind spots. I mean, oh my god, that was so fire.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think. Yes, you bringing up the Fuji parts was because Fuji being my favorite character. That was extremely important. And then like him having to learn the will to win, and then him actually evolving all of his counters, and then his final counter no longer being his final counter. And the thing was like, how many counters are you going to keep developing? You're going to keep going. That's the genius.
But I like that he lost.
Yes, that was great. Because usually when he loses, it's always double, so it's not. So you can always argue someone's holding him back. And I think there was. I don't think he ever really lost in singles, if I remember correctly, unless something happened.
And then he goes up, and then he doesn't care about Shiraishi. He goes to Tsuka and he goes, I want to have a match after this. Yeah. Like, he wants to know. Because he went up against, what's his name? Kipi, before the tournament, right at the start of this arc, to be like, I want to fight against the nationals level player.
Kippe, yes.
Yeah, and he's like, I want to fight against you. And even before that, we have the great moment of Kaido with that whole moment where it was like, he was pissed off because they were like, oh, I hope that the Rika captain fucking dies or whatever like that. Like, maybe he's got cancer, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, no. And then they had that sportsman. Like, that made sense to me. That was one of the best moments in Prince of Tennis to me, which was the start of this arc, was when it was like, sportsmen don't hate on other sportsmen. As much as we see them hate each other on the field, they shake hands afterwards. And no, I don't know an actual athlete or sportsman who actually wishes ill on another athlete, you know, in that respect. So I love that he was like, he's not on my team, but you guys are basically saying, oh, you know, like, you know what I mean? So there was, yeah. Either way, Prince of Tennis, Nationals. I assume Naya and I are the only ones who have read this shit.
So far, yes.
Yep, seems like it.
Okay. Either way, guys, read it. It's Shonen Battle with tennis in the way. All right.
It gets put on the list.
All right.
Pat's read it, by the way.
Oh, Pat, what do you got to say?
He was on mute, so I didn't think he was here, but he read it.
I mean, I enjoyed the Nationals thing. Yeah, Fuji is really fun to watch because he has a very graceful way of playing tennis. But Tezuka's my guy, so like I wasn't as fully engaged because Tezuka's own just does something to me, bro. Like, what do you mean he hit the ball and comes back to the same spot? Huh?
It's super powered tennis, man. It's anime tennis. Give it a
No, but you can do that in real life. That's why I like it. Because if you're really that skillful with hitting the ball and hit it a certain way, then it's gonna be able to do that. So the fact that he's doing it in the anime is just like, you know, with anime, the way they exaggerate things is just, wow.
Yukimura ruined the manliness of that fight by making him play properly.
Yeah, I didn't like the Yukimura shit, but
Yukimura is just, he's a winner, man. I wasn't mad that he said that, but I just wouldn't have listened.
I didn't like the whole I'm gonna give, like, yips is a true thing that athletes get, but the fact that he could basically willingly give athletes the yips was like weird.
No, he took away your senses. My point was that, remember, the lightning strike move put a lot of strain on Sanada's knees, the same way that Tezuka's zone put a lot of strain on their elbow. So at that point, it became a war of who's going to give out first. And Yukimura's like, nah, stop doing that shit and play properly. And then he started using like silent, like quiet, like a shadow and everything. So he threw away the head on match. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. And then everyone started calling Sanada a bitch. Because it's like, Oh, you're.
I mean, I didn't respect it, but I get it. You got a window. You know,
Yeah,
I mean, y'all didn't. Y'all didn't. So now you look even double. You look double pussy.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I'll admit that Tezuka, he won that battle of attrition. He couldn't have actually beat, like, Sonata couldn't have beat him straight up. Because he just proved it. In a head-on-head battle, I'm just proving that I win. So, and Yukimura was like, so you're a bitch. We're still going to win. And that was, once again, as you pointed out, the goal was to win. So, depends on the way you look at it. Anyways, we are jumping to Misc, number 7, Jujutsu Kaisen, the Sukuna Raid. Now, specify exactly where you consider this to start, just for the viewer.
So, I understand some people seem to disagree over when certain arcs begin and end, largely whether or not everything that's happening is still part of the Cullen game. Me personally, Gojo Sukuna fight starts. Everything that happens after that is this arc. So I think it's also probably going to be the only ongoing arc on this list, I imagine.
So you're saying that Gojo versus Sukuna is not included in this part?
Oh, no. That onwards.
Okay. All right.
So the start of the whole very long mouthful title Shinjuku battle, you know, that's this arc.
I would have typed that out, but seriously, nobody could read it.
No one would type it out. It's the Shinjuku showdown. That's what we shorten it to, I guess.
Yeah.
Me personally, I know a lot of people have had some very differing opinions on a lot of the stuff that's been in JJK, you know, over the last 6 months or so, I guess. But for me personally, the last year or so has been the best stretch of the series. That starts with Gojo versus Sukuna. That continues into the absolute stupid schizophrenic drug trip that is Takaba versus Kenjaku. And that has continued into what I'm assuming is the final battle of the series, which is everyone ganging up for this raid fight against Sukuna. There would be way too much to talk about for me to talk about all of it in detail. Overall, you know, the big Gojo Sukuna fight, I think that far and away met and in some cases exceeded the expectations I and many other people had for that fight. I know a lot of people have very strong differing opinions on it. I personally thought it provided a very good conclusion to Gojo's character. The Takaba fight was absolutely fucking stupid. Millions were filtered by it, but that's okay. It was so fucking stupid. But it definitely feels like the sort of thing where Gege was just going, I feel like drawing this, and so I'm going to do it, and no one is going to stop me. That was just a really fun, like, palate cleanser break from just, like, the really demoralizing shit that had happened in the previous few chapters. And then we get right back into the big Sukuna fight, which, you know, some people complain about the repetition. I personally think that is largely just a symptom of the week-to-week reading experience, which I think is a problem that just a lot of weekly series suffer from. I think the fight works way better if you just go and read the whole thing in one sitting. But even that aside, as a person who has not really had an issue with it in terms of the week-to-week, I've fucking loved every new thing that's been introduced, every showcasing each character has had. Many people wish that in the final battle of their series, various side characters could get an opportunity to go and show everything they can do against the main villain, and then, you know, get appropriately washed by the main villain. But, you know, in a lot of other series, the supporting characters become just, like, completely irrelevant by the time the final battle happens. It is usually only exclusively something between the main protagonist and the main antagonist, and everyone else is just completely irrelevant in terms of power and relevance to the narrative. But in this case, pretty much everyone gets to show off and do something. Even people that haven't shown up in forever get to come back and do stuff, even if very briefly. as an opportunity to show them do something against the top of the verse before the series ends. I wish more series did things like this. It's a very fun, engaging, and exciting way to do just your final battle. And what better way to do what I think has been one of the strongest things JJK has done in terms of a lot of its fights, in which the antagonists are much stronger than the antagonists, or they're much stronger than the protagonists. My apologies. And so they've got to team up, and their ability to beat them is dependent upon how good they are at working together and how much synergy they have with their abilities. And we've gotten to see more of that in this fight than any other part of the series. We got a lot of great character moments out of it. We got some very good character conclusions out of it. We've had some returns. The man Toto is back now after like 3 years. I'm very excited to see how things are going to turn out. I'm very fucking curious as to what's going on with the ending of the most recent chapter. But at the rate that we're going here, I think we're getting one of the best final battles in a shonen series in a very recent memory. I don't know how many others can really compete with it in almost like any category you judge it. So that's why I place it here. In my opinion, for me personally, it's my favorite arc in JJK. I like it more than Shibuya, and I'm very pleased with it.
Okay, so we had a fantastic memoir from Misc there with the Sukuna raid. Me personally, I'm not in agreement. I still think Volume 0 and Hidden Inventory are both better, and then Shibuya is better than the Sukuna raid, but that's me. But he made a lot of good points. Anybody else want to say something about the Sukuna raid, meaning after Gojo dies and to the current chapter?
So my thing is, right, like the from an action standpoint, like JJK almost never falters there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, you can't have a character who you propped up as the top tier of the verse with a question mark. Maybe he's stronger than Sukuna, maybe he's not. We didn't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have the conclusion of their fight with one of them being off screen. So, like, I'm not mad at the fact that Gojo died, but I'm mad at the fact that we didn't see how. You can't just start off the next chapter like right in the middle of the fight saying, "Oh, well, Gojo did this, so that means he wins," and then he has like a little flashback, or, well, I don't know what that was. Like, I guess him talking to his friends in heaven and stuff like that, and then Sukuna's having like a little monologue to himself, like, "Yeah, Infinity was hard for me to solve, but Maharaga gave me the cheat code to figure it out. You were magnificent. I'll never forget you." And he dead. How did you? Where was the impact? How did you kill him? It's the same issue I have with Saint Seiya. Like, you show me the before, and then you show me the aftermath. Not even the after, the aftermath.
Yeah.
Like, the after is gone. I didn't see what happened. I really did not appreciate that. Yuta did pretty much what I expected him to do, so I enjoyed that. Maki,
right?
Yeah. Maki's involvement was a little underwhelming, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
Toto coming back was cool. I enjoyed that. Now, the end of the recent chapter, if Gojo is still alive,
somebody is not so dead.
Yeah, if he's still alive, I have a lot of questions that I would like to get answered. And judging on what answers I get may shape the way I view the arc, positively and negatively. But yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say.
Now, I know that Naya dropped the series anyways, so does Artist Bernice, you got anything to say about the Sukuna raid?
No, but I seen the last chapter. I didn't see this chapter. I didn't know what the Gojo thing, but that's not my favorite part of JJK.
Ah, damn.
I'll just leave it at that. It's cool. It's cool, I guess, but like my favorite parts are much earlier.
Mm-hmm. Bernice?
You dig?
I don't know much to say. I like JJK. I think that it's a perfectly fine series, but nothing I rate too highly.
Fair enough.
That's kind
Curtis?
That's how I feel.
All of my pretty much the same sentiment. I do think Miss point about like having characters that are more niche actually do shit is true. I would like that in some other series just because motherfuckers don't get fleshed out. But like my favorite arc is Hidden Inventory. Bias aside, I think it's nice and compact and neat, and it has some of my favorite characters. So, but I can understand why someone would like it. I don't have it in my top 3 in the series, but it's
Yeah, Hidden Inventory is great.
Yeah, Hidden Inventory is still my favorite arc if you don't count Volume 0. So yeah. So we're going with Naya next, which is Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles Acid Tokyo.
So yeah, just for a little quick. So this is a clamp series. If you guys ever like Card Captors or Card Captor Sakura, this is actually the sequel. It's also one side of a coin. Or a series called Holic, XXX Holic, which handles a different side of the story of what's happening. And then Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles is the more action-oriented portion of it. I used to call it the Kingdom Hearts of like manga because they go to different worlds and stuff. But anyways, this arc to me is super impressive, and I'll never forget it. And why I rate it so highly is simply like you said, you'll always get like an insight to how I felt in the moment and certain things. If it lasts with me for this long, it means something. I think if that impactful, and to this day I still feel that strongly about it. I think it was a good moment, and they did something with the main character I've never really seen done before. I kind of don't want to spoil it just in case someone wants to like get into it, but in a sense, the character that we were following was never truly, in a sense, the real main character, if you want to say that way. And something happened that I thought was really cool, and it was actually really good foreshadowing that showcased that this was true. You just didn't understand it in the moment, but in hindsight, it recontextualized some older scenes. You're like, so that's what this really meant, and I thought it was sick. And then it also that. Look, I would say that's maybe at that point, maybe like the B plot point. It converged with a C and A plot point that was all coming together and culminating at in one moment for like this incredible, impactful climax for like that arc, and then it just changed the rest of the series and the tone and the ambience of the manga itself. And I just think it's a ridiculously good arc.
I have never read it, so I'm going to take Naya's word for this one. Anybody else read this? Okay. Then we'll move on to Pat, who has Sasuke Retrieval Arc at number 7 from Naruto.
Yeah, so I'm gonna preface this by saying I absolutely abhor Naruto. Like, I don't like the series, and I grew up like a very big Naruto fan up until the Pain arc. Now, all that the Pain arc is the best arc in the series talk, yeah, dead all that shit. Sasuke Retrieval is the best arc in this whole entire series. Because this is where you saw boys become men. Naruto made a promise to Sakura that he was going to bring Sasuke back. And he went with a team of his main homies. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Neji. When I tell you, all the one-on-ones, well, except Kiba, I guess, all the one-on-ones in this fight moved me tremendously. And it wasn't even the fact that, like, we all got consecutively good fights. Well, Kiba did pull out the wolf fang over fang, so that was great. But the fact that Rock Lee showed up when Naruto was at a roadblock because he was getting blocked by Kiyomaru, fantastic. Because we thought his fighting days were done, right? So for him to come back was just amazing. And then we take it a step further. Rock Lee's still not good enough because he's not 100% healed. So he can't take on Kiyomaru right now. Gaara shows up. I'm like, bro. Like, we just... And if nothing else, from the age of 10 to 12, my YouTube history was filled with AMVs from this fucking arc. Because Naruto versus Sasuke at the Valley at the end, that's arguably still the best fight in the entire series. I got it at like
I think it is
2. I got it at 2. Yes, but both of these guys fighting for their lives, fighting for what they believe is right at the time. Like it's literally boys becoming men. Like they're fighting strongly for what they believe in. One thing that Sasuke should stay and then improve himself with the village, continue on with the nice days that they've been having. And Sasuke's like, no, fuck this. It's not giving me what I need. And it's just
not giving power.
Yeah, the conclusion, satisfactory. Fight was amazing. It had everything. Power-up, suspension, tension, good hand-to-hand combat. I really love this arc. It's phenomenal. OG had a good fight, my nigga.
I already spoke my...
He was popping pills, going crazy. He was popping perkies. Yeah, I don't feel strongly about this arc, but I agree with what you said. Though. Like, it was cool. Neji was fighting for his life, and that's my guy, bro. I was mad at that, and I don't like spiders, so I was scared.
Boys becoming men.
But I'm a shooting exam merchant, though. I admit it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bernice,
I just want to say. Yeah, I just want to say that the Valley of the End is one of the best arenas for a fight I've ever seen in manga.
Absolutely.
Fantastic environment for the final fight of the arc. It's perfect.
Niggas fighting at a waterfall, man. Come on, bro. Kishimoto was in his duffy.
Absolutely.
Artist, do you have anything to say?
I'll add just because this is like the lone Naruto arc on my list. It's my favorite in the series. I think it's either that or Pain. I'm a big proponent of the part 1 being a lot better than part 2, regardless of the war. And then a lot of the sentiment that Misc said about like characters getting like just shine. I feel since this is like the climax of part 1, you get similar sentiment of just characters, even though they just got to do stuff. You get to see this is a lot of what we get to see someone like Choji and Lee show off for like the rest of the series because they kind of just do whatever after. And then the high stakes fight at the end, really nice. And I think it's Naruto at its best. And I think it's upsetting that this is where it peaked, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But always remember like being a kid and watching this shit. Thought this shit was fire as fuck. And I think Curse Mark Sasuke is like one of his better designs. Maybe probably the series as a whole that Kishimoto pulled out.
Stage 1 or stage 2?
Stage 2. You know, I think.
Okay.
But that's
the wings shape like hands is a very nice touch.
Yeah. So that's just my piece.
Alright, well, you're going to have another piece to start off with because we're into starting off number 6, which is Artist pick One Piece Enies Lobby for his number 6. Artist, tell us why.
Okay, so for me, in terms of putting One Piece arcs on here, I was contemplating putting Saba Odi, but a lot of why I like Saba Odi is because it introduces my favorite character in Law, so getting to see him shine and seeing just that character's beginnings, I really love. But in terms of being a complete arc where it feels like everyone gets their shine, the stakes are high. I think Enies Lobby is like the quintessential arc for One Piece. It doesn't feel like it doesn't drag, it doesn't go too long. It's just length, good. You get Olive Robin shit, a good final climax, and the resolution to the buildup of Water 7 with Usopp's shit, and then the Mary send off. It's all just like the quintessential One Piece for me.
That's a really fair assessment. I think that the problem with a lot of fans is that they try to separate Water 7 and Enies Lobby a lot because it feels like two parts to the same arc, which is fair. And nobody wants to pick between them because they are so fucking good. So, yeah. Bernice, anything to say about Enies Lobby?
Probably the arc that made me realize, oh yeah, I fucking like One Piece. The that scene where the entire scene where Robin is like, I want to live, they're declaring war on Annie's lobby. I had a huge fucking smile on my face, and that's something that hasn't made me happy since it had been years since a manga, or just something in general, had made me feel such fucking giddiness, and it made me go, yeah, no, I'm gonna like One Piece.
Fair. Pat?
Yeah, so I didn't want to put 3 One Piece arcs on the list, but Enies Lobby is one of them ones, man. Like, it's just, it's perfect. It's perfect.
It's okay for it to be perfect, my guy.
It has one of the greatest flashbacks I've ever seen with Robin. Like, it's so emotionally gripping. We see why she is the way that she is. Like, the theme of motherhood in the series being flipped on its head from the beginning with Nami. Like, how Belmare refused to not acknowledge her children in front of Arlong, even though it meant she was going to die. And then here, Nico Olivia refuses to acknowledge Robin so that she can live. But, like, either way, like this, you're fucked. Like, damned if you do it, damned if you don't. So, like, and then, like, even the fights in Enies Lobby, good lord. Like, the little one-liners when they're saying to each other, like, Kaku's talking to Zoro, he was like, let's put in that do-rag on, make you stronger. And he's like, maybe. You know? Then Sanji coming in and helping Usopp out when he's about to get hurt by Jabra, and Zoro smiling because, yeah, he knows Sanji's about to handle this thing. Like, it's just little stuff like that, man. Like, I just really love it. Was on point. Action was on point. Story was immaculate. Conclusion. Oh, if you know, you know. Gumu Gumu no. Gatling. Subtitles going crazy. If you know, you know.
100%. Naya, talk on it.
Well, I have it on my list, so I'm going to save my point for later.
That's even better. Alright, so we are done with number 7, and we are on to, I believe... Sorry, number 6.
5.
I believe. You
We're
don't know what goes next?
Yeah, and then we're backtracking now. Sorry, I just keep looking at the OBS numbers and it's screwing me up. So we have artist number 5 is Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood at the Promised Day arc, as in the final arc of Fullmetal Alchemist. So artist
Griever, we're on 6. We're on 6. 6.
It's just like the payoff just feels like the payoff of the whole series. Especially, it's a payoff to, especially like my favorite moment in Full Metal is when Ed sees Al's body for the first time in like the truth shit or whatever. So having that paid off with like when Al sacrifices himself and then when Ed gives up his fucking alchemy after, it's just so good. I love all the characters, how they interact, everything about it's just perfect. Excellent closeout, just all around. There's not much else I can say. It's like, and obviously, regardless of shipping, I think the last bit that seals the Edwin ship is cute,
Agreed.
among other things.
I mean, for me, the best part of this arc was there were so many good things, like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. When someone says to me, "What is the perfect anime?" I usually say this one because realistically, no matter what angle you try to go, power scaling, power creep, writing, sound, arcs like getting weaker and stuff, there's no problem. This is like when we talk about perfect arcs, this is the perfect anime. It had a one and done story and it made it work and it's done. And I love that it doesn't continue because it was a one and done story. The big thing about the Promised Day arc for me was that we all call back to the first arc, the thing that killed the internet, which was, Nina. And when Truth asks him and says, "You're really okay with being an ordinary human? Like, you're not going to have superpowers anymore. You're not going to have shit." And he just goes, "That's all I've ever been. I was one guy who couldn't save a little girl, not even with alchemy." And that, to me, made me believe, like, okay, this was written full circle. They knew the end game. They did it correctly the entire time. Because that's a one episode, one-off thing that affected him the entire time. Did he get PTSD from it? Absolutely. But what did he do with that PTSD? He took it, he utilized it, he made it into fire. He made it into effort. So, 100% I do agree with your point. So, Naya, anything on Full Metal?
That's not really my series like that, but that's a good arc. It's cool. I like Fullmetal Alchemist. I'm more of a Silver Spoon guy. It's more of my series, to be honest. So I'll leave it at that.
Fair. Pat?
Yeah, I love Full Metal. I think the final arc is absolutely fantastic. Fury King Bradley having a tank retreating is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. And how does one man make a people in a armored tank retreat? It's insane. The fight that he has at the top of the rooftop with Greed and Fu and what's the girl's name? It's been a minute. But yeah, that fight's also top tier. Mustang losing his eyesight was like one of the most gut wrenching things I ever saw. Because I was like, he had nothing to do with this. It was not fair. But
And he can no longer see his vision for the country.
Yeah. But it's okay because at the end of the series, they hinted that he'll be able to get his eyesight back. So that was fine. But yeah, it's great. I like Full Metal. It's forever stamped in my top 10. And this is a great arc. And we're on 6, right? Not 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alright, so Bernice, do you have anything on this one?
No, I think everything has already been said.
Okay.
I think just like if you want to jump in on the series, just jump in. If not, just move on to the next one.
Fair enough. Alright, we'll start doing that. So, we jump in. What shit? Jesus Christ. So we're on number 5, correct?
6.
Yes.
Okay.
We're on 6.
I don't know why it's. Alright. The fucking Jesus.
Numéro 6.
There we go. Alright, so second up is Band, who once again is not here. He put Soul Eater, Book of Sins. I read Soul Eater. I mean, it's good. whatever. Anybody want to talk on Soul Eater?
Which one was Book of Sins?
You got me. I read the whole series, but I didn't even break it down in arcs. It's kind of short.
Yeah, I do remember the distinct arcs.
Is that when they go in the book and then there's like gender bent stuff and stuff, and they have to deal with like the different?
Oh yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
I think if it's that arc, that's cool. It's not my favorite arc.
Yeah, same.
Baba Yaga's castle and some other ones I like more. Round 3 versus Mifune with Black Star goes harder than me, but nah, it's dope. Dope arc.
All right. Well, then we'll move on. This is Bernice's is JoJo's Part 7 Steel Ball Run, D4C.
I basically said everything already.
Like Love Train or before, like when they're or like who shot Johnny Joestar? Is that what you're talking about or no?
Who shot Johnny Joestar? Yeah, because that's when we're introduced to
Got you.
D4C.
D4C.
Yeah, I already said it before. I love The Stand. I also love Valentine as a villain, and it's bullshit, but it was very fun reading Who Shot Johnny Joe. It was just a very interesting thing, even though I didn't understand what the fuck was happening.
Araki's ability to do like the art of the unknown before you truly understand what it is, like the main villain's power and ability is always really fun. Like
it is always
like almost even like for Dio's world when they didn't know what he was doing and how Kyakuin's death was ultimately how they figured it out. Like I like that.
Absolutely. And yeah, I don't have too much to add. I just think that it's a very good introduction to my stand.
Okay, all right.
It's my favorite stand too, by the way. D4C and Paisley Park was my favorite 2 stands, and then Heaven's Door probably.
Sun cheap.
Okay, fair. Now we go into this is me. I have the Kyoto arc from Kenshin. We've already talked about it. It's fantastic.
It's big.
I don't really have anything that we've already said everything. I already said my piece on this one. So the Kyoto arc in Kenshin is fucking phenomenal. Number 5. Then we go to Misc, who is no longer here. But he had the 1,000-year Blood War arc, the first invasion. He sort of split it up into 2 arcs. Yeah. Which I know a lot of people do that. I don't agree with it technically, but it's everybody else's list, so it's fine. 1,000-year Blood War arc, first invasion, fucking incredible.
That's real gas.
Don't have a single bad thing to say about it.
No.
Anybody got anything other than this shit was awesome?
Nah, that shit is actually perfect.
Yamamoto's saying that, bro, I'm here. It's secure. What the fuck is you talking about? I'm like, hold on, that's kind of cold. Hold on.
It's crazy. He starts off the arc with that, then at the end he gets bodied by Jowashi. He's like, I killed you today, but really you died 10,000 years ago when you failed to kill me. Oh my god.
Byakuya entrusting the Soul Society Ichigo moment was just...
And much as that was my favorite character, that was a good send off. But Pat ended up convincing me that the Rukia moment later on was worth him staying alive, and I ended up agreeing. I ended up agreeing in the long run.
I agree with Naya that Byakuya dying there would have here's the problem is that Byakuya dying there would have worked, and I would have been fine with it. But also, him working with the Rukia Bankai shit also works. So I don't know what I believe anymore. You know? I'll admit it. I'm torn. I don't know. Do I believe in God or do I not? I don't know. So either way, yeah, I
didn't expect you to say that.
Firmly, Misc might have had some questionable choices putting Soul Society down in honorable mentions, but the fact that he had Bleach as number 5 for 1,000-year Blood War. Anybody want to say anything else about 1,000-year Blood War?
Is this still 6, sir, by the way? But yes.
Okay.
No, it's a cool arc.
All right. We're moving on, and this will be Naya, you have Hitman Reborn, Curse of the Rainbow. Let's
Okay, so
go.
we did, so I just want you to know you did skip 6 for me.
Yeah, we told him like 5 times,
Wait,
bro.
what?
We're on 6. We're on 6.
What was your 6?
6 is Jailhouse Lock from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure,
Did I skip that?
stop
Ooh,
motion,
that's
I did
good.
that. All right.
with Mew Mew
Yeah.
the guard, and how Jolene could only remember 3 things at once, and then she forgets. I'm like, oh my god, this was such a brilliant thing to do. And just in case the jail has stand users, right? Like you have a stand user with an ability that's perfectly suited to kind of confuse them, keep them like discombobulated. And I'm like, this is like how do we win? How do we win?
No, I
And
skipped.
Jolie's writing shit all over her body to try to remember stuff. Like I just thought, and I thought the anime did a good job of how they portrayed it too. Sometimes with the blackouts and it's cutting to a scene where it's like she's intensely focused, and then it's just like a light scene of her just doing something else because she completely forgot. So it just transitions to her just kind of going about her daily life in the jail cell. I'm like, yo, this is insane. And how they ended up beating her was kind of crazy. Then Emporio also suffering from it and just kind of shocking himself over and over in the water. It was, bro. This is my favorite JoJo arc, like self-contained small arc. Like I get Dio's world is more hype. I'm with you with like Who Shot Johnny Joestar and D4C Love Train. All those things are like more, but like this to me was just such a clever thing to do, and I just anytime I get to it, it resonates with me deeply. And as much as I love the Vivanio Westwood fight, I just got to give this just a nod to this. Like, I just thought it was so clever.
That's
So
good.
yeah.
Fair enough. Anybody else want to talk on this before I realize that I skipped everybody's number 6?
Uh,
I don't remember.
All right. I mean, I haven't read it, so fan-damn-tastic. We'll go to Pat's, and then we're gonna have to go. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have the graphics set up in the best of ways. We have Diamond No Ace.
Yeah, you skipped 6.
Yeah, I skipped 6 completely, it seems. I started with 6, and then I moved on to 5 somehow. So 6 is Diamond No Ace, Saito versus Inashiro for Pat.
Now, listen. I want all of y'all to listen very carefully. Y'all listening? Okay, good.
listen.
So, Diamond No Ace is the greatest sports manga of all time. And
I agree.
I realized this when I got to this game right here. Because up until this point, I'm just watching it. I'm watching the anime. I'm having a good time. Sawamura's funny. I'm enjoying it. They're winning. They're talking about how last year they came up short, but this year is the one. I'm like, okay, yeah, great. We're going to get to this, and we're going to beat these guys that beat us last year. Because that's normally how it goes, right? Main character joins the team. They go further because he's the missing piece that they needed, and then they're going to reach a wall eventually sometime later on the line, but they're going to get further than they did last year. Huh. This game, bro, when I tell you it had me on the edge of my seat, literally from start to finish. This nigga made the best pitcher in Japan, and he's only in his second year of high school. He pitching against Sato's lineup all lackadaisically, and they're one of the top hitting teams in Japan. But when he see Yuki, oh yeah, he locked in. He locked in. He's not taking nobody else seriously. But Yuki, yeah, he's a problem. I'm gonna make sure I shut him out.
I'm like you out.
I'm like, bro, he's cutting off their water by going half speed against the rest of the team, and they're all good. But he's playing seriously against one player, and it's working. And I'm just like, bro, are they really gonna beat? And then I'm watching the game. Sawamura come in, and he's like the little joke that they needed, right? Southpaw pitcher with a funky pitching style that the other team can't get a read on. They just can't hit his pitches no matter what. I'm like, yeah, that's my son. You see him? He's like that. We get to the end of the game. Yuki finally get a hit on May. I'm like, okay, cool. We're up now. Then it's their turn to bat. I'm like, just hold this lead. They get 1 out. Nice. They get 2 out. Nice. I'm like, 1 more out. 1 more out. We going to nationals, nigga. We going to nationals. Bro, when Sawamura threw that dead ball pitch and bro got up and screamed in triumph because he got on base? Oh my god, the snowball effect from that moment, and then Sato ends up losing the game. I swear to God, I've never in my life shed a tear over no sports manga or anime. But that moment right there broke something inside of me when they lost that game. And seeing them on the bus afterwards, just in tears, all of them in tears. And I'm thinking, okay, Yuki not gonna cry, right? He's the captain. He's the heart and soul of the team. Full on breaking down in tears. I'm like, bro, nah. Like the waterworks just couldn't stop. They couldn't stop. I was like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen in anime. I've never been moved like this over a sports game before.
Shit broke my heart, bro.
That is, I mean, I do agree that I loved my run with Diamond No Ace. I'm also apologizing right now for people that see me quickly running out and coming back. I'm just sort of not being able to hold down my food right now for reasons. So, yeah, it's not pleasant. So anyway, I try to eat and then comes back up 20 minutes later. So, anyways, so Diamond No Ace was Pat's pick, and I seem to skip a lot of number 6s. So bands was Soul Society. We already talked about that one. It's absolutely fantastic. Apologize for skipping it. It's just the way I, ran down the graphics.
That's all good.
Number 6 for Bernice, however, is Toriko the Four Beast arc. So, Bernice, talk about this one.
It's really fun. I don't have too much to say. It's very hype. I was containing myself, adding too many talks because Toriko is in my top 3 favorite manga. But I didn't want to just saturate the list with it. And the fact that you said only shonen was very good because of the fact that if you hadn't, it would have been like entirely just Uzui arcs. Just fucking 10 Uzui arcs in a row. So you kind of saved my list with that.
You're welcome, my guy.
Well, yeah, 4 beasts just... It's very good. Just... I don't have a lot to say.
It's the... Before we had Cooking Festival, before we had Into the Eight Kings, I 100% agree that the Four Beasts... This was the culmination. This is what everything was built into. It sort of feels like the Marineford of Toriko. It was the culmination of everything, all the moving parts finally coming together, and everybody was involved. And it worked so well. It worked fantastically. I mean, yeah. Anybody got anything else to say? I mean, it's a fantastic arc.
And I just want to say that I'm going to be going to sleep. It's 5 a.m.
That's fair, Bernice. We'll go through your list, and we'll say nice things.
Very, very good, very good.
Thank you for coming to the stream, though. I really much appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure being here. It's been a pleasure meeting you too. I haven't met you two before this stream, but it's been very fun.
Likewise, man. Good vibes, good vibes.
Good vibes indeed. Well, keep on streaming,
safe,
I guess.
man.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, my guy. Pat, as the only one who remembers Toriko at all, 4 Beast arc.
The 4 beasts?
Yeah.
4 beasts arc. Which one was that again?
Shit. It's the one where all the 4 kings have to come together because the beast is attacking the human world. It's the 4, and then they come together and blah, blah, blah. Obviously, you don't know shit.
Yeah, I remember now. This is the one right before Cooking Festival, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the one before they go to the gourmet world and do shit.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a really short and compact arc, really. Like they showcase like how far they've come. Um, I don't really have much to say. They just came in and handled business. I thought it was good.
Okay. All right. So next up after Bernice is mine, which is Seven Deadly Sins, the Ten Commandments arc. The reason I would have picked the first arc of Seven Deadly Sins over this one, the invasion of the castle, blah blah blah, because I think it's a fantastic opening arc. It's fantastic. Hendrickson is the final villain, all that shit works out great. But Ten Commandments gives me Escanor. So yeah, I don't think anybody with a brain cell could tell me that Escanor isn't worth putting on a goddamn top tier list. Man shows up is literally the greatest thing that's been written in 10 years. And proceeds to continue to be the greatest thing that existed in 10 years. For an entire arc. And regardless what happens after this arc, and regardless what happened before this arc, Seven Deadly Sins hit a peak, and it begins and ends with the Lion Sin of Pride. So, yeah. Seven Deadly Sins, Ten Commandments are, for a lot of reasons outside of Escanor, but we're trying to streamline this, but I'm just saying, Escanor is one of the biggest reasons why everyone loves this arc. I think the arc has a lot of merit on multiple fronts for multiple character developments and a bunch of other reasons. This is not where the writing dipped, in my opinion. It was right after this arc, in my opinion, but during this arc, Seven Deadly Sins was still high on a lot of fronts, so yeah. Anybody want to say anything else?
Griever, perhaps you dropped a coin. It's Ever.
Cool, son. Purai do fude. Nah, man. Yeah, this art, like, again, I think we both agree, like, Mael reveal is kind of when things started to maybe take a turn for the worse. And you were, I can't remember if it was you or Grim. One of you were not a fan of the Demon King's like ultimate plan, and I wasn't disagreeing with you guys. I just wasn't shocked. But it kind of brings the hype.
Chapter 300, where ultimately he just wanted to be a body snatcher, and I said no.
Yeah, man, he brings the hype, bro. I mean, I literally just did a video not too long ago where I hyped him up for like 8 minutes. So it's like I don't think more needs to be said right now.
Wait, you hyped
the
up
one
Escanor, or because I watched the Escanor one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
and I loved
it.
it. I loved that video. I was like, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Apparently, a lot of people did too. It's my best performing video on that channel.
Let's go, my guy.
He really brings the hype.
Escanor is that guy. I mean, like, who decided that? Just right away. He became a meme right away with that line. Like, it was so...
Nah, seriously, because who decided that? Who said I can't hurt you? You said that? Does that make it true? Fuck no.
This dude came into this and said, yeah, power scalers? No. I decide. And the fact that everyone was fine with it. That's what I love. That everybody, like, it's one of those things where you don't have an argument. Everybody comes together and goes, yeah, fuck your hacks. Fuck your this, that, and the other thing. Your intricate shit. I'm just that fucking good. Cruel Sun. Boom. And everyone just immediately accepts it. When the community comes together, it's beautiful. And Escanor was the... And especially... The shot that I'm using is Meliodas versus Escanor, which was, once again...
the anime butchered it, but it was good.
The anime, they did fix it later, even though Netflix claims they didn't. Meanwhile, I have screenshots showing that they absolutely did because, well, I have the screenshots. I have the original episode versus the one that's now on Netflix. Far better animated. You fixed it. Shut the fuck up. But they still, when we first got introduced to the one, you know, like, even that was hype as fuck. It's like, who's stronger, Meliodas or Escanor? And I remember before we even knew, we didn't even see Bartender Escanor. Meliodas goes, Escanor, he's even stronger than me. And everyone was like, pfft. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. This man was
different.
So good.
He's different.
He just built different.
Play
So yeah, after me, we had Misc, which we already talked about. Attack on Titan Return to Shiganshia. Yeah, it is what it is. We already talked about Jailhouse Lock for Naya, and we already talked about number 6, which was Domino Ace for Pat. So, alright, we're going to close that one out, and hopefully I don't fuck this up again. Number 5, we've... Okay, I think... Yeah, we already went through most of the number 5s, but we didn't talk about Naya's completely because we skipped his number 6, which was Hitman Reborn, Curse of the Rainbow. So, Naya?
Yeah, this is the final. I know, like, the ending of Koteki Hitman Reborn bothers a lot of people, and I get that. And I would argue the best arc is the Varia arc. Honestly, I would argue that if I'm trying to be as impartial and biased as objective as I can be. But fuck all that
I would
shit,
argue
because
that's above it for me.
Listen, Curse release. I got to see that nigga Reborn. Oh my god, I got to see it go crazy. He said chaos, not Chaosu. Chaos! I packed out Suna's dad. I got the bastard punch. For every test, Suna brought the 0 out of 10 home. Every ass whooping he deserved for being a lame and a loser and getting no hoes. His dad channeled all of those ass whoopings into one punch and cleanly knocked that nigga the fuck out. I said, oh my god, there's levels to this. I love it. This is insane. We got the Varia Mammon gathering, the coldest nigga of all time, Sanzasu. And him and his cronies. You get to see him in his cambio forma against Hibara. Hibara would have got clapped if Dino didn't save him. And then he was willing to break his watch just to have a fight with him, but wouldn't have gone well. The fight with Bermuda didn't go well for him. He got his ACL and MCL torn up. But that being said, you know, Bermuda and Jagger were clapping everybody for the most part with the short warp and the Flame of the Night. But as much as I do think that obviously because it was getting an axed ending, some of the rush portions were not it. And some people would argue the ending was too open-ended and made it feel like nothing really changed from the first chapter. The one thing that satisfied me, which is why as much as I agree with those things, I don't let it bother me to that degree. And let me be clear, this arc's not perfect. It's not. It's got a lot of problems. But I ultimately thought the mystery of the Trinisete was so satisfying when we learned it. When Bermuda took Reborn and Suna into that different world and showed them what happens with the strongest 7 in every generation and how they have to keep like the pacifiers going and what the Vindice truly were, which were previous Alco Borneo. And I'm like, you see that? I'm so fucking satisfied with the answer to that mystery because it was something I used to speak about every single day with my Reborn friends all the time. So that's why I don't hold too much against that arc. Despite me admitting it's probably not perfect, but yeah, seeing Mukuro and Verde work together with his the glove that can make like the real illusions, crazy, bro. Just a crazy arc, dog.
I will say, just asking you really quick because I don't remember Hitman Reborn from arc to arc. I can just say it deserved better. It feels like
it did. It did.
We needed more from that. It feels like Toriko and Bleach and stuff like that. It's like, obviously, the manga needed more time. Canceling at this point was just... From what I recall, I remember being incredibly pissed off. That, like, we're rushing this shit. You could feel it. You could see it. It was annoying.
I get it.
Yeah. Anybody have anything to say about Hitman Reborn?
I mean, I heard a lot of people don't like this art, but like honestly, I think it's really good. I when I read it, like he Reborn was already done, so my opinion is different, I guess. But I truly feel like the last two arcs of Reborn are the best two arcs in the series. Like I truly stand by that. Is the final fight kind of rushed? Sure, but like all the mysteries surrounding like the Vindice and the Curse of the Rainbow and stuff like that, really good. Um, what's my man's name now? That one arc of Eleno that wanted revenge.
Skull? Wait, said revenge?
Yeah, revenge. Like vengeance is justice. Vengeance is
Oh,
everything.
that's Bermuda. Yeah.
Bermuda. Yes.
Yeah.
Like that was moving me.
That was
that was moving me.
he said nothing else is required. Vengeance is all that is needed. Nothing else is required. So something like that. I have the line somewhere. Hold on, let me find it. We keep talking, but I'll find it. I know I have the picture somewhere on my computer.
Yeah, and like just like we got like dream matchups that we were waiting on, like Zanzi's going up against Hibari, and then like Hibari was whatchamacallit, he broke the thingy thing because he was like, nothing can hold me back. If I want to fight, I'm gonna fight.
Yeah, he's broke the watch, the boss watch.
Yeah, he broke the watch. And so I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it too. They're like, stop, you stupid ass boss. What the fuck are you doing? No, like I think the humor in the final arc is really good. The action is great. I think the art actually takes a leap. Like it was always good, like the art style is always good, but I think like in the final arc, it's really, really good. And I just enjoyed the hell out of the last arc. I think it's really fantastic.
Revenge is supreme. Revenge is everything. Nothing else is required. I said talk that talk, my boy.
So, Pat, since we got to keep moving, Impel Down is yours.
Yes. So, I didn't want to fill up the whole list with One Piece arcs, but like, who would I be if One Piece wasn't on here more than once? You know what I'm saying?
I get you.
Impel Down is here at number 5. I spoke on it a little bit earlier, but yeah, like the concept of every floor of the prison, the further deep you go down, the worse the prisoners become, and the floor becomes even more hellish to survive to reflect that. So like the first 2 stages are like whatever. Third stage is like a desert. What was 4th stage was the hell. Mm-hmm. Am I getting it? Yeah, and then
there was Ice Hell on 5, and then it was
Ice Hell on the 5th stage, and then there's even after you go past the 5 stages, there's an extra 6th stage where the worst of the worst criminals go down there because they want to be erased from history, which is a constant theme in One Piece. Like the narrative gets painted a certain way by those who are in control. So these people, eventually they're going to be forgotten about. That's what they want to do, to shape it so that they never even existed, so they can control the narrative about the way the world used to be ran. So I like that. It's like little subliminal stuff like that. And then you have like Ivankov, like bro, he's just chilling in the jail waiting for Dragon to make his move, and then he's going to come out and help him with his little army in there with Kamabaka people, citizens. Just seeing all the familiar faces again, Buggy, Mr. 3, Mr. 2, Crocodile, then meeting Jinbei, and Luffy going up against Magellan and losing? I completely did not expect that. I 100% thought Luffy was going to find some way, somehow, to beat him. I didn't think he was going to fight him so early on, of him getting into the jail. Because he fought him on, number 4, right? Level 4? So he wasn't even on level 5 yet. And he fought the head jailer. And I'm like, bro, we're already fighting him? We're not even at Ace yet. I thought this was going to happen when we get to Ace. And then he lost. I'm like, he lost? What the fuck? Oh my god. Like, and then just even at the end, Blackbeard shows up. I'm like, what? Blackbeard's here? So I'm like, wait, Blackbeard is here. Like, I'm still mad at him because like Ace is in jail because of this clown. And Luffy fights him for a little bit, and I'm just like, And it's a perfect arc. Like, if I could give it an 11 out of 10, I would.
All right.
Impel Down.
Fair enough. I think everybody here loves the Impelled Down arc. We already talked about it, so...
That's the only right opinion to have.
Alright, so now I think we did, before I go on, I'm pretty sure number 5 has been dealt with.
Yes, we are on 4 now.
So now we're on 4, which starts with Artist at the Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ant arc. Artist is in here, and he never did do his take, even though we've already talked about the Chimera Ant arc. Artist does get his say on it, so go.
I mean, all around, it's very good. I like the parallel between Gon and Meruem. It's very interesting how Togashi did it. What the human becoming the monster becoming the human. Great fights all around. The only knock I would ever give it would be how slow it does feel at times, but that's only at certain points. Other than that, it flows really well. The story is amazing. Great moments from every character that is present. Obviously, 2 of the other 4 aren't present, but Gon and Killua will get moments out of the ass, so can't really complain in that department. And I'd consider... I haven't read past what the anime adapted, so I can't speak on like the Dark Continent and stuff like that, but as much as I've consumed, this is the best Hunter x Hunter arc.
Agreed. I agree.
Alright, fair enough. Once again, I've never read it, so it is what it is. So number 4 next is... oh shit. Number 4. This is Band's pick, which is the Boo Saga, and Band isn't here. I'll just say, I get it. We have Super Saiyan 3, we have Vegito, we have, Ultimate Gohan, or whatever you want to call him and stuff. Fight you? No, I want to kill you. We have a number of great moments. The speeches between, "You're better than me, Kakarot. You are the best," and all that shit. We have Majin Vegeta. We have so many things here in this arc that are fantastic. But yeah, since Band isn't here to say his piece, does anybody else want to say anything about the Boo Saga?
It's easily the weakest saga of all the ones in Dragon Ball Z, honestly. But I like it. It's just not like... doesn't have Saiyan Saga levels of suspension, doesn't have Frieza Saga levels of satisfaction, doesn't have Cell Saga levels of peak action, so it's just the odd man out, unfortunately.
It's cool until after Vegeta's sacrifice, and it loses me.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Alright, so that was Band's entry. Bernice, who is no longer here, we already talked on the Cell Saga. That's his number 4. Unfortunately, he's in Italy, so he obviously had to go to bed. That's fantastic for him. I haven't slept.
In the middle of Italy.
I don't know what sleep is anymore, my guys. So I get power snoozes, as it were. But yeah, so the Cell Saga, once again, we've already talked. Great villain, great arc, great build-up, hyperbolic time chamber, multiple Super Saiyans, future Trunks introduced, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, Piccolo development, everything across the board is just fantastic. So now, after that, right out of the gate, it's mine. My number 4 is the same deal. So, same spiel, repeat, on repeat. Let's go. Next up is Misc's number 4 is, who isn't here anymore, is Kengan Ashura, which we allowed him to utilize one veto vote for that it was a shonen, even though it's sort of a seinen. Kengan Ashura Annihilation Tournament round number 2. I 100% understand this because round 2 was fucking awesome. So I know Pat has it on his list as well. So
Yeah, it's also
Pat, why
mine,
don't
yep.
you talk about it?
Yeah, so for years, because Kengan Ashura is actually a shonen. I didn't realize that until like a year after I read it. But for years, the Dark Tournament was the best arc in shonen, like tournament arc that I ever read. Then I read Kengan Ashura. Oh boy. You're talking about expect the unexpected. Every single fight is entertaining. Power ups in the middle of the fight that defy the laws of comprehension and human ability. It has it all. I don't think there is a single bad fight in this entire tournament. And that's saying something because there's like 20 fights. And just like the way like Oma as the protagonist, he was an underdog, like a massive underdog. And he fought like some of the top tier fighters listed in the tournament. Made his way to the finals, and he still didn't win. I'm just like, bro. Like, nah, it just. And then, like, the person that won the tournament was the goddamn Dark Horse. We didn't expect him to do shit. Like, nobody expected him to make it to the final and then win. So I'm just like, bro, like, if you want to do tournament arcs, read Dragon Ball, read Yu Yu Hakusho, and then read Kengan Ashura. That's a holy trinity right there. Because this is just, it's phenomenal. Like, every fight is good. The characters are lively. They make it enjoyable. They have secret techniques. They all have their unique fighting styles. Like, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's one of the best reads I've ever had.
Kengan Ashura, for me, became one of my favorite manga very, very quickly. As a result, not of the art style, but of the characters and how they made an entire manga a tournament arc. And it worked. It worked so fucking well. And yeah, I just agree with every single thing that Pat said. 100%. I think Pat did a better job of explaining why it's so good, better than I could in probably 15 minutes. So I'm just going to go and say, hell fucking yeah, you know. Because sometimes I talk a lot. Everybody knows this. I talk a lot. But sometimes what I said in 2 minutes works better than what I said in 20. So I will admit that sometimes when somebody's just speaking facts, it's facts. It is what it is. That being said, Kengan Ashura, I know a lot of people hate on Omega, but I still think it's also worth a read. And I urge people who are a fan of Ashura to check Omega out. And don't listen to the comments. Don't read them, don't check them. Because as someone who caught up to Ashura when it was completed, and then Omega was already 100 chapters in, I don't have as much problem with apparently people do. So maybe this is one of those week-to-week basis. It doesn't work. Maybe a binge read it does. Just going off on that. Anyway, so that was Misc's. Now we're on Naya's, which is number 4, which is Crow's Rindaman Round 2. Naya, you want to talk about this one?
Man, when I tell you legendary manga fights, legendary. I don't want to spoil nothing because I think Crows is something that everyone should experience. But to make a long story short, so the main character,
out of the things you and I talk about, it's something you've never brought up to me, and I don't know this manga.
Really?
No.
That's shocking. That's shocking. Crows
I
is
know
literally
all
one
the
of my
old
favorite
school
manga of
manga, but
all
this is
time.
one I do not know.
Delinquent manga, man, is awesome. It's like literally incredible. Like I won't even lie to you, I read it earlier this year again because it's not a hard read. But so Boya How to Meet You is actually my favorite manga main character. If you don't know that, he's my favorite lead ever.
Really?
More than like Joseph Joestar and some other
Oh,
people.
dude,
Like,
I
yeah,
gotta
he's my
read this shit now.
yeah. Like it's incredible. But to make a long story short, this is like I want you to think of any anime in your mind of two characters you really, really wanted a match to happen. Whether it's the first match, but really a rematch because you know it would go crazy. I would argue we wanted to always see Meliodas at full power versus Escanor. I would argue we wanted to see, maybe Vegeta and Goku run it back when they had their Super Saiyan forms.
Hachimi no Ippo, I want to fucking see that shit.
So I want you to think of the strongest person and the main character who you could argue is the 1B. They've had their little moment earlier in the series, but it's like before graduation is over, it's time to settle who's the fucking man. And everybody pulls up. Enemies, foes, neutrals, fucking middle school kids who don't even know what was really going on to watch this legendary fight go down. And when I tell you it delivers and it doesn't disappoint, no matter who it is you were rooting for, God. That nigga delivered, bro. I don't want to say nothing else because I know you're gonna read it. I'm not gonna say something else, but it's special.
Oh,
it's special.
Now that I know that you are saying this is top 10 shit, I didn't know. You never told me about this one before, my guy. So
I'm kind of mad at myself, but hey, man.
I'm 100% gonna read this because I know that if I told you, nah, this shit is some of the best shit I ever read, check it out, I know you'd read it. You might take a few weeks or a month or whatever, but I know you would check it out. So, the fact that you're telling me this shit, yeah, I gotta look into it. So, Crows. Apparently, guys, check it the fuck out. Because if Nai's recommended it, he's read more. I always make the argument on every stream, on every video, that guess what? I probably read more than you, the viewer. Naya triples me in that regard. So, yeah, let's go. And now
I've spent many days avoiding touching grass.
And then Pat sort of comes up once again for number 4. You had the Kengan Annihilation Tournament completely, Pat.
Yeah. Yeah, I already said my piece. Like it's
you said your piece, yeah. Misc was near, yeah. So that one sort of works out. Okay, so we're gonna go into number 3, which starts with Artist, who is actually still here, who says Yu Yu Hakusho: The Dark Tournament. Artist, do you want to say something?
Fantastic pick.
So I'll just preface by saying Yu Yu Hakusho is my favorite series. Yusuke
Excellent.
Is my favorite main character and probably favorite character in manga and in manga period.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Talk to him. Talk.
Shit, I don't know. Toguro is goated. His backstory, the way he connects with Genkai, goated. The moment after she, quote unquote, well, she does die, but whatever. The spear gun into the sky, peak. The entire fights between Team Toguro and Team Urameshi, peak. The lead up, I think a lot of the characters, at least the ones that are meant to stand out, the fight against Team Urameshi do. And I think that also pays off in the fact that they come back later. It's just I think it's the quintessential tournament arc. I haven't read Kengan. I imagine I'll get to it eventually. But for me, this is the pinnacle. And the only reason it's not higher is because I like the next arc of Yu Yu Hakusho more.
Oh, culture. Culture.
Okay, so I'll just say, yeah, Dark Tournament. Not my favorite arc of Yu Yu Hakusho. There is another one, and I'm sure is coming up on some people's lists. But yeah, I get why
What's
everyone loves
so
Dark
cultured?
Tournament.
What's so cultured? I love this.
I mean, no, I love it too. See, my thing is that Yu Yu Hakusho is pretty much a fantastic anime from start to finish.
That's facts. That
I
is a fact.
don't have a problem. This is when Togashi was actually writing well. Hunter x Hunter is another story. Anyways, so Pat, you want to talk about the Dark Tournament?
Yeah. So, I wanted to put it on this list, but again, I wanted to be fair. Like, keep it one series per, except One Piece. One Piece is the lone
That's
exception.
what I
so.
did. That's what I did.
But yeah, the Dark Tournament is just special. Like, there isn't a single bad round of the Dark Tournament. Like, even my favorite part of it is when they go up against the Dr. Ishigaki team, and then Kuwabara uses his spiritual awareness to see what happened with them and see how like they're being using as tools and puppets for Dr. Ishigaki, and then like he sacrifices himself pretty much, and then they cleared that resolution, and then the tournament committee is like, yeah, the next round's gonna start right now. Team Urameshi, Team Masho, go ahead and fight. I'm like, bro, these motherfuckers, like, they're literally down a member. Then they're like, oh, but we're gonna use the medical timeout because they just fought, trying to pretend that they're fair, but really it's a trap because Kie and Genkai, they're not able to fight. They're just dwindling their numbers. I'm like, I've never seen a rig job this bad before. Kurama gets to the first two fights and he's not moving, and then they start the next round. I'm like, bro, come on. And then even if that wasn't bad enough, Yusuke fights Bakken, beats the shit out of him, fights Jin, he wins. Then he's about to fight Risho. They're like, actually, Yusuke and Jin were both out the ring for 10 seconds. So, bro, like the level of cheating that they had to overcome, the quality of the fights, the iconic moments like Hiei eating the dragon, Yoko Kurama, Yusuke versus Toguro. Like, it's fantastic, man.
Well,
I like the Dark Tournament arc, but I'm not as high in Yu Yu Hakusho as everyone else's. But it's a good arc. I like it. It's really good.
Nah, is sort of indifferent to it, but all right. Okay, so that was.
It means more to other people than it does to me, to be honest. But I do like it. It's just not one of my favorites. That's all. Well, I say favorites. It's not in my top 10 at least.
That's fair, and apparently it's also a band's favorite. So we lucked out on that one. Bernice is apparently One Piece Marineford, but Bernice is no longer here. We already talked about Marineford. We all love it. It's goated.
Too low. It's too low. His ranking is too low.
It's what, Pat?
It's too low.
Too low. I love it. I love it.
It's still
so
not
we
enough.
go to number 4, which would be myself, which is also Marineford. There we go. Number 3 is my Marineford, but once again, that being said, Pat's not wrong that it does feel too low. It truly does, and I don't like that it is this low, but it's Marineford for me, ladies and gentlemen. So,
I'm just a maniac. Yeah, I'm a maniac. Just ignore me, chat.
There we go. There we go. Misc has Toriko the Cooking Festival. We've already talked about that one. Then we go Naya, number 3. You put a certain magical index, the Sisters arc.
So, man, first time I witnessed this, it just the way that it stuck with me. There was a meme that I remember seeing with it where like he was punching this guy, I didn't know it, and it said something like I've had a girlfriend of 15 years. So the joke was that his left hand was so strong because he's beating his meat. But in this arc, the strongest level 5 Esper is going around killing these clones of a certain character, and like there's a bunch of things that culminated into her getting involved, but she actually does not stand a chance against him, despite Misaka, the Electric Princess, also being a level 7 Esper, but she's not one of the stronger ones. And Kamijo Tomo, the main character, especially of his like version of the series, was Index, because there's like spin-offs where they focus on other characters, but we'll focus on the main series. Imagine Breaker is like what I call like it's one of my favorite abilities. And people will be like, Asta's the best because he has anti-magic, and I'm like, Imagine Breaker is so busted. It cancels out anything that is supernatural or magical in nature in any capacity, and that includes the miracles of God. That's why he's an unlucky person. He can't even be blessed by God himself. That ability is so broken. So basically, this culminates into the strongest Esper in the city, who's level 5, versus a level 0, somebody who's considered to not really have an ability. And all he could really do is punch him and negate his powers, but he has to be making physical contact, and he fucking fucks him up. Oh my goodness. And then what adds to how great this arc is the ramifications it has and the trickle-down effect it has to the other parts of the series. And what it does to Accelerator and his reputation and things of that nature. And then, god damn, bro, it's just a special moment, man. It was so emotionally gripping and emotionally moving, and it'll always be one of my favorite arcs of all time for how it made me feel.
I actually really love a certain magical index. I remember picking it up and going, this is one of the weirdest fucking things. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't in my mindset the way I was reading it and stuff, but I remember getting into it and blah, blah, blah. And some parts of it I'm still uncertain about, but yeah, I fully understand why you have this one. Anybody else got anything to say?
I don't know if anyone else is. I mean, maybe.
I mean, that's fair. Now, unfortunately, even with Pat here, you and I have read a lot more than
Pat's read a lot.
So then we have Gintama for the final number 3 for Pat. Shogun Assassination. Go, my guy.
I just want to say that I'm a fraud for not having it on there, but I didn't know what to do after I made my list. I tried to figure it out.
You're a fraud
he wouldn't give
for
me
not
15.
having Soul Society.
He wouldn't give me 50. No, that was never going to be there.
Fuck you.
That wasn't even in contention.
And you're wrong.
Top 20? It'd be there.
It's okay to be wrong.
Go ahead, Pat.
Let's go, Pat. Give it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay, so Shogun Assassination. When I first started Gintama, this was the arc that everybody was in my ear about. Like, oh, you gotta get to Shogun Assassination. You gotta get to Shogun Assassination. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'm gonna start Gintama. I'm enjoy it. So as I was watching Gintama and enjoying it, like, I honestly completely forgot that I was getting up to this point. Up until, like, I want to say I got to, like, episode 200, and I was like, I'm pretty deep in now. Did I pass Shogun Assassination already? And they're like, no, it's in the 300s. You gotta keep watching. So then that's when I started watching with the goal in mind. Like, okay, I'm gonna get to this. And I was enjoying myself. It was really good. I love Gintama. I think it's hilarious. Anime that start off with the main character being over the age of 20 is really special stuff. But once I got to Shogun Assassination, bro, like, I'm actually speechless right now because I'm thinking about it. Like, the amount of plot twists, intense action, flashbacks, and just sheer emotional moments that I witnessed in this arc, it honestly changed the way I view anime for a little bit. Because I was like, if y'all not putting this much into gratifying buildups, then what the fuck are y'all doing? Because everything that Gintama was doing for 300 episodes led up to this arc. And that's not a hyperbole. Everything that was happening in Gintama led up to this arc. And it delivered. And the arc's like 10 episodes. Jintoki versus Takasugi. It's probably like top 3 best anime fights I've ever watched in my entire life. And the way it concludes is like one of the saddest moments I've ever had, like watching an anime. Like I had tears in my eyes like multiple times watching this arc. It's only like 10 episodes. Like that just shows you like how detailed, put together it was, not drawn out, straight to the point. It's phenomenal. I think it's Gintama's magnum opus. The arc that follows after it, Farewell Shinsengumi, is almost as good, but the peaks of Shogun Assassination are just much better to me. And this is the start of where everything changes in Gintama. Like, it gets to a point where I'm like, okay, we're doing too much action now. Like, now I want comedy. like that's how good it is. Like, bro, where's the comedy? Where's them goofing off every single day, not doing shit? I want that back. I don't want them to fight anymore. That's how good the fighting is. Yeah, it's one of my favorite arcs of all time. I thoroughly enjoy it.
I never got that far in Gintama to enjoy the arc that you're talking about, but one day I will probably reach that point.
I highly recommend.
Does Naya or Artist, either one of you, have anything to say about Gintama's Shogun Assassination?
I'm not that far into Gintama. We kind of just we didn't get that. We didn't stop because we didn't like it. We stopped just because of we stopped after what's her face's brother gets introduced. But we're gonna pick it back up soon.
Yeah, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're halfway there.
Naya, you got anything?
He's still not back?
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, this arc is masterpiece, man. And again, I needed to find a way to put it on my list, but after I made it and I thought about it, I just didn't know what to do. I just threw my hands up in the air in defeat, like I don't know what to do, what to say. It isn't my favorite Gintama arc, that makes sense, but it's fucking special. Oh,
Nice.
I won't hold you.
So,
I'm fighting for my life, so tired as hell. I'm old.
that's fair. So I believe we've gone through all the number 3s. We're in the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on number 2, which is Soul Society. All of us have already said our piece. Artist, this is your number 2, so you can speak on it. We've already said our piece.
Just quintessential Bleach. All the moments with Zangetsu, both Old Man Zangetsu and White, are some of my favorites in the series. The fight with Byakuya probably still ranks top 5 in the series for me. And when Zangetsu takes over, it's just like minutes of pure chaos and hype. Just seeing him take over. The payoff that it just sets up with characters that end up staying the whole series, like Byakuya and Kenpachi, and how it's the start of their relationships with Ichigo. It's just perfect, and I don't know, the first Bankai, and Ichigo's especially, is just like iconic.
It hits different.
Yeah.
And Aizen reveal, and how it just sets up damn near the whole rest of the series. 300, 400 chapters of it. It's just perfect. Love it.
Well,
we said our piece earlier, so we chimed in a few times.
Yeah.
But it's the best Bleach arc. It's fucking amazing. Shout out to Byakuya, the GOAT.
Byakuya, shout out. He is amazing. Yep. All right.
Wakudo no Roku Kiichi.
So this is Hunter x Hunter Greed Island for band. I never read Greed Island, so fuck, I have no idea. Anybody want to talk about it?
Dodgeball go crazy. They go burr.
Greed Island is cool. It's cool.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more than cool.
Moving on, Bernice had the Frieza saga at number 2. Now, Naya, I know that this includes the Namek.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one.
So why don't you talk about it?
This is the one. Actually, the main reason for why I enjoy this arc so much, I'll touch on 3 main points. Dragon Ball is something that's been talked about ad nauseum all across the world for many years. Oh, by the way, rest in peace to a legend in Akira Toriyama, legendary man. One, Vegeta's journey in this Namek is amazing. Just from where he was and what we learned about him through the Saiyan saga, like, and then like him being oppressed and the backstory with like again. Not to say that the Saiyans were great people, that he was gonna be a good person, wasn't a bratty child. Anyways, I'm not saying that, but like you kind of understood where a lot of his attitude and things came from, and all the pride and frustration of being a prince, but having to literally kind of having a master who forces you to do whatever, and then everything that he does is to scheme and plan to become immortal, so he can take Frieza out and stop having to be under his servitude. And like one of the moments that I really like so much is when he realizes that Gohan's big ass fucking watch was a Dragon Ball Raider of some sort, and he comes out that water fucking livid. Like, like he looks, he's ready to crash out. He is pissed off, and I'm like, oh my god, because I can understand in that situation that you're doing this macho bravado shit, but at the end of the day, you're trying to not be under this man's fucking tyrannical rule anymore. And this stupid little bowl cut Burger King is fucking shit up. Like I'd be pissed off. I'm ready to crash out too. So I understand. 2, Frieza was absolutely terrifying. He's absolutely a menace. And the thing that I love about Frieza is Frieza has this gimmick that I like. That I've seen it happen before, but my favorite version of it is where it's like, no matter who came and how strong they were and what we came, okay, then they can heal, and then Piccolo's here now, and Vegeta, we blast them in the stomach, and then they heal them. He's like, oh, I got another form, nigga. Oh, I got a form for that. Oh, I got a form for that. Oh, I got a form for that. It's like, oh my, like how much power do you have, bro? This is not fair. And then Goku comes. He's like, by the way. This is 50%. This is not even 50% of my full power. 50%. Goku's getting smacked. I'm like, oh my god, this is not fair. Fucking ascends, Super Saiyan. And I'm like, okay, now it's over. I'm like, but I actually forgot he didn't go 100%. 100% of my maximum. I'm like, oh my, when does it end? Like, he just kept having power. And obviously, I believe that the Super Saiyan 1 transformation is like one of the most iconic transformation scenes in anime and manga history. I know most people will tell you they really like Gohan's and stuff like that. I'm not saying it wasn't worthy, but nothing will beat the first time I seen it. And that was Goku getting enraged so much after seeing what happened to Krillin and Piccolo. You heartless bastard. And just fucking going.
You got Sailor Moon and you got Super.
Now I'm angry.
Those are the transformations.
Yeah, man. Like, even in Japanese is awesome too, but like, I'm really mad.
Now I'm really mad. Yeah. You gotta love it.
There's so many. I don't like the Jesus speech he makes in like the one of the English dubs. Where like, I am the hope. Like, shut that shit up. But I do like in I think it's Burst Limit. There's like a version where Krillin dies. I love where he's like, "I'm gonna tear you apart," just like that
That's
Earthling.
I
he just tilts his head, just like that Earthling. His name was Krillin. He just flexes his arm. I'm like, oh shit! Don't pull out the
why
line,
I always like the DBZA version of that. Is like, I am the Omega and the Omega. I am the one who all people cry out in hunger, and he just
I remember that
food shit, and I was like, yeah, see, that I can believe from Goku of all people. I get that one, but anyways, yeah. So that is the Frieza saga once again. Naya did his part.
You have to tag Pat and tag him in. Tag me.
I'll keep it short.
All right, Pat, go.
Yes. So of course, rest in peace to the legend, the god, Akira Toriyama. I didn't put Dragon Ball on my list, not because I don't enjoy these arcs on the same level, but because we said arcs, not sagas. That's really the only reason. I like Cell Saga more than Frieza, but I love the Frieza Saga because Frieza brought out the dog in Goku. Like anybody that knows me knows that I always say I like the kid version of Goku more. Why? Because he wasn't hesitating to clap niggas down, and like he wasn't on that kumbaya type timing that he is as an adult. But when Frieza killed Krillin, and my man snapped into a Super Saiyan, and it was
Also, the building of that legend too. By the way, if I talk about how they kept building that up.
yes, yes.
And
But
Ginyu, what the fuck? How the fuck Ginyu? Jesus Christ. But yeah.
When it finally happened, and Goku's like at this point he's done playing games. Like even after he becomes a Super Saiyan, Frieza's like, all right, whatever. I'm still gonna kill Gohan right in front of you. And Goku's like, bro, enough is enough, bro. like how many times are you gonna try to do some wicked shit? Like he's fed up with him, calls him a piece of shit, and then like Frieza's still taunting. He's still taunting him as the fight is going on. He's staring his worst nightmare in the face, and he's still taunting him. And he's like, I'm gonna do you just like I did your little earthling friend. And Goku's like, huh? Because he's like, I know he's not talking about Krillin. Are you talking about Krillin? Are you talking about like, bro?
Yep.
This I always tell people. I like Kid Goku better than adult Goku, but Super Saiyan Goku is the best version of this nigga. The first time he became a Super Saiyan is the best version of Goku. He was talking shit. He was completely under control of the situation, and he turned to King Kai when King Kai was like, "Yo, we got to get you out of there." He's like, "Nah. If you make that wish to take me out of here and stop me from beating this nigga's ass, I'm never gonna forgive you. Never." King Kai's like, "Yeah,
Also,
Goku,
he's like, no. Let him go to full power. So when I beat his ass, he has no fucking excuse.
Yup.
I said, oh my god, talk to that nigga, bro.
He said, I want him to reach his maximum. That way, I beat him at his very best. He has no excuses. I'm like, who is this? This is not Son Goku. Who is this nigga? Who is this?
Yeah, man, that shit is incredible, bro. Like,
yeah, Frieza Saga is great. If Dragon Ball had ended here, it would have been perfect. But I'm glad it didn't because we got Cell Saga.
We got
and
Trunks,
that ending also would have been perfect. Yeah,
we got Trunks. So you know what I'm saying?
It works out.
We go take it. I don't know if you wanted to jump in, artist. Griever's not at this computer right now. I don't know if you wanted to chime in.
I don't have anything to say that hasn't been said. This is what like put me on as a kid, and it's like I prefer Cell, but Frieza's he's iconic, and just like Super Saiyan's iconic, and Vegeta. Trunks is my favorite character, but I'd say Vegeta is a close second. So seeing just his journey start, obviously it starts with Saiyan Saga, but you get to see more of it here. It's great.
Yeah, all of us in here, I think, love Vegeta. Like for me, it's Gohan 1, Vegeta 2, Trunks 3, Goku 4.
Mine is Bulma, Vegeta, and Trunks. So
yeah, you have always said that Bulma is your is basically your goat.
Hell yeah.
So going on for me, I believe this is my turn next, is Toriko the Cooking Festival. We already talked about it. It's incredible. It's
a classic. It's a classic.
There is, once again, like talking about Soul Society and other arcs, there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. There's only what's right with it. You know? So, yeah. We've already talked about it. We've already covered it. Let's just move on. Misc has Marineford at number 2. Fair placement, in my opinion. Number 2. Let's go. Then we have Naya, which this is I was considering actually a different arc from this one. on my list, but let's hear Naya talk about the Kumagawa incident from Medica Box. Go, my guy.
All fiction greatness. The good loser Kumagawa. I did actually consider some other arcs myself. With Medaka Box, I wasn't sure which one I was gonna go with. Now, if you know me, I'm a huge Nishio Ishin fan. I think when it comes to his manga, what he wrote forth, this is his best, his magna opus. Sorry, but I said manga opus. That's crazy. But magna opus. I do think Monogatari is his best series, and he has some really other good ones like Katanagatari, Pretty Boy Detective Club, Zaragoto, and whatnot. But man, Medaka Box is special, and this character to me represents a complete shift in the series and the tone of it and how things are going to be handled. And then after this arc, it also changes many things. Like again, I really like arcs that really build into something special, and then the aftermath of it also has a trickle down effect that permeates into all the other aspects and characters of the series, because it really, despite him quote unquote losing, it really did do a lot. And I'm trying to speak about this without spoiling too many, but his ability is great. The way he came through, how he speaks, the menacing aura that he brought, and the despair that he brought, and like the terror and fear that he brought was really real. And the dude is also hilarious with like his like hand bra gimmick and stuff, and all the things he wanted to implement once he's running things. Just an incredible paradigm shift in the story. So shout out to good. I considered his backstory as well, like the good loser Kumagawa one, where he meets I can't remember her name, the girl who has like 1,000,000 abilities. And she got rubber bandage. She goes with the A and nasty or whatever her name was. I can't remember it, but like
I hated her.
This is a special story for me, man. If we never give it Medaka Box a fair shake, please give it a fair chance. It might not be your cup of tea, but I think it's special. Artwork go crazy too, by the way.
I think it's one of the best mangas I've ever read, in my opinion. It's in my top 20, just period. And I didn't put a Medica Box one on my list because I feel like certain moments hit different for me, and there's not one sequence of moments that happen in an arc that I'm like, this is where Medica Box takes it, right?
Fair enough. I'm not mad at that.
For me. But one of the arcs that I loved was right before the Kumagawa arc, was the when they were fighting against basically the 7 people, you know what I mean? And we had the weight of words and all that shit, and like I'm a king and all that shit, like, you know, before we had the abnormals and stuff, like everything leading up to it, it was still so good. And then when we first got introduced to Kumagawa, I was so enthralled. Like, he is one of the best characters in fiction. He's just, ironically, with all fiction. My favorite moment is when they were doing the vice president battle, I believe it was, and we finally saw him fucking pissed. We finally saw him angry. Like, he made an expression, and everyone was like, wait, what?
Because he came off as extremely nonchalant and unbothered by everything, but that was the first time he visibly expressed on his face like genuine anger, frustration, and
because
negative emotion.
Zen actually came back to life, and he was like, no, wait, and he was pissed. And
I didn't approve of this.
Yeah. Something happened outside of his control, and as much as he wanted to be nonchalant about death, life, everything in between, something that happens beyond his control or his whims pissed him the fuck off. And we were like, wait a minute. And I loved that. That was one of my favorite scenes So, and anybody else got anything to say who has read the series, obviously?
Apple Box is cool. It's not my cup of tea, but I like the Kumagawa arc, though. I thought it was good.
Yay.
Okay. All right. The last one is for number 2 is Pat. You have to talk about Chapter Black from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yes, sir. So,
my favorite arc from Yu Yu Hakusho. So you spitting. Let's go.
Dark Tournament is very good. but Chapter Black is just better. I'm sorry. Look, it's crazy to say this because Dark Tournament has better action, and like I like Yu Yu Hakusho for the action, but this is when I learned that Togashi really nice with the pen, because the perspective flip that he did with this arc is insane. Like, first off, we go from beating niggas like Taguro to Yusuke getting captured by some regular ass schoolboys. So I'm like, what the fuck is actually happening? Like, what's going on? I just seen you spirit gun this nigga to oblivion. He had the biggest muscles I've ever seen in my life. No way you just got captured by some regular ass schoolboys. So he just introduces a new power system, like right at the end with the psychic territories, and he makes it work. Like sometimes, in order to defeat a villain, you're just gonna have to use something out of the box. Might is not always gonna be good enough. You have to be technically sound. You have to be proficient when it comes to getting your team together and planning out a plan of attack. So I was just like really interested in psychic territories working, and then we get to a point where, you know, he learns his lesson. He goes up against Maroda. He's like, I'm gonna throw a straight right jab and stop right before I hit his face because he knows the guy can read minds. And he's like, okay, cool. Still knocks him out with anyway. I was like, raw. Bring him onto the team. Maroda finds Sensui. He reads his mind. What does Sensui say in his mind? We're gonna build a tunnel. All 7 of us. I'm like, okay. So you talk about Sensui and his 7 gang. Come to find out later on, Sensui don't give a fuck about the 7 niggas that he rolling with. We're talking about the 7 personalities inside of him. I'm like, bro, that is a crazy misdirection. And the man built 7 personalities because he could not possibly comprehend the fact that the people that he was going out to defend from demons were committing atrocities on the same level, if not even worse, than what demons were doing. And to top it all off, he's a former spirit detective. Good Lord Almighty. I'm just like, the further we go into this arc, I'm just like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen put to paper on by a pen. And we get to a point where Yusuke is finally fighting Sensui, and I'm just like, all right, Sensui handled him kind of a little bit when it was in the street, so let's see what he's really about. Sensui's like, you know, Yusuke, when it comes to power, speed, strength, you beat me on all 3. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? He's handling Yusuke like he's nothing. He's like, but what's the difference between you and I? Experience. You two used to friendly, gentlemanly one-on-one battles. I had to fight people that were coming at me from all angles. So you're never going to be able to beat me. Yusuke get the upper hand, personality switch. Yusuke get the upper hand, personality switch. Then we get to the actual real Shinobu, and we find out this guy is a fucking problem. And what does he do? He puts Yusuke 6 feet underneath the ground. We're thinking that's the end of it. Like, damn, Yusuke done died 2nd time in the series. No. All this time, Yusuke been a demon. I'm like, bro. The amount of perspective flips, like the psychological aspect of the arc, like Sensui purposely putting Amanuma in front of them with him being a game master and him never using a psychic territory because if he lost in the game with him, his territory being open, he was going to die, and he needed that to weaken the Mafuken before he gets to the demon world. Like, it's just so good. So good. I could go on and on and on and on and on about how great this arc is, but it's one of my favorites. It's been solidly in number 2 for a very long time. Nothing's been able to move it out that spot. I just love it to death.
I will say the old Spirit Detective versus the new Spirit Detective from the commercials that I used to see on my VHS tapes. It was this was what was going on, my guy. So I feel that. Once again, Yu Yu Hakusho for me gives me a lot of nostalgic joy, but it's never hit the same way it hits for other people. I feel like I still love it, but it's just one of those. Does anybody else have anything they want to say about Chapter Black before we go to our number 1 picks?
This is my number 1. So
well then, let's get at it.
He got a gun arm.
Go for it, artist. Number 1, Chapter Black. Go for it.
I mean, a lot of what Pat said is also just what I feel. Sensui is, if not my favorite, he definitely is one, like, top three my favorite villains in any media I've ever consumed. Just the multiple personalities is so interesting. The concept of him just entering that house and then seeing all the atrocities that the humans are committing on the demons. It's everything that I like about like someone like Ghetto, but just done better because he's focused on so much more. He gets his time to shine. He gets, like, Ghetto, I don't think gets his time to shine because he's only the villain in Volume 0 and he's only highlighted in the inventory. Sensui gets his whole arc. You see him, he's a looming presence from when you first see him, and he's just kind of standing over the crowd and he's just looking menacing. He's just got, for lack of a better term, he's got crazy aura. And then the whole arc, he's just kind of like shitting on Yusuke every time they get into an engagement. And after he kills him, you see literally the other three, they just like turn it up another level because they just lost their friend. And then even when he comes back, he acknowledges, oh, that it's one thing to be powered up by the loss of your friend. It's another thing to be invigorated by his return. It just shows it's the culmination of all the Team Urameshi shit. They've really become just a team that can rely on each other. And they all want their like jabs at Sensui just because of how he did them. It's just great. And then the reveal, the way that it leads into the next arc, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Three Kings, I still like it. But also just the regret he has on not being able to finish the fight on his terms, in the same way that, like, it's another thing I like about Ichigo and the way he feels about the Ukiura fight. It's just, it's so in their character to want to do something on their terms that when it's taken away from them, they don't feel fulfilled in the same way. It's just, I love it, man.
Artist, you are spitting right now, my guy.
It's great. It's fantastic.
Pat, you agree with everything Artist has been saying, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Artist, you torch, my guy. Like, I didn't even make the parallel between Ichigo and Ukiura and that, and it's absolutely the same thing.
It's part of the reason I like even someone like Yuji. Even though they get shit on a lot for being more reactive, I think it makes for a more interesting protagonist, seeing how they react to the events around them versus, like, I still obviously like motherfuckers like Luffy, but just it's very realistic. They're very realistic people. They don't have really like crazy goals. At the end of the day, most of them are just trying to protect their friends, and I really enjoy that sense of realism to the main characters.
That's what I've always loved, and I think that's what separates Ichigo from so many other shonen protagonists, is that he doesn't have a goal of, I want to be the Pirate King, I want to be the Ninja King, I don't want to be the strongest. He doesn't care about being strong. He's just like, I just want everyone to be happy. Like,
Yep. My people's good, I'm good.
yeah. If everyone around him is good, he would... You know, the thing about Ichigo, he would be happy being weak as fuck. He gives no shit about being strong whatsoever. He just wants to make sure everyone else is okay. So, yeah, I get it. Great choice then to artist. And then we move on to bands, which... is the exact same one, so we already talked about it. Bernice is Toriko, the Cooking Festival. We already talked about that one. Then we go to mine, which is Soul Society. You knew it was going to be on the list. Since it's my stream, I'll say one quick thing is... Bon Kai. That's my one quick thing, because we already talked about this. We all love it. Come on, we love it. We love Ichigo versus Kenpachi. We love Byakuya. We love Gin. Gin, the most tragic character in anime I've ever fucking seen. I don't care. I already made a video about it. It's just the fucking case. We've talked about Aizen reveal. We've talked about everything. So Soul Society is the GOAT of Shonen arcs, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't know what these kids talking about nowadays, but domain expansion is not as iconic as Bankai. I don't know what the fuck
that's what. Yeah, Pat. I just want to bring that up since we're this close to the end of the stream. That's what bothers me. People act like domain expansion is Bankai, and I'm like, you do not know what Bankai meant back in the day. You cannot know, because if you did, you wouldn't fucking say it.
Yeah, like the excitement that you used to get back in the day from a character who you've always wanted to see use their Bankai, like it was unmatched. Like it's like dropping a fucking coin in a quiet ass room with like snakes all around. Like, bro,
the only time, in my opinion, as a Yuta fan, the only time I ever had that Bankai level feeling was when Yuta said domain expansion during the three-way.
That brought back the feeling. That brought back the feeling.
Yeah, that brought back the feeling, because Yuta was that... in my opinion, Yuta is a Bleach character in a wannabe Bleach manga. And that's not shitting on Jujutsu Kaisen. I still think Jujutsu Kaisen is okay. I don't love it. It's no Bleach. It's no this. It's no that. But yeah. Anyways, point is, all right, we gotta get through this before everyone dies on me. So next up after me is Misc, and he had the Chimera Ant arc. We talked about that. Anyone want to say anything more on Chimera Ant?
No, we're good.
No.
Okay, good. Next up is Naya with Water 7 as your number 1. Did Naya fall asleep?
I think he did. Yeah, old man.
I'm older than he is.
Oh, I thought I unmuted. I'm sorry. I'm actually in the car now. I have to pick up my sister. So
I'm older than you, motherfucker.
I said I'm awake. I have to get my sister.
I don't know. Am I really? I'm 33. How old are you?
I'm 31.
Yeah, see, I'm older than you.
I didn't say you weren't.
Oh,
all I said is I have to pick my sister up.
so
But
I'm divorced.
anyways, I'm
old,
cheating.
and- yeah,
I'm cheating.
alright.
Water 7 Saga. But if you force me to pick, it'd be Enies Lobby. So just so you know, Enies Lobby. But for me, the Long Island arc, so like from the Divvy back fight to post Enies Lobby, this is my favorite stretch of fiction of all time. Robin, Say You Want to Live, Luffy versus Lucci, to me, is the pinnacle of One Piece fights. Choreography was crazy. The anime was crazy. Even when they redid it for the special, wasn't as crazy to me as the original run, but it was amazing. Gear second. God damn it. That arc made me cry like 4 times. I love the part where Luffy pushes the 2 buildings apart when he's stuck in the middle, and it plays. He's like, I won't let her die. Got my nigga Iceberg, top 3 characters. Don't play with me. Iceberg was him. Iceberg figured out the mystery of what was really going on. He's like, there's a government conspiracy. Y'all fucking with my island. Nah, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. He didn't just immediately blame Robin. Like, I really, truly could just. Well, that's actually technically Water 7 part. But my point is, I have nothing but good things to say about this part of the manga. But Enies Lobby's had all the best fights. Robin and Want to Live, to me, is like the most iconic scene in One Piece. I still get goosebumps when I see it or read it or shit. Fucking play it. in a goddamn Pirate Warriors. Doesn't even fucking matter what medium I consume it in. It makes me feel something. And Zoro versus Kaku, legendary. Diablo Jumba. He said, man, when I get angry, I get heated up. He starts spinning. I said, what are you doing? What are you doing? I said, why is his leg sizzling up? That nigga kicked him. He said, Tekai didn't work. He burned me to my bone. Sanji cooked that nigga, bro. Don't play with me. So kicking no shimade. I literally mean if you don't stop me, I'll keep going. Like, I love that arc. It's perfect. Fucking perfect.
Sanji said,
How about it's
God makes food.
That's
The
what
devil
it means
makes
to be
spices.
a king.
Guess you couldn't handle it. Guess he was too much for you. To be continued.
Bro.
Come on, I mean, my guy, everyone to this day, even Grim has always argued this fucking first mate bullshit. And then this arc cements it 100%. It's heavy. That's what it means to be a king.
Yes.
Like, if everyone makes the jokes, but I'm sorry, it's not Nami. It's Zoro. I'm sorry that people don't want to.
That nigga
accept it.
packed up Kaku and said, "You're fired." Polly told me to fire your ass. I said, "Yeah, yeah."
We don't have
that
room for
nigga.
like. I remember, you and I got into this, and Pat, you were there too. We got into this about the whole cake Sanji versus Luffy versus the Usopp versus Luffy thing, and I remember we got into it. But I believe we all agreed that what cemented this is that it's only Zoro fans who go on this and think that Zoro needs to say something. It's like, no, he doesn't. His job as a first mate is only to step in when he needs to. As long as his captain does his job, he's not going to question it or say anything. When Luffy stops doing his job, that's when Zoro's going to step up and say, hey, you're fucking up. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And the only time he did it was in this arc. The only real time he did it. And what did Luffy do? He listened to him. Like even to the end of the arc, because it was Zoro's order. If everyone call, Zoro said he apologizes, whatever, but not before.
Yeah. And also, like, I want people to understand, like, Zoro's not just this cold, unfeeling creature. Remember,
no, he wanted Usopp back.
Exactly, because when he said to Luffy, he said, this first thing that comes out of his mouth is not an apology, we're fucking leaving his ass. And then when they go out there, what Usopp do? Start lying his ass off. Saying, oh, y'all want me back? Cool.
Okay, alright. Okay,
like,
I guess I'll come back. Like, nigga, if you don't say sorry. And Luffy just wanted to say sorry so badly. Like, please don't make me have to leave you. You can see it in his demeanor, bro.
But
Luffy
Zoro was like, Zoro was right. That's what I
crying.
love
I love that scene. That shit made me cry too, bro.
Yeah,
all of them said, I don't hear anything. That was them saying, like, they want him back. I'm like, it's not hard, guys. It's not hard to read context.
What you're describing, that was Zoro's rule, not Luffy's.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because Zoro said, I don't hear anything. That, like, all of them were pretending not to hear him because Zoro said the first thing out of his mouth was not an apology. We're leaving. And then, like, Usopp was out there saying some bullshit, and all of them were like, yeah, I don't hear nothing. I don't hear anything.
That's what I don't understand about people, like, from an step away from the power scaling Sanji versus Zoro perspective. Why do people hate the fact that Zoro's in charge? Like, why do they hate this? It makes sense, it works, and he works. Because other than this arc, he has never had to step up since. Realistically. You know why? Because Luffy learned his lesson and has grown as a captain, and has never made a mistake since, as far as being a captain where Zoro felt he should step in. If anything in the new world that Zoro felt that Luffy was wrong, he would have said something. He hasn't, meaning he's fine with it. As crazy as Luffy is. So I don't understand why people just can't accept that. Yeah, you can make the argument that Luffy's a shitty captain and Nami's the true captain and blah, 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 blah. Zoro, once again, Nami would have let Usopp back, and that would have been the wrong decision. So, anyways, the last one would be Pat, and Pat, you have Marineford at number 1.
Yes. Yes, I've been charging up for this.
It's too low.
And honestly, yes, I should put Marineford 1 through 10 on this list because that's how good it is. So, this is the arc that truly cemented to me that nothing's ever going to touch One Piece. Like, up until this point, I was enjoying. I thought it was really good. Then after I finished Marineford, it was like you just sit there.
That's why he's the GOAT.
you sit there in silence like, what the fuck did I just go through? Because, like I said, not Enies Lobby, Impel Down is my favorite arc in One Piece. Favorite and the best are two different things. Impel Down is the arc that I had the most fun with. But Marineford changes everything. Like, up until this point, Luffy always succeeded at whatever he wanted to do. He wanted to beat this guy's ass, he did that. He wanted to save this place, he did that. He wanted to get that, he did this. But Marineford, the thing that he wanted the most, other than being a pirate king, was to save his brother. Got all these prisoners from Impel Down on his side. Escaped from a head jailer that he could not defeat. And got to this battlefield where there's like a Yonko present, admirals present, his grandfather over there. And like, all the odds are stacked against him. This isn't a place where he belongs yet. And through all the odds, he freed Ace from his shackles. I'm thinking there's nothing Luffy can't do. Like, at this point, I'm like, yeah, he's probably going to be Pirate King in the next 200 episodes. There's nothing he can't do. Go on a little bit. Akainu baits Ace into coming back. And he's like, Whitebeard's a loser. And they clash. Then, next thing you know, he's like, did you really think fire was going to burn hotter than magma? Which, asterisk on that, because when Sabo gets his Devil Fruit Awakening, it's going to be spooky for Akainu, I promise you. But that happens, and I'm just like, damn. Ace can stand up to him. And like, up until this point, we know Ace is somebody who's really strong, and he's stronger than Luffy. And Luffy's pretty strong in our eyes, so we're thinking like, he probably could have handled that. No, he can't. And Akainu, what does he do? He looks at Ace, he's like, finishing him off right now would be way too meddlesome. Watch this. Goes after Luffy. What happens? Ace jumps in the way. And as he's dying, he thanks everybody for loving him and apologizes for wasting their efforts. The way Luffy was broken kind of broke something inside of me. Like, seeing that with my eyes, I'm just like, what? How? And at that point, you're like, okay, Ace is dead. So, like, everybody's going to stop fighting and go home. No, we're still fighting. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? I can't even collect my emotions right now. We're still fighting. Blackbeard shows up. Does some bullshit. Acts like a little bitch. Whitebeard punishes him. I'm like, put that nigga in the dirt. He dies. I'm like, fuck. We're not done yet. Blackbeard goes inside, takes out the Devil Fruit. He's like, watch this. I see that fucking white little circle around his head. I'm like, no fucking way. I'm like, the fuck? He causes a tremor. I'm like, how did that happen? I thought everybody could only have one Devil Fruit. It still has not been explained to this day. I don't know if Oda's just rolling with his body's different, and that's going to be what we get. Because at this point, it's been like, what, 15 years since Marineford, and we still haven't got a positive explanation? But
yeah, a little bit.
He does that. I'm just like, okay, so now everybody's going to stop fighting because Ace, Whitebeard, they're both dead. No, we're still fighting. I'm like, okay, what? Like, at this point, I'm just like, when does it end? Then Kobe says, we got to stop. I'm like, yeah, we got to stop. They already killed Ace. They already killed Whitebeard. What more do you want? And Akano's like, the fuck? Hey, get the fuck out of here. About to end his life. Who shows up? Shanks. I'm like, bro. This arc has everything that you could want in a shonen. Success, failure, comedy, action, painful deaths, painstakingly high stakes. It just reveals shock value. Everything that you could want in a manga, it has it in this arc. Every single thing. This was single-handedly the greatest experience I've ever had, like, since I've been a fan of anime since I was like 4 years old. So like we're talking like 25 years now of me being a fan of this medium. Nothing has touched these levels. Now when Oda does something with this final arc, with the way all the reviews are looking, I think it's going to be something close. But yeah, Marineford, hell of a ride. Hell of a ride. I still get goosebumps every time I reread, rewatch, whatever.
That was one hell of a speech. And I applaud you.
Thank you. I must
My
bow.
guy, you know what I mean? Because we all have already talked about Marineford, so there's nothing left to say. It's just, it is realistically, it is such a goated arc. I believe everyone has, I think that's the end of the list, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah,
It's bedtime.
almost a 6-hour stream, and I am surprised it only went to that, in all honesty.
We were moving like Brago streams, bro. We couldn't do this. 3 hours in, and we're still on 29 out of 30. No. Ali beat.
I mean, I understood that this would. I assumed.
I actually didn't know you had so many people coming. I actually thought it was just me, you, and Pat originally. So that's on me. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
I also forgot. I also thought it was tomorrow for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know how you got that one.
Because I went home.
But I thought that this would take. I chunked out about 6 hours, and we're about at almost 6 hours, and I was like, all right, that's fair. I thought that maybe it would go faster depending, but everyone actually showed up. Like, I assumed that certain people, like Artist and Bernice and stuff, wouldn't be able to make it, so I thought we'd be able to streamline those picks. But either way, I just want to say thank you guys, everyone, especially Naya and Pat, for staying for the whole goddamn thing. I know you guys have better things to do, but I really do appreciate you guys coming through, my guys.
Of course.
Yeah, Misc and Artist.
You literally show up to all my shit, and half the time I'll tell you the day of. So it's literally the least I can do.
King, 100% right there. So no, I appreciate you, Naya, 100%. But Artist, Bernice, Misc, all the guys who showed up, and also you guys in the chat. I'll go through the chat here for a quick minute, but I think we pretty much covered most of it. Yeah, I think we did, didn't we?
We did good, man. We did good.
Yeah. Mark said JoJo Part 5 is my top 5 JoJo so far, anime only up to this point. Has been my fight in the series. Yeah, okay. Jobber said Shinjuku Showdown praise. Yes, sir. I mean, once again, I don't think Shinjuku is that great, but whatever.
It's okay.
Joe said Maki gave Sukuna a crippling injury. If it was so crippling, why is he still alive? And sealed off the world slash for seemingly the rest of the fight. And never appeared again. Like, where the fuck is she? Mark says, Boo Saga has a great final battle where everyone has a part to play in it. That's important, no matter how small the part is. I mean, not really, but I get what he's trying to say, but not exactly. The Super Saiyans have a part to play, but not.
Yeah, I don't think great is the right word to use. Good is more like it. It's a good ending. Great is a I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I'm with Pat on this one. Mark also says the Dark Tournament is my top 5 arcs ever, and it was for the longest time the peak of all tournaments, anime, manga, which is funny because the Dark Tournament happened after we had the Budokais, so which I would argue made the Dark Tournament as good as it was because of Akira. Once again, we're ripping the GOAT, Akira Toriyama, 100%.
Yep.
And we don't know where the influence comes from. Mark said, but it ended getting topped by Annihilation Tournament from Kengan. When it comes to the manga I have read, it's my top 2 or 1. Alright. Mark also continues saying it's amazing how comical Gintama can be. But then when it gives you a serious arc, it's very engaged and hype. It has some great arcs, which I'm sure. I mean, I haven't read enough of Gintama, but I'm sure like Pat and other guys can appreciate that remark.
Life changing.
There we go. He continues to say Goku versus Frieza, the most iconic fight ever. Not a bad take, honestly.
I can rock with that.
Is it the best end fight ever? Debatable. He's spitting a little bit here. But when someone thinks anime fights, that's the one that they think of. I mean, you know what? Not bad. Not a bad take. The dude.
I think it's still. Yeah, I think it's still the longest. Yeah, I think it's still the longest anime fight of all time.
Yeah, by minutes run. Yeah, it is. Dude says, I agree, people have to love to talk about Aizen and Madara and Miriam, but Senshui is one of the most unappreciated villains in my media, in my opinion. Okay. This arc is Togashi masterpiece, in my opinion. It deserves the same praise as Chimera Ant. I assume we're talking about Yu Yu Hakusho with this chapter Black. Mark says, Chapter Black is definitely amazing and is one of the best villains, but I have one problem, and I think that the ending is anticlimactic. I don't like the whole his dad is taking control and ending the fight.
I'm not mad at that.
No,
that's a legitimate fight.
I don't get that take. I think that's fine. Dude said, yeah, which is why I think if you take away the Demon King stuff, Chapter Black is over Chimera Ant, and stands Chimera Ant over Chapter Black. But I feel as if Togashi ran into a Madara problem and made Senshui too strong, which ultimately led to the 3-head king stuff. I mean... No, I don't see that. Anybody else see that? I'm not getting it. Anyways, Mark said, like, right after we get the fight with Senshui at full power, and the fight ends before it even starts, it just felt anticlimactic, but the arc is overall great. I mean, the arc is great regardless. I feel as if Togashi learned from his mistakes and made Miriam die from a realistic perspective, then a power scaling one. Well, I disagree with a lot of that, but once again, I'm not the chat. So, once again, I'm going to quick shout out to everyone who was in the chat and everyone who joined the VC, including Artist, Bernice, myself, of course, because I'm here, Misc, Pat, Naya,
You're
you know, all
Yes,
you
sir.
straight up fucking amazing dudes. Thank you
Thanks for
so
my bro.
much for being a part of this, and to the stream, thank you so much for being a part of this 6-hour endeavor. I had a great time. I hope everyone else had a great time. And I hope you guys, that's right, you, the viewers, had a great time. So, looking forward to your comments for the VOD down below. And maybe we'll do another one of these, similar format. Maybe I gotta streamline it a little bit better, but we'll look into that next time. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Take care. Have a good one. Like, comment, and subscribe. And bye-bye. Everybody, say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I never can say goodbye.